Okay, welcome everyone to our Global Oneness panel, Building Unity by Uniting Our Conscious Minds. I'm Diane Williams, founder of the Source of Synergy Foundation, also a United Nations representative for the Academy for Future Science, and a member of the Board of Advisors of Humanities Team. I'm also one of the founding members and stewards of the Contact and Conscious Evolution Synergy Circle of the evolutionary leaders, along with our panelists. Today, we will delve into some fascinating areas related to the theme of this year's summit, the art and science of elevating consciousness, including examining where consciousness originates and how the greater consciousness field and an understanding of how we are part of a non-local, multidimensional reality can help us positively view, influence, and unite the world around us. So I'd like to introduce our distinguished panelists, Dr. J.J. Hurtak, PhD, and Desiree Hurtak, PhD, who are founders of the Academy for Future Science. Dr. J.J. Hurtak wrote the bestseller, The Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, and together they have written numerous books, including Overself, Awakening, and Mind Dynamics in Space and Time, the latter co-authored with physicist Dr. Elizabeth Rauscher, Examining Quantum Physics and the Power of the Mind. Dr. J.J. Hurtak also co-authored the book End of Suffering with the initiator of the remote viewing studies in the USA, physicist Russell Targ. The Hurtak's latest book, Sound, was #1 on Amazon in the category of the physics of acoustics and sound. They are well known for their work on remote viewing, consciousness awakening, and also sacred music. We welcome them. Our next guest is Alan Steinfeld. As an author, filmmaker, lecturer, and interviewer, Alan stands as a distinguished voice in the field of metaphysics, creative inquiry, and the domain of UFOs. His best-selling book, Making Contact, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence, debuted on Amazon as a #1 bestseller and was the winner of the 2023 Conscious Life Book Awards. It is considered the preeminent text of current UFO situation. Alan curated the compendium with the best and brightest thinkers in the field, including contributions from Drs. J.J. and Desiree Hurtak, John Mack, and Linda Moulton Howe. Alan's award-winning series, New Realities, has profiled such evolutionary leaders as Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Bruce Lipton, and artist Alex Gray. With over 25 million views and 85,000 subscribers, these interviews and 3,000 others are considered a significant thread in the fabric of a cultural metamorphosis and the go-to channel for contemporary spiritual conscious evolution. You can visit it at youtube.com/newrealities. So thank you, Drs. Hurtak and Alan, for being with us today. It's such an honor to have you with us. So let us.
We're very honored to be here, and thank you so much for the introduction.
Because consciousness is really key for what's happening in the world today. And we really need to not only elevate our own consciousness, but help to influence on a positive level the entirety of the planet. And it works with, I don't want to take it away for a few minutes, but even AI, we've been, we live partially in Silicon Valley. And if we can elevate our consciousness, we can help also elevate the consciousness of what we're creating. And so it's very important that this summit is going on, and I hope everyone really gains a lot from it.
It's true. We need to redefine what consciousness is, because as we become more familiar with that territory, the subtleties of the definition are refined so we can move into new territory. And I'm always honored to be on the panel with Drs. J.J. and Desiree Hurtak. And you, Diane. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a great segue, Alan, to the first question, which is taking into consideration that this year's Global Oneness Summit theme is the art and science of elevating consciousness. I want to start with some basic questions about the origins of consciousness before we move into the art and science of elevating consciousness. So the first is a two-part question. I'd like to ask each of you to share with us your definition of consciousness. And then the second part of the question is, Many believe that the complex 3-pound organ that controls our thoughts, our memories, our emotions, our touch, our motor skills, vision, breathing, temperature, hunger, and every process that regulates our body, our brains, with its 2 billion neurons and up to 500 trillion synapses, is where consciousness originates. But I know the three of you have another belief about where consciousness originates. So can you please share with us your thoughts on this, as well as beginning with your definition of consciousness?
Well, this is a very complex question, but a very important one, because everything is up for grabs here in the 21st century. I had the opportunity to work with Dr. William Teller from Stanford University, Elmer and Alice Green from the Manager Clinic, when I was a member of the Academy of Parapsychology and Medicine back in the 1970s, and we began to look beyond the veil of simply seeing consciousness as the flow of sodium ions in the brain. We began to look at what is beyond the synaptic gap between the left and right hemisphere of the brain, and suddenly we realized what is being overlooked is the dynamic of what we now call the right hemisphere, which is the multidimensional, non-local aspect of consciousness.
And Dr. Hurtak mentioned non-local because really we don't feel, and this goes along with others like Stuart Hameroff, Roger Penrose, that we don't feel that consciousness originates in the brain. We're kind of more what we call biotransducers, that there's a consciousness field. Lynn McTaggart, also from the Evolutionary Leaders group, also agrees with this, that there's this consciousness field and that we kind of we contribute to that field, but we also receive from that field. And how we're tuning in, Alan often says, it's like a radio. Go ahead, Alan, take it up.
Thank you, Desiree. The consciousness just is. It is the ground of all being. That's a little cliche. The brain is merely the receiver of consciousness, like Desiree mentioned. It is a receiver and sender. So it doesn't, it's just, it's out there in the field, and our particular take on that consciousness, our resonance with the field of consciousness is what we think is local, but it doesn't originate in the neurochemical aspect. So my definition is a little more complex in a sense, not more complex, but I use the analogy of a telephone, right? In the 1960s and 70s, depending who's watching here, we thought all your telephone was a wire connected to the wall. And now we have these phones that could do so many more things, and like find your way home, watch movies, ask questions of anything in the world. So the application of the telephone has shifted, just like I say, consciousness is an application. And we're just learning the application of consciousness, which means to send and receive, to remote view, to do remote healing. This is much more than just a field of, it is a field of awareness, but how humans interface with this field is the gift consciousness gives to us as living, awake, conscious beings. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Going back to quantum physics, that also ties into the fact that we are non-local, which means we're here, but we can be anywhere in the consciousness field. In fact, when they were doing remote viewing, which is being able to see at a distance, experiments at Stanford Research Institute, one of the unique things is they realized it wasn't a matter of like going with the mind over to another location on the planet, but you were there. You were in that field and could see anything connected with that field. So it was instantaneous. That's non-locality. In addition to that, we are entangled with the field, which means also on a more personal level, we actually feel things on a regular basis. So that's very interesting that we are entangled with each other. I know Alan, sometimes because we're good friends, I think of Alan and he was, just about to call me, or he was thinking about it.
I can feel that. I can feel when you think of me. I just get a signal.
So consciousness is, for many people now, universal awareness, the reflective abilities that connect our mind with the global mind, with the universal mind. In fact, I brought with me this schematic. I'm pointing now to what is called R, or the reptilian brain. And then you see it around the the old mammalian and then the neocortex, which is 5 times larger. This is the traditional model, which is obsolete. And in the 1970s, the scientists at Stanford Research Institute began to go into a new direction with remote viewing, remote sensing, remote healing. A whole new arena began to open up because the scientists were suddenly aware there's more to universal awareness. It's not within the brain, it's not within the brainstem, it's not within the ascending reticular formation, all of these fancy terms, keeping consciousness confined to the human anatomy. No, consciousness is the whole field of experience that we swim in, we work in, we reflect in, and we co-create in. And so, Alan, you're perfectly on par. And Diane Williams, of course, is a great representative of what is now what we call the new evolutionary process.
Right. So we are consciousness, Diane, just like, and these bodies are avatars. We're not really here in the sense that I'm not really that square on the computer screen. That's an avatar that people are looking at, just like these are avatars. And the voice that's coming through these avatars we're seeing on the screen is really coming from the infinite field that we have a particular resonance with as individualized consciousness, but we're not local. We never were.
Thank you. Well, thank you. It sounds like consciousness is the gift that keeps giving, and we'll be getting more into remote viewing and remote sensing and entanglement in a few minutes. So I really look forward to that. So the second question is, many believe, including everybody here today, that techniques like meditation and energy healing and setting intentions can attune our personal energy field with the larger consciousness field and have an effect. And Desiree, I remember you once shared how a group intention you and others set to shift the course of a forest fire was successful. So can you each share from your experience how we can influence the world around us by tuning into this larger consciousness field?
Right. Well, we've been doing this actually since back in the 70s, but just to elaborate on what you were saying, yes, we were in Sedona, which is where our office is, and there was a fire, and it's ready, set, go. And when you're set, you're getting ready to go. And it was pretty serious. So people were getting a little bit paranoid, and I don't blame them. But we said, as a collective, there's no one person doing this. Let's, see the fire transforming into, water and being put out and being put away. So you use that energy to transform it. And yes, that's exactly what happened within 24 hours. We've done this in short-term realities, but we also did this back in the 70s when Henry Kissinger was doing his shuttle diplomacy. There was a bunch of us, actually, and we wrote about this in our book, Mind Dynamics. We were in just upstate New York, and we were all there doing meditation. We had some people in the Middle East, and we were tuning into them. It was a whole real project. And sure enough, the tensions that were rising at that time were neutralized. And, there was no war at that point, which is fabulous. So I think we can use it for many things. Friends of ours we're in Mariposa, California, and there was a fire coming, and sure enough, they were getting ready to go, but then there was enough energy, we think, and enough work from the firefighters, thank goodness for them, of course, to block any kind of dam in their area. So
what Desiree is talking about is really a psychic television screen where we were able to connect multiple minds. We're very sensitive, thinking positively for solutions, seeing solutions. So intention versus extension allow the minds to be mobilized under the concept of what happens if we don't mobilize positive thinking, and we are able to change the vector of experience.
So a lot of people might just think, oh, this is wishful thinking, but no, this is the foundation of quantum physics. When the double slit experiment was done, they found if you're looking at the light beam, the photons going through the slit, it's a particle. If you're not observing it, it's a wave. And they couldn't figure out why looking at something would change it from a wave into a particle. And that was a dramatic transformation within science itself. So the only conclusion they could come to is that consciousness affects reality. So when you're not looking at something, everything is in the abstract. And I think this has to do with how UFOs, ETs actually travel. But when you look at it, when you measure something, you collapse the wave function and it becomes concretized in reality. So the idea is to keep a kind of abstract way of thinking, not collapse the wave function, like Desiree was doing with the fires coming, and then you can actually influence the reality. But as soon as you make it, oh, it's coming, it's this, then you've collapsed it, and your thoughts don't have the power it does. But you can change reality, because reality is fluid every minute if you're not concretizing it.
Absolutely. And this is why we're sitting before this picture, I call a cosmogram, a cosmic picture, to train the mind artistically to see the many variations and many levels of color, sacred geometry, and thought processes in the flow pattern that you just spoke about, Ellen. And of course, Diane at the beginning of the program spoke of the art and science of consciousness elevation. The art has been left out. The art is the ability to see metaphysically as well as physically with the natural eyes, the sensory system, the fact that we're living in a universe of forms, thought forms, geometries of consciousness, all of which can be brought together and sublimated very dynamically. So again, Ingalls Swan, bless him, was working with Russell Tark. He was the authentic founder, artist, remote viewing. And in his book and his work, he gave us permission. Russell and I received permission to use on the cover of our book, The End of Suffering, this picture of seeing the human mind as a cosmic egg with the whirling galaxy. I'm pointing to it because it's so relevant to seeing the big picture. Without seeing the big picture, we're simply talking about scientific words, concepts, of the overlays of psychological jargon that don't make any sense.
Right. And I just want to say this is all part of quantum physics, because quantum physics tells us there's multiple possibilities. That's what the wave field is about. Any one of those possibilities can be collapsed to our reality. So instead of seeing, the fire coming and destroying things, you see instead the fact that the fire is put out, that there's changes. And that's why people start talking about parallel realities. I don't know if I believe that in so specifically, but in the idea that quantum physics gives us all these possibilities, and then we choose which one comes into manifestation. And of course, it's the we in terms of the collective mind, and that empowers everybody. This is so important because we are all largely empowered to do things, and we have not been using our higher abilities. The ancients understood this. The shamans understood this. If there was a problem, they would send out certain signals. Sometimes it would be sound, and we're talking about
and
sound.
they were right, my brain centered. So that is really the artistic side that Diane speaks about. The art, the left hemisphere, the science. They must work together. Otherwise, it's just word games.
But they can make it rain. They can't affect nature. We can't affect nature. We can affect things around us.
Absolutely.
So what JJ and Desiree are saying is that we need a whole new definition of what it is to be human. And if that was taught from children, infants onward, we'd be living in a different world where maybe there'd be abundance, happiness, joy. It wouldn't be war, because war separates. To see that we're all part of what Bruce Lipton calls the synergy of awareness. We all contribute to the quantum field based on our attitude. So that's part of the transformation we're in and why consciousness is being discussed.
Thank you
And that
so much.
is reflected in the Renaissance picture behind your head, Ellen. To see the big picture is to see the new Renaissance taking place that we're all a part of. The new evolutionary leaders represent the ability to synergize on all levels, not just one chakra level or one level of psychology versus anatomy versus medicine. No, they all have to converge in a synergy and in a symphony. That's another aspect. The synergistic symphony is the vibrations. And this is why our discussion ultimately brings in the concept of sound, because we are tone deaf. We are taught scientifically only on one side of the brain. Seriously, it's only been recently that the scientists themselves have woken up. And this is why this book, Mind Dynamics, is so important. It is the real Bible of what has gone on behind the government programs in the black. The 1% of the top scientists suddenly realized, wow, we can be any place in the world. We don't have to go through computers. We don't have to use physical technology. It's already there in our brain. We are part of a global brain by definition.
But it's very important that we influence the consciousness field in a very peaceful and positive and compassionate way. Diane, do we have some other questions?
Yeah, thank you. That's so true, Desiree. So we were just speaking about quantum physics. So the next question is about that. So quantum physics helps us to understand that oneness is more than a vision or a desired outcome, but it's our reality. And sometimes there is this perception out there that we need to unify. However, the truth is we are already unified as one. And in this oneness, we have always been connected to everything else. So once we're fully aware of our own inherent identity as a whole, a new reality, as Alan always talks about, opens up, where we feel deep in our souls that we are in this oneness field that you talked about together. And all of us, all of our individual and collective actions come out of this field. So the question is, how do you think humanity can be supported in recognizing its inherent oneness with everything?
I'll start first by saying that the social media has to change from all of its negative thought forms to the positive side that we collectively present in our art, our science, our enthusiasm to share a whole new direction of the upward raising of consciousness, the ascension of consciousness, so to speak, that poets and scholars have spoken of for centuries. We have reached a point of critical mass where we can expand thanks to the breakthroughs that are taking place on ultimately all levels of internal knowledge and external reality.
You know, we have things called mirror neurons, and they're activated in infants at 4 hours old. They will mirror what someone else's expression is. So if your mother's looking at you and you're happy, you're going to smile automatically and be happy. This is the oneness of emotion, you know. So if there's war going on outside or on television, we're feeling that. We're feeling that anger, that hurt, that pain. We are connected through this mirroring technique. And if more people were more sensitive to their feelings, they would never go in and shoot somebody or do awful things, because that is really them. So we need to be more sensitive to our own feelings so we can feel others. And this has to be a development that's taught as an educational platform. We're not taught to feel, we're just taught to think. And, you know, ABC 1, 2, 3 gets us, like, as JJ said, completely in the left brain. But the right brain is the feminine, it's the receiver, it's the sensitive part. If we're more tuned in to that frequency of vibration, because that's what the Hurtaks talk about, everything is vibration, then we would feel vibrations of people we're around. We would know who to gravitate to. So vibration is key, sensitivity, and realizing that we are really here as a part of a concert, a symphony, to bring peace to the earth. And that's what talking about. It's ridiculous to talk about consciousness if we don't talk about why it's important. It's just another word for God. Oh, it's consciousness. But no, what does that mean in terms of our human activity? It means that we are connected to each other through the feeling nature.
I think this place is a place also of soul evolution. So we're often put in circumstances, and especially when you ask, and I do believe there's this consciousness field you can ask to, even higher levels of a consciousness field we haven't even talked about. If you ask to help humanity, you will be guided. I mean, even walking across the street, you could help an old lady that just happened to be coming in your direction and stumbling. You know, so things are placed in our midst to evolve and help others and to grow. And the most important thing is realizing that we can do it. I think that's the important thing that we're talking about consciousness. Many people think it's all about, you know, matter and reality. But when we see consciousness as the main field and our own soul evolution as why we're encountering things, we start being able to grow in a higher love and compassion. And we send that energy out. And that's so important, whether it's like our immediate family where there's conflict, Well, how best can we change that? Do we just run away from it and go somewhere else? Well, sometimes we have to. Yeah, I admit that's a reality. But oftentimes we can work in ways that are higher consciousness levels to make that reality change, to make it more positive. So we have to realize we have a great gift, each one of us, to making peace on the planet. And even if we don't see it, like right now, if we wanted to pray for peace in Ukraine, even if we don't see the changes, it may be helping like a small child move out of a building or a place that's going to be hurt or, in trouble. So we don't realize it, but we need to continue to put that energy into the field. When enough of us does this, and of course, Transcendental Meditation has been talking about this for a long time. There's like a magic number. We can literally transform the consciousness of the planet. And I think that's so important to realize that we have that ability. And the more and more and more of us that work in that capacity, the more this planet will change. Because yes, there is duality.
Well,
Alan?
one simple example, Diane, is from one of our key evolutionary leaders, Lynn McTaggart. She talks about the power of 8. So there's 8 people standing around one person who needs help with pain or some kind of emotional situation. By sending that person love and energy, not only does the person feel better, but the person sending the energy feels better. This is the great discovery, and maybe it's been known by Lynn, and it happens over and over again. We become one with a healer and the healed merge, and the activation of this higher consciousness is actually felt in that presence.
So it's also known as the 8 Noble Truths in Buddhism. So we're talking about collapsing the wave function of looking simply at one direction, realizing we have now the ability synergistically to look at all directions and apply love and extend that love in all directions, as we see once again by the golden arches behind us. The tree of life, yes, is black and white for most people, but for us it's in color. It's majestically connecting peoples of the Far East, the Near East, the indigenous of the North and the South, Pacific areas, all of the sacred impulses that are coming to the foreground now require a whole new sociology, psychology, and musicology of synergy. And that is the whole challenge we're facing, to go beyond the parts that have separated us into the holistic structures of oneness that unite us.
Yeah, beautiful. And we should never underestimate conscious acts of kindness, not random, but conscious ones, right? That we could do every day, because that really all goes into the field. So thank you. So just continuing with the theme of quantum physics, I know Alan talked about the double slit experiment and we touched on entanglement, but the phenomenon of entanglement provides us with a scientific foundation to oneness that underlines our existence. And we see this entanglement, for instance, when 2 particles, such as a pair of photons or electrons, become entangled, they remain connected and instantaneously communicate across vast distances and also stay intertwined. And in 2022, the Nobel Prize Committee honored the work on entanglement by 3 physicists who each produce increasingly convincing evidence for this phenomenon. So one might even ask if particles can communicate in this way. Are particles such as electrons and photons and neutrons conscious? Are they sentient? And there has been research studies that suggest that a similar quantum entanglement process occurs between people. For instance, in the case of sending healing intentions and prayers, like we just talked about, the Power of 8 group, which I know we all participated in, that's extremely powerful. And there's such remarkable results. So can you share a bit about your research with remote healing, remote influencing, and remote viewing? I know you talked about a little bit. And how have you and the larger society used them? And what role can they play in elevating consciousness?
Well, it's fabulous. Yes, you can do all these things. That's the empowerment that we all have. And it's because we are entangled with everything. And it is because I'm glad the questions have been in perfect order, because we are part of that oneness. So people can pick up on that as we send it. And even if they're unconscious of ascending. It's amazing that sometimes the field itself, especially when it's positive, will literally change the environment that they're in. They'll get insights because, again, everything is myriads of possibilities are available to every single one of us. So for healing, for example, we've done this quite a lot. You can even say healing the planet is a major part of this, but healing a person as well. And they're feeling it, and we send them energy. And especially if you do it collectively, we talked about the power of 8, and that's usually sitting in a group or maybe being online, but you can also do it remotely, quite largely, when someone is in trouble and hurt. And the actual field starts to change so that they are actually feeling and experiencing greater possibilities. And sound vibrations also, when you're with someone, can actually change. I believe that the whole healing field eventually will be a sound electromedicine field. And people are starting to pick up on the fact that frequencies actually can heal. There's a company called NovoCure, which is FDA approved, and it's also been approved by Harvard. They've done research there where just certain frequencies that are put on a body can help stop certain types of cancer from being duplicated in its frequencies, because we're all frequencies. That's why it works so well. So that's one aspect of remote healing that works. Anyone else want to join in?
Well, simply say remote healing was also used by our late colleague Kathryn in South Africa, showing that distant as well as local healing is possible if you have the right intention and you have the right support system. In his case, he had what is called sangomas, or female healers. The female, shall we say, brain seems to have more compassion, more empathy, as we have said before. The right hemisphere of our brain is in so many instances attuned to that greater antenna of sending and receiving love and compassion. And so in our work with the shamans in Brazil and Africa, we've seen instantaneous healing take place. In our work with scientists, some of whom had worked with the administration of John F. Kennedy, we are able to see how situations of war could be stopped and changed, thinking of what the biblical prophet Isaiah said, bending swords into plowshares. I mean, we're living in an age of miracles. There's fantastic things that we can do, but you have to have a group of activists who are able to experience the vibration and send it out, and not just talk about it in fancy 10-letter words. It has to be a musical synergy, a musical symphony of sounds. And this is what we've been able to illustrate in our music throughout the world.
And I just want to add that, we can do it ourselves individually, but as we've been saying, trying to do it collectively is even more empowering. Alan, you've done this quite a lot.
I have, but I also want to talk about the fact that this is not just humans. Animals have a sense where they're connected. In some awful experiment, a mother rabbit had her babies taken away from her, and something happened to the babies. The mother felt it instantly. Or Rupert Sheldrake's experiment where dogs know when their owners are coming home. And the whole idea that, we're telepathic really is that consciousness is the fabric of life itself. This illusion that Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. There really is no distance. The Netta Indra describes Pearl, every part of the net is connected immediately to every other part of the net. So this illusion of physicality is what's in the way of the awareness of the consciousness field. So yeah, you may be on the screen there, but I feel you, Diane. You're right here. I send you a thought you picked up. It's not about the medium. It's about the direct energies of consciousness field. There is no separation. There is no space or time in that consciousness field. And when we learn to realize that, we will do the miracles. And we're learning it because we have to unlearn our separateness, which creates war and all those awful things. And music and vibration is the key, like the guitar experiment where you play a chord on a guitar here, and the chord on the opposite guitar on the other side of the room resonates with that. So the resonant field of consciousness is what actually has brought us together in this little forum, and everyone watching is resonating in the field. So the more we raise the vibration of the resonant field, the more uplifted, and maybe the more that will attract other people.
Just to say it poetically, we are the architects of the new dawn. And as you were speaking, Alan and Diane, I was thinking of our work with Jocelyn Smith, the great singer in Berlin. We were gathered at the Berlin Wall with music, and the healing between East and West Germany, the healing that took place when that wall went down, made us aware that we were custodians of a higher vibration that now could be used to bring down the wall of Berlin, just like the wall of Jericho. We are in an age of miracles. This is why our book, Mind Dynamics, is really the real X-Files. People need to see these documents and read about the experiments of leading scientists so they don't have to apologize anymore for the ability to have remote healing, remote sensing, remote communication. No, the arguments are through. The scientific proof is there. Now it's the sense, timing, I should say, of raising consciousnesses more quickly through sound dynamics, through new visualizations of world pluralistic unity, as well as understanding the new science, the positive science, that we have a positive future. And we must dwell upon the positive.
We're more wave than particle. We've been taught that we're really solid, but we're really waves of frequency. That's what consciousness, that's what the body is, that's what existence is. It's a wave of resonance.
Right. And I just want to say, people, the first question is, well, how do I learn this? How do I start doing it? Well, the first phase is know you can do it. The second phase is to, I say, even like we were talking about cell phones, before you look at your cell phone when you hear it ringing, think of who you think is calling you and see if you can tune into that. Rupert Sheldrake did a whole study of, a family, and someone eventually got every person who was calling them correctly, especially when it was a family matter. So let me also say, Alan does teach it from time to time. So that's another good process. But, it's a matter of really knowing and doing. We have to be emissaries of light. We have to be activists. We have to realize we have a greater potential in all of this. And then we use it all the time. We know when we should not go forward, or which gas pump to pick up the handle with that might have COVID or not have COVID or whatever. This is all now also helping us, because we personally believe, and this is a little bit further out there, that there's higher consciousness. And in that consciousness field, that is also trying to help us. That's trying to help us move forward in our own soul evolution, but also to help others around us, because that's kind of why we're here. Anyone who's had a near-death experience has come back and try to do more for the planet, because they realize that's the sole purpose of being here. So that consciousness field is there also to help guide us and direct us in terms of our own evolution and to help the planet. So the more we can tap into that, and the remote viewing, remote influencing, remote healing is also part of that consciousness field.
Right. The idea of it being remote is actually an illusion. It's immediate. It's right here. It's just the physical world that we've been deluded by. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's only one level, and the higher dimensions are really what's really entangled all the time. We're just not realizing it. Yeah.
And I just want to say, he said, past, present, and future really come together in the consciousness field. Maybe not the far, far future, but a lot of people have said that, they can know a little bit about what's going to happen. This is what Russell Targ is doing right now. He's one of the premier remote viewer persons at Stanford Research Institute. And he's seeing how that field can guide you even in the immediate present. So you know what to do. You know what's coming at you. You know how to help. So it's very important that we start getting away from also not only space being limited to where I'm sitting right now, but time also.
Western civilization will survive if it raises the curtain and sees the fantastic cosmic frontier that we're already a part of. We are preparing to graduate, I believe, from the third dimension to the fifth dimension, which is the ability, as Alan has so uniquely described, to work with the universal consciousness field, without which we are simply hiding in the closet of the old paradigms that Big Brother is going to do this. The military industrial establishment is going to do that. The opposition, some other world power, narcissistically is going to do that. No, we're going to do something collectively by raising consciousness. And by that, I mean consciousness with a big capital C. Collective consciousness means a new field, a new awakening, a new renaissance takes place. And the old paradigms collapse, and we continue with the light.
Well, one more thing about all this, Diane, is that we think we're limited to our five senses. We're not. We have other senses. When I do my remote viewing, I say, feel yourself on the ceiling of this room, and everyone feels it. Feel yourself going out into space. Great. And we go to other planets that might be too out there for people, but we can send our consciousness anywhere we want. We're empowered to do this. We just never been taught that, but we can all do it.
Absolutely.
Right. So he mentioned other planets, and I always say about Ingo Swann and you can find it on the internet, a remote viewing in 1970, I think it was 3, of the planet Jupiter. And he saw rings around it, very faint rings. He even said that. He said they're not like, Saturn or something else. And he said it. And then in 1979, when we sent the Voyager out there, it was only then that Voyager saw the exact rings that Ingo Swann had imagined. And so, he's done other things as well, but this was a confirmation. We'll say something like, I think it was 6 years in advance of going out there that he actually saw something that even science couldn't pick up. No one knew it on the planet, but he went to Jupiter, saw exactly what it was, and then the Voyager probe confirmed it.
And in the same year, 73, I saw what is called the pyramidal landforms on the surface of Mars. I think Ellen knows the whole story. 140 million miles from Earth, I was able mentally and consciously to see these mathematical arrangements of 3-sided and 4-sided pyramids in unique clusters on the various positions of the Martian surface. I told NASA authorities about this. And what happened, Alan? As a result,
JJ was the first to see the pyramids on Mars, and they sent him the pictures to confirm his remote viewing.
Yeah.
Before
this
anyone
became a bestseller because it had the actual pictures. I'm doing this in a practical way to illustrate how suddenly the pyramids of Egypt and China bring us full circle to the pyramids on Mars. The fact there was once cosmic intelligence that was able to probe our complete solar system.
But in addition to cosmic intelligence, which we often talk about in some of our other programs, there is higher intelligence. And I think that higher intelligence is also trying to help the planet, especially right now, and we have to have and tune into that insight to be able to tie into a greater message of peace, oneness, and love for the planet. And when we do, that energy comes stronger and stronger and stronger to this planetary system. So it's all of our work. And I know, Diane, this is part of your work. You've done a lot of work for peace for the planet.
Yeah, and thank you, Desiree, for reminding us that we can all do this. We can all do remote viewing, remote healing. We can all set an intention, and we have help from this higher intelligence field. So we're not alone in this. We can always ask for help anytime. So I see we have just a little bit of time left. So I want to go to a question about sound, because I know the Hurtaks just wrote a book on sound. So sound is an integral part of who we are, especially in terms of communication, and can have a profound effect on our emotional and mental well-being. So Dr. Hurtak, you wrote a book on sound that was #1, congratulations, on Amazon, in the category of physics of acoustics and sound. And in it, you have stories of how sound helped to heal, for instance, using song to connect with people with dementia. Why do you think sound is so important, and how can it be used to help and heal us? And how can it help us also help all of us resonate at an elevated consciousness? And Alan, you're welcome to jump in as well with this one.
Yeah. Well, let me just start. In terms of the sound book, it's part of the Common Sentience series, which actually a lot of evolutionary leaders and people who have been on this program have been part of. Neil Donald Walsh did a most recent one. Also, friends like William Henry, maybe you've seen him in Ancient Astronauts, or I should say, yeah. Anyway, so one of the people, and what the book is we did the first and the last part, but in the middle is other speakers or other writers. And Steve Halpern is a very good friend of ours. He wrote in there. But one of the other people is Beth Green. Now, she's an older lady. I'll just say in general, in her 70s. She learned piano as a younger person, but her husband now in his 70s was starting to have dementia. And, the data was there from the doctors that he was on a course of dementia, and it was actually going quite downhill. They didn't know if they could keep living together because she was older, ... And she got the inspiration, and I would say that's from this higher consciousness field, to get a piano or a keyboard, and not to go back to her old classic training, but to let it live within her. Whatever she felt like playing, whatever was kind of guiding her to start playing this. And she did it. And we'll say the doctor starts seeing her husband come alive, and that he was much, much better. And so she's put this out on the internet. You can see her at bethgreen.org, but you'll find her out there. And also, that's just one aspect, because the body itself is really not as solid as we think. We really are frequencies.
In fact, the spinal column of the human body can be thought of as a piano, where you're going from the lower frequencies to the higher, and the higher seem to resonate with the left and right hemisphere in an amazing way. And I work with Stephen Halpern with the use of sacred sounds, sacred expressions, sacred mantras. We realized that we could initiate a whole new age of music. That is to say, looking holistically at the different patterns of energies that are quite remarkably connected with every organ of our body. This led us to work with testing inside the pyramids of Egypt and in China, and more recently in Mexico, where we realized the ancients understood F sharp or F as the fundamental frequency and based their temples of knowledge and reflection upon the musical octaves. And so we rediscovered the importance of musical biofeedback, connecting sounds, visualizations with sacred colors. And that's the big picture we see behind us, the golden tree of life. And we have a responsibility to be futurist in the sense of being conductors of sound, and resonance is part of that, connecting the tiniest molecule within our body with the most powerful thought form of our higher mind.
Right. And so each one of us is really a symphony of sounds. And we believe, that's why some of the temples were built with certain frequency acoustics. We've actually analyzed certain temples in Mexico and even areas of Egypt, including the Great Pyramid. We have music connected with the vibratory frequencies. What we found in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid is that there's not only overtones to certain sound frequencies, but there's undertones. And when you get into that, if you get low enough in these frequencies, and it's usually beyond the audible, you get into the alpha frequency, which is a state of meditation. And so this is really interesting to see how sound frequency vibrations can actually put you into these states of meditation.
And when we activated these sounds, suddenly the Great Pyramid, I'm talking about the Grand Gallery, the major room inside the Great Pyramid, lit up in golden lights. A standing columnar wave of energy was excited by the vibrations off the walls of the pyramid. So in essence, we proved what the ancient Greeks said, or the word pyramid means, which means fire in the middle. The golden light inside the pyramid lit up. And that capacity to touch all of the resonance centers, of the healing centers, the temples and the churches of knowledge, is our responsibility to bring about what I will call the gathering of planetary humanity, or poetically said, the gathering of the tribes.
Right. So we are sound, Diane. Our names carry a vibration. Our voice carries a vibration. There was a woman who would tell you what sound was missing from your voice, and she'd have you add to that sound, and we create healing in the body. There's something called cymatics, where certain organs had a frequency, and there was a guy in England who would put a pool of water that had the frequency for your liver or your kidney, swimming in that frequency would be healing for that part of the body. So we haven't even investigated the healing powers of sound. The Hurtaks are doing that work because they're very aware of vibration, especially through the music that they put out. So healing is in sound, and also the opposite is in sound. So you want to listen to uplifting music and vibrations and higher frequencies, which will activate the alpha waves, which also put us into a meditative state. So there's so much to say about
We
this.
call it ciphers. We call it, Alan, ciphers of the Divine Mother. Ciphers of the Divine Mother, which you can get on our website, keysofenoch.org.
But we have many musical pieces, different flavors for people, because the idea is that if you get into the state of meditation, it's not just aligning your body. It's not, and it does heal your body. Actually, if you have the right frequency vibrations through meditation, you're calming the cells of your system and you're actually helping them to regenerate. And that's what we need, because we're out there in the fields, whether you look at Wi-Fi or whatever, the pollution, air pollution, whatever it is, your body is going like this all the time. So by going into those states of meditation, you're allowing the cells of your body to come back into harmony, come back into that perfect vibration. And you're also allowing your mind to send stronger signals throughout the planet, because you're no longer in chaos, but you're working more in that harmonic. In fact, we think this is really key to what's happening on the planet right now. A lot of people who can tune in to these higher frequencies are getting more and more downloads of information, this positive information, which is helping them and helping those around them. Those who are too chaotic and have not taken the time to really heal their own minds and consciousness and come together in a higher state of consciousness are getting into the chaos. They're getting into the fear, and fear does not help. We can overcome the fear with a greater understanding of who we are, that we are really, again, emissaries of light, able to send out frequency vibrations that are going to help the planet, going to help those around us. And this is really needs to be our focus. And some of that can come from the highest heavenly dimensions to help you as well to achieve that greater consciousness.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask a quick last question, and then I would love for you three to close with a meditation. So according to research conducted by the National Science Foundation, around 80% of our thoughts are negative. And we have around 12,000 to 50,000 thoughts daily. So that's obviously not a healthy ratio, especially since we know that often our thoughts drive our actions. So in addition to sound, what else can we each personally do to change our consciousness from negative thoughts to positive thoughts?
Yeah, so there's the study of mindfulness, and that really is making you aware. I love that you gave the data on it, because people don't realize that half the time they are thinking negative. They're not finding solutions. And even if you think, oh, so-and-so, over on the other part of the planet shouldn't be doing what he's doing. It's horrible, it's horrible, horrible. What are you going to do about it? You're going to just keep the energy going of negativity, negativity, negativity. It's not solving anything. If you say, I'm going to put my positive energy into something. Carlos Santana actually, and his movie, and I encourage everyone to see this, he's an associate of ours, called Carlos. It's done by Sony Entertainment. He was abused as a child. And instead of hating the guy who sexually abused him, he sends him light and love energy, and he wishes him to grow in light, because he knows that this guy is an evolutionary state, and we all need not the negativity to hate this guy or anything like that, but to send him light. I think it's a fabulous example of what we all need to do.
And so to answer this question, we have to open the mind's eye to see and participate in grace and gratitude. The realization that we're part of a universal experience, that there is a divine source, that we are divine sparks of music, harmonics, and science, and we are orchestrating this in synergistic symphonic life. Every minute, every second, we must be positive. And that is the solution to contact with the higher dimensional intelligence that we're about to participate in collectively. And so, Diane, we thank you for having us here, and if time provides, a little meditation.
Wait, before we do that, JJ, I just want to say it's thoughts, it's words, it's actions, but it's also inner feelings. There's one meditation where you could send an inner smile to yourself. This is something that Mantak Chia does. He says, bring that smile, because when you're smiling, you're creating positive endorphins, and you're bringing that, the inner smile to an organ, smile to your lungs, your heart, your liver. When you smile to these areas that need help, you really increase the energy, you really increase the healing response. So it's thoughts, yes. Watch your thoughts. Watch, and you change your thoughts. We have the power to change our thoughts, because thoughts are just repetitions of habits. So you can control your thoughts, you control your intentions, and you could send your feelings to your energy, to the energies that you need. So it's all about consciousness that gets us back there. It's all about intention and consciousness.
So take it away, the meditation.
Go ahead, JJ.
We come together in the celebration of life, and as we expand our consciousness, we see this beautiful planet we call Mother Earth. We see golden arches and geometries on all sides being connected with our mind's eye. As we come together, we make the affirmation that we are the life, we are the light, we collectively are the sounds that set the captives free.
And so let us visualize those areas of the planet that are in need of our love, in need of our healing energy. We don't have to be focused on healing an individual person. We can heal a region. We can send our love to the higher global reality of that we are a part. And let it send that energy to all those who are in need right now, today. And we often put the vibration out of Om, which is that universal sound, and Shanti, which is Eastern for peace. And so let us just say this. We can do it a little softly because I know it gets very loud on the internet. Om Shanti 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 Om.
Om Shanti 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 Om. Om Shanti 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 Om. Om Shanti 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 Om. Om Shanti 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 Om. Om Shanti 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 Om. Om Shanti Shanti Om.
Om.
And as we take the word Shanti, as we have the triple power of Shanti, body, mind, and spirit converge.
See that white light that is emanating out of your heart. See it as a beam traveling in all directions, all around you, as you send that beautiful healing light, that Shanti peace, Om, out to the world. See it emanating from you as the center of creation, emanating into all that's around you, all the places you're living, the world that needs war. Beam it out as golden white light and feel the love that's emanating with the light. And you're sending the frequency of healing to the planet.
As we bring the light back into our mind's eye, as we send it out again, I'm going to intone one of the ancient sacred mantras of the great prophets called the Most High God, El Elyon. Please join with me as we see the light. Feel the vibration now of the seventh chakra, the highest, the ancients connected, and see this golden crown of light being humanity putting on crowns of light and joy of a new mind, a higher mind, a future of unity, brotherhood, and sisterhood. El Elyon, El Elyon, El Elyon. May this vibration remind us that we are synergistically brothers and sisters of sound, Sound brought us into this incarnation. Sound will bring us into the great ascension of the new world, the fifth dimension of realizing we are members of a living universe.
In oneness.
And remember, you are the source of creation. Emanate the divine light out of you. You are the divinity, the higher consciousness. Know it. Bring that in and send it out. Keep your vibrations high and loving and gentle and kind, and we can change the world together.
And may the blessings be with us in the four directions as we say the four great amens. Amen, 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 and amen.
Thank you, Diane, and everyone.
Thank you. Much gratitude to our distinguished panelists, to Humanities team, and those listening in for all the work you're doing to support conscious evolution. It's clear that the awareness of our inherent oneness with everything, including the higher intelligence, holds the key to our evolution and most likely our collective survival. So thank you so much for this amazing panel. And we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Welcome. You have made your way to the 2024 Global Oneness Summit program for a guided meditation, Raising Our Vibration Now. And I wanted to welcome you to this panel, which is really a guided meditation, and let you know that, this is all put on by Humanities team, and we are a global nonprofit organization focused on helping people throughout the world awaken to the interconnectedness or oneness of everything in the universe, so they can embody that awareness in every aspect of their life. I think that this is a good example of embodying that awareness to go into this intentional space with our guest. And our guest is Kevin Schoeninger. He's an author and a meditation coach. In 1984, he had a profound experience of still, silent, spacious, non-dual awareness on a backpacking trip through the wilderness that set him on a lifelong quest exploring higher states of consciousness. This quest led him to study Tai Chi, Qigong, mindfulness, meditation, centering prayer, Kriya Yoga, Holy Fire Reiki, and other mind-body training techniques. Kevin graduated from Villanova University in 1986 with a master's degree in philosophy and is certified as a personal trainer, life coach, Qigong meditation master instructor, and Holy Fire Karuna Reiki master teacher. He's been writing about and teaching these techniques for over 35 years. His latest books are Clear Quiet Mind and Raising Our Vibration, a guide to subtle energy meditation. They're both available on Amazon. Kevin now lives in California with his wife and his two sons. We've had the pleasure and inspiration to have Kevin on our Stream Plus platform for a couple of years, doing live guided meditations on a weekly basis. It's been quite amazing. And so I am familiar with your work, Kevin, but I wanted to basically open this space for you. If there's anything you want to do to prepare the resonance space for this meditation, I'd let you do that, and I'm just going to hand it off.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much. And thank you to Humanities team for hosting this wonderful Global Oneness Summit and for inviting me to be a part of it. It's really a privilege and honor to share this space and this time with all of you. So today we're going to do a meditation that's all about raising our vibration right now, right here, right where you sit right now. And we're going to do this by going through a sequence of inner cues. So some postural cues, relaxation cues, positive energy cues. We're going to focus on our feet, focus on our hands, on our spine, on adopting an inner smile for positive energy, and then breathing a feeling of calm happiness in our bodies. We'll allow that to just permeate and infuse our inner body out through the pores of our skin into the space around us, and use it as a way to connect with a felt sense of oneness with all of life. So I think you're really going to enjoy this practice, and it's very simple. All you have to do is close your eyes and follow along. And as you go through, you may or you may not experience everything just the way that I'm guiding it. And I want you just to be open to your own experience, to how this unfolds for you. So just be open, be grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here with you. And let's go. Let's get right into our practice. All right. So find a comfortable, upright seated position. And if it is comfortable for you, have your feet firmly on the ground. And I'd like you to cup your hands with the tips of your thumbs touching lightly, and then just rest your palms cupped in your lap, just like that. And once you feel settled in your seat, you can lightly close your eyes. And just take a moment to tune in inside. And check in with whatever is present in your consciousness. So maybe you have lingering thoughts or emotions from your day. And you don't need to stop or fix or change any of that. Just allow yourself to be just as you are. And allow yourself to settle in, here and now. And feel out into the space all around you as a sacred space, a safe space, a space that embraces you. And just notice how your body begins to relax just a bit more as you sit in this safe, sacred space. And now consider your intention for this practice. Why is this important to you? Why is it important to you to raise your vibration? And consider that this practice is not only for you, that the effect of your practice extends to all your loved ones, to everyone you interact with, and even more widely and invisibly, to all beings and our whole planet, and throughout our collective consciousness, throughout the one life we all share. So consider dedicating your practice to the well-being of all beings, that we all might tune in inside, connect with the life force within us and all around us, and feel that felt sense of oneness with all of life. And now let's focus down into the feeling of contact of the soles of your feet on the ground. Awaken sensory awareness here in your feet and your toes. And allow your feet to soften and relax, as if they are melting deep down into the earth. Feel the solid support and grounding presence of the earth underneath you. And thank the earth for supporting your life. Allow this feeling of grounded presence to flow up through your feet, up through your shins and calves, up through your knees and thighs, into your hips and pelvic bowl, resting down in your seat. Feel the weight of your body resting down in your pelvic bowl, resting down in your seat, resting down on the earth. You are grounded and present, here and now. And focus into your palms and fingers resting cupped in your lap. Awaken sensory awareness here in your hands. And allow your hands to soften and relax, as if they are melting down into your legs. Feel the soft openness in your hands, connected to the soft openness in your heart. As your hands relax, allow your arms and shoulders to relax down, releasing any tension in your shoulders, your neck, and your head. Imagine and feel as if a string is attached to the top of your head, drawing your spine gently upright, like a string of luminous pearls. Feel your spine gently stretched from your perineum and tailbone, right up through the top of your head, like a stream of light flowing upwards and opening to the vast sky above. Feel the vast openness of the sky above, opening your mind. Now tuck your chin just slightly to gently lengthen the back of your neck. Lightly close your lips and breathe in and out through your nose. Nasal breathing warms and purifies the air. It creates more oxygenation, and it's calming to your nervous system. Rest your tongue upon the roof of your mouth, with the tip of your tongue touching the gum line behind your upper front teeth. Soften and relax your tongue here. Softening your tongue sends a relaxation signal through your vagus nerve, which originates in the center of your brain and flows down through your heart, your abdomen, and out through your whole body. As you feel this relaxation, smile, a subtle smile of calm happiness, of appreciation and gratitude for this time together, to tune in inside, awaken a felt sense of life energy, and feel our oneness with all of life, the one life we all share. Allow this feeling of smiling to shine through your eyes and release any tension from your eyebrows and your forehead. Allow this relaxed feeling of smiling to wash down from the top of your head, down through your brain, down over your face, down the back of your head, down through your neck, your shoulders, arms, and hands, down through your chest and upper back, down through your abdomen and lower back, down through your hips, legs, and feet. Feel your body as a whole from the inside. The entire space inside your skin. Feel every cell smiling. Communicating with every other cell. All working together. All your cells radiating pure positive energy. And now focus into your lower abdomen and become aware of the sensations of breathing here. As you breathe in, feel the gentle expansion of your abdomen. And as you breathe out, feel the gentle relaxation inwards. See if you can notice the moment you begin to inhale and follow the expansion of your in-breath all the way until you naturally pause. And then see if you can notice the moment you begin to exhale and follow this sensation of breathing out until you naturally pause. Allow your mind to be completely absorbed in feeling the sensations of breathing, so everything else fades to the background, and there is only this. Breathing in, expanding, and breathing out. Your abdomen relaxing inward. Now to enhance the felt sensory quality, as you breathe in, feel as if you are breathing in a sense of calm deep into your lower abdomen. Breathing in calm. And as you breathe out a feeling of happiness to all your cells. Breathing in the feeling of calm deep into your lower abdomen. And breathing out the feeling of happiness to all your cells. Breathe in the feeling of calm. Smile and breathe out the feeling of happiness to all your cells. Feel that your breath is feeding the energy in your lower abdomen. As you breathe in. And feeding the feeling of happiness in all your cells as you breathe out. And now, let go of the feeling of breathing. And again, feel your body as a whole from the inside. Feel the life energy, the smiling, positive life force in every cell. Feel your inner smile, lighting up your whole body. Feel every cell radiating pure, positive energy, presence and vitality, all the way out through the pores of your skin. And feel as if the pores of your skin radiate this positive energy out into the space all around you. So you feel pure, positive energy inside and all around you. Feel as if your skin dissolves and there is one space of pure, positive energy inside and all around. Feel this space extended infinitely in all directions, infinitely in front of you. Feel this pure, positive energy infinitely in front of you. and now infinitely behind you. Infinitely out to the left, farther and farther, and infinitely out to the right. Feel this pure positive energy infinitely above you, higher and higher, and infinitely below you, deeper and deeper. Feel out to the edges of this infinite space, and beyond that, and beyond that. You are floating in an infinite field of pure positive energy. The one life we all share. Rest as the one life we all share. An infinite field of pure positive energy. Pure light. Pure love. Embracing all. And now feel the space of your body within this infinite field of light, of love. Feel your body as an expression of this field, inseparably one with it. An open space through which the one life has an infinite variety of experiences. Feel your body as a whole from the inside, and notice how you feel. If you could sum up this feeling in a word, phrase, or an image, what would this be? Record this word, phrase, or image together with this feeling in your body, in every cell, so you remember it. Bring it with you. Share this felt sense of oneness with everyone you meet, and can return to it anytime. You are an expression of one life, one love, one light. Now very slowly begin to open your eyes, taking the feeling of the space all around you, together with the space inside, as one space. of pure positive energy here, now. Thank you for your practice. So just take a moment to allow that experience to integrate. And you might want to make some notes on your experience. Really rest in it, so you live from it. So thank you, Adam, for hosting and having me on. Thank you, Humanities team, and this amazing summit. And if you'd like more information on practices like this, you can visit us at raisingourvibration.net. There you'll learn about our ROV meditation app, our Raising Our Vibration book, online courses, meditation coaching, lots of resources to support you in your practice.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kevin. And again, thank you for a wonderful journey to the edges of the universe and back.
And beyond.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Global Oneness Summit. My name is Jacqueline Way, and welcome to this transformative panel. I am going to be your host today, and I am so proud to be part of the Board of Advisors for Humanities team. And this is my 4th year hosting a panel and contributing to Global Oneness Day. And I'm so happy to be here with you all today. So come on in, sit down, get yourselves comfortable. You're probably going to need a pen because we're going to have a discussion today that I truly believe is going to change the way that you interact with your relationships and the way that you look at love. So today we are going to be joined by my guest, who I can only describe as one of the leading spiritual leaders of our time, especially on the topic of love. She is the voice of love. She's going to help us understand what being love is, knowing love, and truly living as love. Simran Singh. We are going to explore this intrinsic dance between fully expressing ourselves as love while establishing the boundaries in our own relationships in our life. In this discussion, we will uncover how our boundaries not only protect us, but they can also constrain us in our true capacity to love another, to be loved, and to show up as love for the world around us. Together, we are going to delve into the cyclical nature of love, learn from its highs and its lows, and discover ways to truly transcend personal and societal barriers to live authentically in love as love. So before we get started, I'm just going to do a full introduction to my beautiful sister and guest, Simran Singh. Simran is a recognized visionary. She's a transformative teacher and leader. She's the author of multiple books, but hold on, not only like behind her, I have them all. I use them every day as pillars and guidance for my own life. So I speak from experience. She hosts an international syndicated radio show called 1111 Talk Radio. She's the publisher of 1111 Magazine and also has a masterclass right here on Humanities Stream. If you haven't seen it, you need to sign up and go check this out. It's called Elevate Yourself and All of Humanity. She's truly known for her profound insight into the spiritual and professional development world, Simran advocates for a deeply integrated approach to living your life authentically, which I love so much, and with a full expression of who you are. And we're going to talk about that today. I also want to mention she has recently reopened, and I want you all to go to her website. It is iamsimran.com. She hasn't done this in quite some time, and I really encourage you. She's now going back to one-on-one mentoring, and this approach to really looking at how we can expand ourselves, our compassion, and our love, and our souls itself and self-love for others. This is your chance to work one-on-one with Simran, and I highly recommend it. So Simran, my sister, welcome to the show. Welcome to our panel today, and thank you for coming. It's so good to have you here.
Thank you for that gracious introduction. And I can't think of a more wonderful individual to have the conversation around love, because you definitely epitomize so much grace and love and generosity of spirit in the world, and the stewardship that you provide through the many ways that you express is that energy of love that is so needed right now on our planet.
Well, I remember the last time you and we had our first kind of conversation when we did a live show here on Humanity's Team. That's what I felt with you. We felt this beautiful energy and frequency of love between us. And I wanted everyone to be able to experience that again. And most of all, for us to be able to really talk through what that frequency and energy of love is, because I feel like love is so much more than emotion. Actually, I know it. And I know you do too. And that's where I just want to dive right in today and get started. Because before we do anything and talk about the boundaries of love, the first question, and I think everyone needs to answer this for themselves, is, what is love to you? And what does it mean in your own life and your experience?
I really approach everything from the journey of the soul and being devoted to that space first before identity or ego, because identity and ego were born out of these spaces. When I think of love, I think of infinite love. And most people, when they think of the divine or the highest source that we come from, they think of infinite love. But we don't necessarily contemplate what infinite love is or encompasses. And infinite love is the entire spectrum that exists of love. And if we are infinite love, that means there is this never ending deep dive that we can take to the levels and depths of love that we actually are. And it goes beyond romantic love. It goes beyond even spiritual love. It is an all encompassing collective love that ultimately we come to understand. But we have to go through the doorways and the portals of different aspects of love to get there. And that's why boundaries are such an integral part of this conversation. I want to also say that most people don't know that we are both Piscean, and Pisces definitely are, the lovers of the zodiac. We've been through the entire spectrum and we are here to love. But also as Piscean fish, we swim the muck and the mire. We go into the murky depths of what exists. So we have to really learn what love is. And I think that's why we're such good advocates for love when it comes to that. But on top of that, the beautiful sign that you and I exhibit today are that we're both born on the same day. We're both born on March the 10th. We were actually born in the same city. And that really helps bring to mind the Vesica Piscis, because that is the intertwining of two realms coming together in union. And that's what we're here to do on this earth. It is heaven and earth. It is dark and light. It is duality and oneness. It is male and female. It is all the different aspects of love that must intertwine together as these two whole rings, yet they are boundaried at the same time. And that's why this is such a critical conversation right now, especially with where our world is on so many levels.
I want people to think of love as so much more than just this emotional expression that we have between ourselves, but really an expression of who we are in this physical form and how we choose moment by moment to express that. And it was actually really interesting. And I had one of my kids this past week, and he said, I don't get why we're here. And I said, I think I finally get it. I said, it's taken me a while. I said, but it's for us to come and do this, express ourselves as love. And being love in all of the expressions that you just talked about. And it's the perfect kind of segue into my next question, which is talking about the cycles of love. And it's an interesting time in my life, and why I wanted to have this discussion with you as well, because I was finding there was areas in my life as I expand and as I grow and as I keep going through those doorways that you're talking about, is that we start to discover that love has these cycles. I'm recently separated myself from a very long-term marriage. And I realized that cycle of love, or what I thought it was when we first get into a relationship, and I'm going to use this as an example, where we first have a child and we get those really highs of emotional love that, oxytocin comes off through our body and we feel so alive and on fire with our lives. And a lot of times, especially in relationships, and this could be in new friendships or a romantic relationship you're in, or even when you first have a child, as I said, is that high of love is very high. And then it starts to fall down. It starts to go down this other side, and it can either flatten itself out or it can dip really low. And this is kind of what I feel is there is a rising and falling in and out of love constantly in our life, almost like waves in the ocean where they're up and down on a regular basis. How can we begin to regulate that expression of love, or do we even need to, so that we're not putting up the walls and boundaries that we tend to when we're falling out of love? It can be, those boundaries can create almost, a shield around us that no longer allows love to flow in and out of us. In and out. So let's talk about those cycles of love and how it benefits our life, and maybe how we can make them a little bit more of soft ways rather than the big ones that come up and crash.
Yeah, I so appreciate you showing my trilogy, Living, Being, and Knowing, in the beginning, because this really speaks to the cyclical nature that we become throughout our lives. We grow in these cycles and rhythms, and they happen to be in cycles of 7. And what you're speaking of in terms of that in and out of love wave that we think we experience is we're in the doing or the living of love. It's a doing. And instead of an actual embodied being or knowing of love. And as we move in and out of the waves, we miss something. And the most critical piece that we miss when we are falling in love with someone is we don't realize that we have come to a place of recognizing love for ourselves in some way. Usually when we are just falling in love with someone, we are at some sort of high. There is a sort of confidence there. There has been an act of self-love for ourselves in some way, or a heightening of that. We've grown the vibration of love internally. And so then we create this mirror that we project outside that becomes this object of love. That's where we fall. It's not that we actually fall in love. It's that we take the love we were feeling for ourselves and we say, here, have it, take it from me. And we give it over to another person, in a sense, forgetting ourselves, because we've now become so enamored with the person in front of us instead, or the idea of love, or the idea of a union. And we have forgotten to bring our full self forward, even though we feel like we're very much in it. And that's what doing love does. That is the falling and the wounding of love that actually starts to take place. It feels like a high because it's like a drug. It feels like we're rising in love because we are floating on cloud 9. But what's actually happening is we are in a place where we have a choice to abandon or to stay grounded. And what we choose ends up creating the dynamic of what is to come. And so then when we hit those relationships, and it might be in a romantic relationship, it might be in a family relationship, it might be in an interaction at work, it might be in love with a career or a hobby, or this works across the board, because anything that you're in is a relationship. And when you project yourself outside and forget the core of yourself, you are giving yourself away to it. But what we miss is when those bumps start to happen within what we projected, all of a sudden we're thinking that we're falling out of love, that there's no longer love there. But those are just the symptoms, signs, and symbols of how we left ourselves and the parts of ourselves that are actually crying out for love. Now, that might mean that this relationship has come to a point of separation for some reason or another. But what it really is a pointer to love, to say, here, I'm going to show you the face of love. I'm going to show you a couple of different faces of love so that you can reconcile them within yourself. And that's where the boundaries begin. We either project the boundaries out and try to keep people or things out and away, which actually is a lessening of love, or we all of a sudden start to develop boundaries that say, these are limits I'm not going to cross. This is where I was loving or unloving. This is where I was respectful or disrespectful. This is where I was honoring or dishonoring. This is where I betrayed myself or the other. And once we create those boundaries to know not to cross them again, we build our threshold and bank of love once again to now have a new experience of love that is more expanded.
The difference between understanding that love is not just a doing, it's a being. And when we start to reframe that for ourselves and realize that that self-love, to me, and my expression that I use is, I actually am love. And so when I can come across to the world and express love in that way, that I'm love, that every time one of these separations from love come up, and just because I believe in that sense of being truly love from the inside out versus bringing the outside world in, it doesn't mean that I don't have lots of moments where I feel that separation as well. Sometimes it's very difficult not to, because we can't not be human. That's a big part of who we are and obviously why we came. But when you look at it from that perspective, that it's a separation from love, that we have separated ourselves from love, and there's always a path back, right? How do we know how to get ourselves back? Now, I want to talk, before we're done today, we are going to talk about some tools and strategies that we can use in our own life to find our way back home, to find ourselves and connect ourselves back to that state of being love. But I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for expressing that love is in all forms of our lives. And so when we're creating these boundaries, it's not just with a romantic relationship. You have to look at all aspects of your life and where that might be happening as well. And right now, in this time in our world, we can see that literally unfolding in front of us, as our world's sense of separation is there as well. And how can we all be part of bringing that back together? So thank you for that. So my next question is going to move into, how can we actually create expansion? How do we expand? As we say, like the butterflies, how do we transform and expand? It's how we started this conversation with these lessons of love that feel like they hurt us so much, whether it's a romantic relationship, as you said, it's a business divorce that you've had that hasn't worked out, or any other areas in our life where we feel that sense of separation and no longer ourselves as love. How do we not get stuck in the fear and the hurt, as many people do, create this boundary or this wall, or, these literally a metal frame almost around us that can't be penetrated? You hear this a lot in people with relationships, especially. I just can't tear down those walls. There's too much between us. How do we go from letting down enough of the fear and the worry of the hurt to looking at it as an opportunity for our expansion, to actually be more of who we were meant to be while we were here, a more expression of love?
This is probably going to sound the opposite of what most people are expecting, but we actually further contract. The boundaries and the walls and the hardening of the heart that you're speaking of is the place that people go when they're wounded and they're afraid of being hurt again, or they're afraid of losing, or they're afraid of something not turning out. And so we tend to harden, we tend to push forward, we tend to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And the last place that we ever even want to consider going is deeper into the wound, deeper into what that unlove felt like. It's why I've gotten back into working one-on-one with people so deeply. Not just that, but because there is a compassion and a kindness that the world is missing right now. You can look out, listen to the news, watch what's going on in the world, and you see the divisiveness, you see the disrespect, you see the casualness, you see the hatefulness, you see the violence, whether it's through words or actions. And we live in a beautiful world. We actually live in a world that is comprised of love molecules, that we definitely have this power to make heaven on earth should we choose. But what we're seeing as all of this distorted love are a lot of guarded hearts, a lot of people who've said, I'm so deeply wounded that I'm not letting anyone in. I'm not letting anyone get to that place so they can touch that place of pain again. But I'll let you come in a little. And that is the opposite of what love stands for. That is how we must open. So when we surrender deeper, when we lay back and recline into the wound, all of a sudden we become like the caterpillar. We begin to emulsify. We allow all that stuff to get kind of mucky and softened, which ends up being our softening. And it is a step of compassion and kindness to ourselves to say, I'm going to hold myself. I'm going to see myself. Because in those moments where we have experienced something that feels deeply unloving, whether it's from the world or family or whatever place, maybe even ourselves, that is the moment that we have to look at ourselves like a wounded soldier, like a refugee that has no home, like a homeless person, like a person that is suffering with an addiction and they just can't get past it. Because if we really look deeply into the wound, we'll find the faces of all of those things within ourselves. And then we make another choice. And that choice is, am I willing to love that part of me? Because that is what the world is calling for right now. It's showing us the mirrors and the signs and the faces of the very insides that we're holding that we don't want to look at. And by not looking at it, by resisting it, we are actually being unloving to ourselves. But by holding it, by facing it, even if you're not doing anything with it, we are being loving because we're being witness. We're being the presence. We're understanding what exists and accepting it. And only then can you really move on. Otherwise, you will continue to create the repeats, the reincarnations of those experiences as a way for love to continuously turn you back to the very place of the wound that needs unwinding.
What if at the very beginning of your life, everyone was told this and you were given a human? You were given a human. It was your job and your purpose in this world was to grow a human and to take care of a human and to fulfill those needs as a mother does with their child, or a family member does with their child. That was your purpose here on this planet, was to foster and grow and love this human being. And we never considered to flip that script on ourselves. What would we say to ourselves? If we're that human being that we're here to take care of, how would we feed ourselves? How would we talk to ourselves? How would we care for ourselves? How would we care for our bodies? How would we care for our mind that yabbers onto us the negativity at times? And most of all, how would we care for our heart? And if we were open to that consideration, or to look at our lives differently, that I'm actually that human that I was given to take care of and to love unconditionally on the good days and the bad days, maybe we'd all start to consider that holding of ourselves, that compassion for ourselves, that grace for ourselves. And that term of self-love, you and I have had this conversation before. Standing in front of the mirror when you're not feeling so great about yourself, just repeating, I love you, I love you, I love you, doesn't always work. but sitting down, right, and looking at those parts that hurt and going, well, what would I say to that child? If a child came to me and said, my heart's broken, the love of my life is gone, or, I feel wounded here because someone hurt me, how would you talk to yourself? How would you care for yourself? How would you nurture your own human self in this time and moment? And that, I know that perspective has helped me a lot. Sit down with myself and in those emotions, feel it, and then also let go of it.
Yeah, it's very important to be able to do that. And the ego and the mind will often convince us that we've loved ourselves enough. Oh, I've done the self-love and I love everybody. And I'm particularly, with light workers and those of us that are spiritual, we have an unconscious hierarchy that starts to set in where we think, oh, I've done all that. I'm positive. I'm this, I'm that, and the other. And yet there are subtleties that we can't see because the unconscious is unconscious. And particularly the levels of compassion, kindness, and tenderness, we don't necessarily tap into because we've never been taught that fully. We've never been able to see ourselves in that way. That was the primary reason I went back to one-on-one with individuals, because so many people don't know what it's like to be with someone that will purely love them and witness them and hold them. And that in itself is healing. That in itself is empowering. But even more so, to understand how unloving you are, sometimes you have to have a set of eyes outside of yourself that can help you see that, because we are conditioned into our patterns and behaviors and see from the lens that we see through. And so whether it is someone that is a deep confidant in your life that will be totally honest with you, or whether it is you go find a mentor that will literally hold that space of love while also being very honest alongside of it, it's necessary to have that companion. Once again, we go back to that symbolism of the Vesica Piscis. We need the two circles together. That is the communion. And that is where the two become one, and there is this synergy and this alchemy that can take place that allows for the transformative change and the understanding of love. And we have to go beyond some of the very necessary surface level practices that so often personal growth and spiritual teaching teach us, and get past that into the real deep essence of what infinite love truly expresses as, and know that in every cell of our being. I was working with a client earlier today, and we were discussing, the outer world and money and material and achievement and ambition and attainment. And that's what so many of us have been led to believe, that the harder we work, the more we attain, the way we can shine, all of that defines whether we've been loved or whether we can love ourselves, rather than understanding that our presence is enough. These mirrors that exist in the world, like real estate, are to take you back to your real estate. Your body is your real estate. Money is to take you back to your value. How much do you value yourself and cherish yourself? The purpose that you do outside in the world. How much have you made your dharma, your own desires, your own joy, your own love, your own presence to self? Because the outer world is only the mirror and the projection of you. And when you finally embody in a way that you fully live as, be as, and know love for the truth that it is, only then can you really be loving in the world. Otherwise, you're just thinking you're loving. You're not actually being loving. And we have to shift from thinking love to actually feeling love.
I love that. And that was what I was just going to ask you. And our time is already almost up. We need about 3 hours with this conversation. So you and I need to have a full masterclass on love, I've decided. I was going to ask you what those steps are. And I think you just literally said them. It's understanding how all areas of our life are truly a mirror reflection of exactly where we are standing in love as a reflection of our life. And I love that you said that. It was exactly what was going through my mind as you were talking. It was absolutely perfect. My dear friend Simran and my sister, thank you so much for being part of Global Oneness Day here on Humanity's team. You know, the gift of your words, your understanding, your knowing, your knowledge, and your teaching is such a gift to all of us. And I so appreciate you being part of this day, because I know that we will all expand from this conversation. And I really want everyone to hear what Simran said. We need that mentor. We need that person to reflect back to us exactly the words we're using, the thoughts that are coming through us, and how we're expressing that out to the world. And I can't highly recommend my sister more than anyone to go and have that one-on-one time with, so that you can step into who you truly are, that you can be the love that honestly our world needs right now in every aspect. So thank you so much, my friend. It is an honor and gift to share this space with you today. I wish you a beautiful day. Is there any final words that you would like to give to our guests before we go today?
I just want to say that I have loved being with you and with everyone, and loved participating in this global oneness. And I invite everyone to love being human in all that it encompasses, to love your shadows, to love your light, to love your neighbor, to love the earth, to love the world, to love those you hate, to love those you wish would love you back, and most importantly, to love yourself. In love, of love, with love, and as love. Be well.
Amen. Please go and find Simran at iamsimran.com, and all of her social handles. They're worth following every day. Thank you, my sister. And we wish everyone a beautiful day on purpose.
Welcome, everyone, to our Humanities Team panel entitled The Power of Art and Activism, Shining Light on the World We Wish to See. And I am your panel host, Julianne Turner, author of the Genesis of Genius book series, founder of ConsciousShift.me, and host of the Global Conscious Shift radio show. And I am so excited to welcome in with us 3 global artists and activists. I want to introduce each of them just briefly here, and then they're going to share their viewpoints on some amazing questions and insights here coming up on the power of art and activism. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Shukria, Dellawar, with the red background there. She is a recognized global peace advocate, having briefed Congress and the State Department on Afghanistan and other critical international issues and relationships. She's led a coalition of more than 250 global peace building NGOs. And she is also an artist, a divine poet and author, and is currently writing her memoir, and is the founder of Artist Activist Alliance. And we'll be talking more about that. Shukria, welcome.
Thank you, Julian. Great to be here.
And next we have Myrna Clayton, who is commissioned as a cultural ambassador by the U.S. State Department to represent American music in U.S. embassies around the world. She's traveled all over the world performing as a renowned jazz singer and also is founder of the nonprofit Showability, which enables people with disabilities to perform and share their gifts with the world. Welcome,
Thank you.
Myrna. So glad to have you. And then we have Kathy Ramsperger, who has been a leader with the International Red Cross and with National Geographic. She's an award-winning novelist of multicultural books, featuring multicultural relationships and global issues. And she's now sharing her new vision for what she calls humanity's greater story. We're going to talk more about that. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you. So wonderful to be here with all three of you.
And it's wonderful to have all of you. And so as we begin, first, why this panel on the power of art and, this topic? And it struck me, first of all, as we were preparing for this to share with all of you, it's a pretty profound scope, art and activism, and lots of powerful impact. We're going to be covering just some high points on this world-changing topic that I think will be really relevant for our time. And I think people understand that there is a power that art has to transcend through story and music, dance, through drama. All of those forms transcend and transcend divisions, right? Arts are a universal language, right? And enable us to see our commonalities, images, music, movement. They transcend our differences in languages and have the power to reach across borders, to activate humans to a higher shared connection and purpose. That's why it's so important, this idea of art and activism. And in many cases, art enables us to bypass resistance, prejudices, because they help us see our commonalities instead of our differences. And as I was studying and writing my book series, Genesis of Genius, what I discovered is that art creates a way of seeing things differently. It really creates a way of seeing things outside of ourselves, and we can see things differently without it threatening us in a way. We can come to realizations, and because it's something outside of us, we can see it better sometimes than we can see it in ourselves. So we can see our lives differently and also see possibilities that we may never have thought of through the transformative lens of art. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, together, and sharing different perspectives on. The first thing I want to touch on is the ability of art to shift human minds into possibility. Okay. And when we see in our world so many divisions and seems very chaotic, if we can shift our minds to a greater world that we wish to see, to a possibility, that's powerful. And Kathy, I'd like to start with you because I'd love to hear more about your concept of humanity's greater story, because that shifts us into that realm of possibility.
Thank you, Julianne. I can't imagine being with a group more kindred in spirit and mind, and we are our stories. I've spent a lifetime, even before I had a career, attempting to show others how to see life, not just from the other side of the bridge, but from multiple perspectives. I had a friend who said just day before yesterday, and she put it more beautifully than I ever could, you can see life between the leaves where the sunlight comes through, where there's light and shadow. And I'm lucky, blessed that way, and I want to share it with other people. And my newest initiative, which stemmed out of a podcast where I was taking the world's stories and interviewing the authors, and sometimes it was just somebody's story of immigration or living through war or coming out of poverty. It led to this, and but it can be any part of what I think I've done with my life story, because it involves the principles of the Geneva Conventions, like neutrality and impartiality, and it also is about seeing the whole world and not just a little fragment of it. Um, but what I've attempted to do over the past, I'd say 5 years, is to take one-on-ones and groups and show them their story. And I'm showing them their story, but they're actually seeing their story. And we all have a story. We're writing our life story one moment, one paint stroke, one note at a time, one breath at a time, even if we don't realize it. And the stories we create become part of a larger whole as we're sharing them, because we're all connected. And we're each adding our unique story to humanity's greater story with every decision we make, every action we take, every word we speak. Words are important. And since we're already contributing to writing humanity's greater story, we can change it. In fact, we are empowered to change it, and could be the only ones, the people, humanity, and not our leaders, not our gurus. They're part of it. They may lead us, but we are the people that can change our story. And so I ask everyone, do you like the story you're living right now? Because if not, write a new one and live that one. Thank you.
Yeah, some beautiful perspectives and insights, Kathy. Thank you for that. I love that concept of humanity's greater story, because we always have that power to tell a greater story and not just settle for what is, but what can be. Shukria, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the importance of arts in creating a higher vision and new possibilities.
Sure. I think you hit the note when you said it's outside of us. True. And Kathy just pointed to that individual responsibility. And artists show us what's outside of us, but it's helping us reflect internally where the spirit is. And I think that's where art just takes the boundaries, like sheds the boundaries, and we can see each of us as human, whether you're in a different part of the world, different ethnicity, different color, different belief system. It doesn't matter, we're all human. We all have the spirit, and the beauty of art is that it transcends all these boundaries and help us see the humanity in each other. So for me, like working with artists is so important because I've spent so many years as an advocate, and I realized that art has a greater power because it connects us all to the heart space. And it bring it, you can use the logical mind, but the logical mind has a lot of conditioning. So it really drops us in the heart space, and it opens that safe space for all of us to understand each other. Thank you.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It really does open heart space. And Myrna, I would imagine you've seen that every time you've performed or been with a community group that you've brought together. Tell us a little bit more about your experience with art shifting us into possibility.
You know, as we've all been talking about, it's that outside looking in, and the ability for art and artists to see persons as they are. We can see you in a way that you may not see yourself. And so we have the opportunity to express to you how beautiful you are, how fulfilled you are, how much you have going on, where an individual may not see that in themselves. And so with this title being Shifting the Human Mind into Possibilities, it is a paradigm shift. It very much so is, as I see it, and art facilitates that. Art is very much so a facilitator. We may have experiences and not know that what we're experiencing is beautiful until somebody else says, "Oh, that's so lovely." We may take it for granted. And so it's within the arts that we understand how beautiful a certain thing sounds, or a certain thing looks, or certain things smell. And so for me, it the possibilities exist when you have that collaboration, that connectivity to another person, another human being who um, uh, may not be recognizing things as you are. And so that exchange, that ability to see the possibilities that are there because someone else may not see. And so again, as artists, we're able to see things, I believe, in a different way. And one other thing I want to just kind of share in that space of seeing, oftentimes I'll say we need to close our eyes to be able to see what's ahead, because what we see in the natural may be very distracting. And we need to just close our eyes to be able to see, envision what's possible. Because what we're looking at does not look possible. I can't even see how this is happening. And so believing that the spirit within, with 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 God, nothing is impossible. And so God is within me. And so that means nothing is impossible for me. But we have to shift our mindset to believe that. And so that to me is arts and artists allow us to go to that place of possibility.
Absolutely. Beautiful. One of the things you touched on too, Myrna, that Kathy had mentioned was the importance of sharing stories, whether that's in the form of a song or a drama or a dance, writing. When we do that, we see that we're not alone. We can see ourselves in other stories. Almost immediately when we hear a story, it prompts for us, oh, that reminds me of something that I can relate to, right? So that also helps us bridge differences, almost immediately. So one of the topics that I think is important for us is why the imagination, the human imagination, and art are essential. Sometimes we think they're not, like they're nice to have, but why are they essential in helping us change our world? I'd like your thoughts on that. Shukria, would you start us off?
Sure. I feel like it's going back to what Myrna just said. Artists have this ability to envision. When we're all going about our life and we're all dealing with different realities, right? And in the current interconnected world with social media, we see climate change, we see disasters all over the world, we see wars, we see atrocities. Everything is so accessible, right? So the mind can go into so many difficult places: poverty, economic hardship. um, but what the imagination can do is shut that off and envision a different kind of world, a possibility of beauty, of hope, of harmony in humanity. And that imagination is so critical, because when artists give us that vision, the activists are able to make that tangible through action. And to me, they both, that works together. Like, if we don't have the imagination and a vision, it's like both sides are required. It's the heart and the logic, right? So the artist provides the heart and the imagination and the vision, and the activist is able to follow with action, with tangible results, with impact, whether it's on policy or just reconciliation. All those pieces require action too, but the first part really comes from the artist's imagination, or just the human imagination of a better possibility for tomorrow.
One of the things that you shared with me too, Shukria, was that art can bring the hidden to light, right? We see that in the world, and in our social media culture now, it really brings the hidden to light. we see movies that help us see things that we would never really be able to understand or even know are happening in the world. But art also, I believe, reveals universal principles and truth, and as you said, kind of can move people into emotion, and then that activates us to move with our reason, our intellect, into action. As we know, most of the time it's that heart touch, it's that emotional touch that then motivates us to move forward. Myrna, I would love your thoughts too on why imagination and art are essential.
Art is all about imagination to me. It's putting something that never existed into action. Our creativity is imagination, and alone we can have some fabulous ideas, but together we can learn other things that we never knew we never knew. And so that's one of my favorite lines from the Disney Pocahontas song. You'll learn things you never knew you never knew. And that's where imagination is so fabulous, where individually we can come up with some great ideas, but when we come together collectively, we can enhance each other's ideas. And so for me as an artist, that happens, especially in the space of jazz, where that happens when you bring different instruments together and different minds together, and all of a sudden, and then of course with the audience, then we're able to go to a place with each performance that didn't exist previously, and you can just build on each experience, and it's such a wonderful improvisational thing that happens each time you play even the same song, because it is so wonderfully different. And that's where the imagination comes, because you want to build off of what you already know, but using things that are lovely to as the foundation. And so for me, it's very essential to have that spark, which is the light that inspires individuals, and where you talk about art brings the hidden to light. Um, Sometimes people don't want to be exposed, and that light takes that hidden to say, oh, wait a minute. And then depending upon the response, it could be, oh, that is so beautiful. Yes, come on out, come share with us. Or the other side is, no, stay hidden. We don't want to see you, and so there's both sides of that. And um, um, in that revelation, the the beauty is things through the imagination can come and uh, reveal things that are necessary to be revealed, so that they can be corrected or enhanced or improved upon. So, and that's what art, oh my gosh, that the colorfulness of it, the beauty of it allows us to do that. And it gives us the liberty to do that. That
Yeah,
liberty
that's
is so
beautiful.
important to do that.
It is. And when you talk about improvisation,
Mhm.
that when we all contribute our expressions, our gifts, it becomes greater than the whole. It's amazing what humans can do. And Kathy, too, that's part of our humanity's greater story. It can be a greater story because of our contributions. I could see that you had some thoughts on what Myrna was saying. Go ahead and share.
I had thoughts on what everybody's saying, because it stimulates me, right? So the way I see imagination is a connection to what I would call intuition and connection to source. And then we bring it back down and we make it our own. And if, say, we're looking at a painting and it's a gateway and it's a red gateway and there's a tunnel and it's a blue tunnel, and it stirs something within us and it connects to that, whatever it is in us, in our heart, that makes us feel and not use our intellect, And we've connected with the artist in that moment. And then we bring it back and we bring it into our own heart and make it our own. And I think the ability for any kind of art to stimulate somebody else into their own imagination, perhaps change their perspective about something, and then bring it out into the world in action is what the best art, if not all art, does. And I might add that there's a reason that all the spiritual leaders and gurus that I know of, Hindu, Muslim, uh, you name it, Christian, they spoke in allegory. That's because we respond to art and story in a way that we cannot to even the most impassioned speech. But if that person speaking is talking in an artistic way, a lyrical way, I'm thinking Martin Luther King Jr., that's art. There's a reason for it.
Yeah, beautiful. I love that. And one of the things, Shukria, you had shared with me as we talked about this topic, brainstorming before we came together, is that we all see in this world, all of these forces that seem to be pushing and dividing us. It's probably the most vivid and concerning thing that we as visionaries and activists and artists see. What do conscionable people do to avoid that? What's important for us to find higher ground beyond divisiveness?
Sure. Thank you, Julianne. Such an important question because we are living in a very divisive world. That's the current reality, right? For many people around the world. And there's just so many grievances. There's human beings are suffering from all kinds of stuff, but then there's self-serving politicians in the mix. There's corruption. There's groups that are disenfranchised, and they're acting in ways that's dividing humanity. So the thing to do for conscionable people is to become aware that that's what's going on. That our what is being shown to us. We need to go deeper. We need to first educate ourselves, make ourselves aware, not be, don't follow everything the media is giving you. There's good media and bad media. So you really have to be able to discern the right sources of information. That's, I think, the first responsibility is finding good sources of information, becoming aware, getting educated on issues, and then really holding to your own truth. Because what happens is these groups or whoever is spreading whatever wants you to pull into that. But as artists or as activists or just as conscionable human beings, we don't want to be pulled towards darkness. That means we have to hold our own truth tighter and we have to hold it with more authenticity. And then we have to share that light and that understanding in our own capacity, whatever that capacity is. It could be our own immediate family, it could be as a professional, it could be as an artist, it doesn't matter, but we should be sharing and holding up the light, and we should stand against any kind of divisiveness. This is, I think, where we are all feeling the dark and light forces, and it becomes more and more important that we hold our own light, we hold on to our own truth, and we radiate that externally, no matter how difficult it gets. And I think that is really the true test of conscionable people today.
Beautiful. Myrna, I'm wondering, in your art, in your music, when in the midst of this divisiveness, like how do you feel music can transcend that or help break through that that divisiveness?
Wow. There are so many ways that music has been used, whether it was Bob Dylan or We Are the World, so many times where music has been used to bring awareness to the consciousness of the circumstance and the situation. I was just thinking And so what I was looking for with this is called The Higher Ground. Stevie Wonder, back 41 years ago, wrote a song called Higher Ground. And at the time, he was saying, powers, keep on lying while your people keep on dying. World keep on turning because it won't be too long. you know and so what he's saying is, he's like, I'm so glad I learned my lesson, and I want to make sure that everybody else learns their lesson too, that we've got to get higher, we've got to take it higher, to a higher ground in order to change things, because on this level, it's just fighting against fighting against fighting, and we have to very much so change that. And then there's also a song that I recently recorded. It's called "Love Starts with Me," and it's such a beautiful song. And um, the lyrics, the last stanza just says, "When you love more than your mind, love with more than your mind, you will learn that you too are kind. Give a gift that never ends. Encourage peace that forever mends." Just the lyrics of that just kind of says it. And it's like, the ending, with love there's a brighter day, with love one can see their way. It's like, well, it gets kind of gets me woo woo. But at the end, it's like, it's just less, love starts with me. Love starts with me. Love starts with me. I can change those closest to me. A part of my consideration set. If that, and so I individually, if I'm elevating myself to a higher ground, and then I influence those people that are just right next to me, and then they can touch the people right next to them, then we're all elevating the circumstance to a better, higher place. And it's always better, even when I'm singing the song Somewhere Over the Rainbow. you know I'm saying to people, the birds, in that song, you talked about the birds flying, and the birds know when trouble comes around, they just get away. They leave, because there's too much tension going on, and so they'll fly away. Gosh, could we learn from circumstances where, when it's getting too heated, you know what, let's just, even if we step away in our mind, to disappear, and go to that higher place, to shift, to see things in a different way. Because once we see it, we can then change it. And so I love in terms of what Kathy was saying, in terms of the story. The stories are truths that people have experienced, that they can tell you, well, this is what happened with me, and I can change that in a way, and let me tell you how I was able to do it for me. And then from there, if I can do it, I'm not unique or special. If I can do it, you can do it too. And so that's such a wonderful, wonderful thing, to take us to that higher place, because it allows us to go into that place of imagination and that shift to see possibilities. So I just musically, there's so many ways where art. Um, Lastly, I will say, I've had the pleasure of singing, and I'll make this really quick, to thousands of persons in the audience. And I've got the microphone. And so I can either charge them up for negative or charge them up for positive, because I'm in front of them communicating and sending a message. And so whoever's holding that microphone, politician, singer, whomever, has the responsibility to elevate the space. That's the responsibility that someone has to, that holds that microphone, to take it to a better place. And so, as artists, that's what we're trying to do, because we can see things, we see the audience, and we're seeing that either they're needing to be encouraged, or they need to be motivated even further to do good, So.
Wow. Powerful, Myrna, and love that voice. It's its own healing power as well. Thank you for sharing that with us. And Kathy, I know in your writing, you are really exploring relationships and how even across cultures we can find higher ground. Would you have some insights around that?
I do. And I just want to make one quick comment about what Myrna just said. Sometimes when we put out our art, we might not be standing there when somebody is experiencing it. And I listen most mornings to an inspirational song. I just have a list, right? Playlist. And the past week, I've been listening to an oldie but goodie, Jewel's Hands. I highly recommend everybody going and listening to that. But I I have a whole list. It's probably 100 songs long at least. And I went to look at the video before this, and there was a comment underneath the video. It just happened to be there synchronously, and it said, "Heard this in the airport returning back from war. Tired, hungry, beaten, lost, just discharged. I heard the lyrics, and they saved my life. I was close to not being alive had I not heard that voice of an angel." So I just think that's what we do, even if we aren't aware of it. And as far as my own writing, I feel like I could talk about war until I fainted, and it might not make a difference because I've seen a lot of war. But if you, as any kind of artist, talk about a family unit, even with all their transgressions, all of their different beliefs, even if there's certain taboo topics in certain cultures, the one thing we have in common, and what I've tried to do through my writing, especially my novels, is to make that macrocosmic negative cloud and pull it aside and say, look, the sunshine is within the family unit, whatever family means, and what a family wants for its children is happiness, prosperity, the ability to earn a living. And that's why I write. I write for those children who might have less now, but they will definitely have more if there's enough light in the world for shown on their on the light, not the dark. I was also listening to a new minister in Parliament. His name is David Lammy, and music was what got him where he is. He was in a London part of London. I don't know London as well as I should. West Indian. He was very poor, and he lost both his parents, and he got pulled into a corral and went on from there to Harvard, and now he is, I think he's Minister of State in England. That's what art can do in all its different facets.
Yes. As Kathy's talking about our experiences with conflict and war, Shukria, there's not one of us who is more familiar with that than you. I know that you've shared with me your earliest memories in your life are hearing the tanks roll into Kabul in Afghanistan, in your country, and you have led congressional delegations to Afghanistan to help them understand the situation on the ground, and would love to hear your thoughts on, what's most important, as we tell stories and share from our hearts, to bypass, like you said earlier, just the logical, but to speak to the part of us that can really elicit change.
Thank you. And both Kathy and Myrna have said such beautiful things that just really resonate with me as well. I mean, I remember as a child, really, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and then all the trauma that came with that. And then, my parents saved the family. We were in the US, we came as refugees. Years later, I experienced 9/11. And then I was caught between that again as an Afghan and as an American. And then I think, Kathy, earlier you said I can talk about war until I'm blue. And I've done that actually in my career. And I became blue and I decided I need to do a little digging deeper spiritually and artistically, because no matter how much of an expert you become, and I devoted my entire career to conflict resolution and my academics and all the work I've done, it really does fall on deaf ears. It just largely falls on deaf ears. So how do you get people to hear what the victims in these conflict zones or war zones are experiencing? And I think that's where both Myrna and Kathy have talked about this. You have to kind of dig in and share the light. And for me, maybe this is the right moment to share a poem that I did write about the experience of Afghans, but also, like, really today, it's also about the experience of everybody that's living in war zones or are on the receiving end of atrocities. And this poem particularly was inspired as I saw Afghans year after year traveling and doing fact-finding trips, but also because for 4 years I worked on multiple other conflicts and spoke to advocates around the world that were giving me the same shared story over and over again. So this poem is in the voice of the victim, and it's talking to its perpetrators. When you unleash your bombs on our people and our lands, do you see us burn to ashes, lit on fire? How deep does it satisfy you? Our blood splashed on ruins, broken bones, bleeding limbs, missing arms and legs, spread across dust and concrete, little children under rubble, babies, women and men slaughtered. Do you get a cheap thrill? When you rain down your bombs, do you wait around and see who got killed? Does your army rejoice? Forget our bodies. That's just flesh and blood. No value to you. But tell me, do you see our spirits? Of course not. You are blinded by hate and revenge because you have disturbed and destroyed our people and our land and slaughtered us for decades. As the world watches in deafening silence, blurring lines between truth and lies, still our spirit rises from our dead bodies, witnessing something much more horrific. Your bombs and your guns and your soldiers continue taking innocent lives, but you can't see the real calamity. You yourself, with your own hands, have killed your own humanity. And I think that's the moment we're in. We're seeing it everywhere, but we're silent. And that is killing our humanity. And I think as conscionable people, we have to hold the light and not be blind and reach out in whatever capacity we can.
Thank you for sharing that.
Shukria. I'm sitting here shaking. Just to kind of interject, if you don't mind, Julianne, as you were sharing, Shukria, I was reminded that a friend of mine, because I was like, why is there so much war? Why is there so much war? And my friend said, who's profiting from war? Because whoever's profiting from war doesn't want peace. And that's where it lies. It's like, why? Because someone's benefiting from this war happening. And that's greater than the humanity.
Yeah.
And it is unconscionable. It's like, what? How can anything be more important than humanity? Well, whomever is profiting from this war, ask them. Because to your point, Kathy, it's about family. It's about, we all care about happiness, making a living for our family, and earning a living and being together. And so, who is it that's profiting from destroying that? Who is that?
The people that don't think that their children are the same as the children who are being bombed. They have cut off that part of their humanity, and it's been done for most of humanity's history. And now's the time for it to change.
That is so.
Yeah.
What you're saying. You're the These people don't matter. These people are not human. These people, I've closed my eyes to them because they don't exist, or they are lesser than me and my people.
Or they're over there.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not affecting me, right? I don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. There was a study that I saw where there were war games, and if you were confronted by someone, you're less likely to, because you're more likely to see their humanness. You're less likely to harm them. But the further away you are from the person, and so the war games with machines, then it's okay because I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing the results of what I'm doing, and so and it's and the more and more we get to away from the action one on one, the less blood you see, the less burning you see. And it's just, that doesn't mean that it's not happening. It's just you're it's a game, really. It's not real, but it very much so is real. It's These are lives that are impacted, and it's you have to change.
yeah. It's real. Yeah, it's real for people on the receiving end of it, right? And I think unless we come together as humanity and stop these kind of things, we're all going to be victims sooner or later. Because when you wait, it will come to your door. That's my own lived experience. So
Shukria, one of the things that you also reminded us of was when we think about sharing light with our art, our stories, our our heart expressions, um, it also means sharing light with the perpetrators.
yes,
Can you speak to that? That seems to be
yeah,
for all humans the hardest challenge, but the most necessary one for us to transcend this
yeah.
divisiveness.
Yeah, I think, and I'll go back to what Myrna and Kathy said. It's about staying connected to your own light first, because to be able to see the perpetrator or the aggressor as human, also, we have to be able to be open enough to forgive. And that is the hardest part. It's the hardest part for the victim, it's the hardest part for the witness. And but if we can't do that, it's like an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. So somewhere the bleeding has to stop. Somewhere the forgiveness has to be spread. We have to all be able to do that work on ourselves. I've had to do it on my own to be able to do the work that I'm doing, because constantly I'm reminded of the perpetrators. And to also understand that that perpetrator wasn't born that way. Where did society fail for them to get up and act in such an inhumane way? Whether that was an individual or it's a systematic army doing something. Where did society fail? That's where our personal responsibility comes. I think we have to ask ourselves those questions. We have to look much deeper than the symptom. We have to look at root causes, and then we have to shine the light there for solutions. And if we're failing in starting with forgiveness and working towards solution, reconciliation, peace, we're eventually going to just be in a nuclear war and we'll all be finished. I mean, that's the world we're living in. So unless we're able to really like go from the macro to the micro, do the inner work simultaneous to actually externally also shining that light, And I think it's a journey for all of us. I don't, I know that I came to this through my own work and also through my own lived experience, and then also through personal responsibility, right? That I also had responsibility to forgive. I've witnessed a great number of abuses, and I've been impacted within my own family. So you have to forgive. You have to be able to extend the hand, because otherwise all of us would want revenge. So, and that just leaves nobody safe. So I think it's going within and working on forgiveness and holding that light, but it's also shining that light externally and spreading awareness, spreading knowledge on root causes of conflict, and then whatever action you can take that will have positive impact for peace, harmony, and reconciliation. And I think in so many words, Myrna and Kathy have said the same thing. We're just all human. We want the same things. But when we start othering each other, that's the danger. Or when we allow others to make us other each other, that's even a bigger danger, because they do that to the masses. So it's becoming just really conscious of all of those noises.
Absolutely. The shift that we're talking about from divisiveness to recognizing our oneness, which is what Humanities Team really is a beacon for in our world. Myrna, you had talked about how and why artists often are called to lead the transformation. Whether that's the singers in the Bible. Tell us about that. Tell us about that.
Thank you. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but yes, yes, yes. I'm a huge proponent by saying artists are always on the front line of social change. Always on the front line of social change. I think it's in our DNA. We feel it probably before anybody else. And so, and I was saying to Julianne, how even in the Bible, it references how they sent the singers out before the warriors. There are examples throughout where the singers went out to say, hey, the army's behind us. Please, please, we're praising God for you to change. Don't do this. Don't do this. It's like, at least that's my interpretation why the singers went out before. But singers also go out before the greatness and the goodness, in celebration. And so singers go out to express what is and communicate positiveness and communicate the need for change. Um, firmly recognize, even again back in the biblical days, but also with that, musicians in the Bible, we learn about King David and how he was able to heal through music. He was able to soothe through music. He was able to motivate through music. And musicians, that's what they do. That's what we do. And I say the first instrument is the voice. And so I consider myself a musician as well. And so all of that. And so if I can just share real quick as well, Juliet, I shared with you when I was in the Baltics with the State Department, I learned that 3 of the 5 Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and it started with Estonia. When they were occupied by Russia, they actually began singing, and through peaceful nonviolence, through their songs, they actually shifted, or it ultimately, over a 5-year period, through their songs, they had a peaceful nonviolent movement resisting the Russians. And how that happened, I don't know, but I do know that they give credence, and they call it I'm looking up at my notes. They call it a fight for freedom, and they call it the Baltic Chain Song, where actually people connected hands and arms from Lithuania through Latvia up to Estonia, holding hands from between country to country, and they began singing for peace. And so they give credit to hundreds of thousands of people coming together to speak, to sing. And so the chanting, the music, the power of that coming together peacefully against war, and ultimately um, we saw what happened, the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they don't even classify that period of time, that 50 years that Russia, they were occupied by Russia. They just say they were just there, but our independence existed. And so again, giving credence to the music, to the song, and having that nonviolence as their approach to peace, and using music, and so we actually sang that song, while I was there, because we were there in 2018 celebrating um, their 100th year of independence. And I was like, well, how is it 100 years and the Soviet Union was in the middle? And we don't count that. We don't count that. And they were just there. They were just occupying, but they're gone now. And it's just, and so again, long way of answering that. Music transcends the soul. It penetrates. At the end of the day, it gets to that vibration and that wave pattern
Mm.
that penetrates and enters your senses, and it gets you, it agitates to get you to shift and change. And so that's what it's such a transformational experience. Lastly, when I was in Germany, and I'm sorry, I'm all these things are going in my head real fast. While I was in Germany, and I was with a gospel group, and they could tell the Germans got goosebumps, and then they would say, I know you have the spirit because I've got goosebumps, and that means it's a manifestation of the spirit because I feel it in my energy. And so while you may not know the language, you feel the spirit, and that transforms, and you can have a literal manifestation of that. And it's a sign that, oh, this is more than just a song. This is something that can transform what we're doing, and I need to pay attention to this because this is stimulating me in a way that I'm not controlling. And so firmly believe the necessity of singing, especially, and music, because I believe that God or Source created all music, but it's the lyrics that sort of mess things up. And so you've got to be very careful and mindful of what you're saying.
That is so powerful, Myrna, and we can feel the energy, the passion, the connection, right, that comes through art. And it has been so for the history of humankind. And we are all creators. We were born creators. One of the things that I talk about in Genesis of Genius is that the original word in Sanskrit for human is Manu, and it means he who imagines. That's who we are. That's our identity, is the creators. We're the ones who can imagine and create, consciously create something more than what already exists. That's the magic that we have. And as artists, and I believe every human is a creator artist, and our expressions are important. All of them matter. And everything that we've shared today, just beginning to shine light on these different aspects of the power of art and activism. But it's profound, even as much as we were able to share today. And Shukria, I know that it's for this reason. And as Myrna kind of referred to, we've seen how coming together with artists and activists can change the world. We had We Are the World and Live Aid, and you can see the platforms of artists like Angelina Jolie and Tarani P. Henson talking about, bringing light political issues that others might not know about on the Black Entertainment Awards. When artists use their voice and their platform and their medium to transcend those divisions, it's profound. It is world changing. And for that reason, Shukria, would you say just a bit more about the Artist Activist Alliance and where people can find more information about that?
Sure. Well, the website is artistactivistalliance.org, and if you can email Dellawar at artistactivistalliance.org, I can send more information. But basically, I established the organization after 15 years of work as an advocate, learning that actually collaborating with artists give a lot more life to the work of the advocate. So the advocates may be experts in different areas, but the artist really takes that to the mainstream. There's a wider reach. They know how to give that imagination, that vision, and also just the support that comes from the masses. So that collaboration with the expertise is key to really impacting the world positively. This is why Artists and Activists is established. So if anyone wants to support, collaborate, and giving out a welcome invite, please reach out. And that includes Kathy and, of course, Myrna right here. So, yeah, that's it. Hand off time to the next panelist.
Beautiful. Myrna, you have so many great initiatives in the world. Is there a way that people can find out more about your work?
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Julian, for inviting me to be on this amazing panel. I'm honored to be with all of y'all. And by me saying y'all, I'm from the South in the U.S. So, the organization that I founded about 14 years ago now is called Showability, and so the website is showability.org, and just like it sounds, Showability, and it's all about artists being on the front line of social change. We work with performing artists, and the disability community is the largest minority population in the U.S., and disability is not unique to the U.S. It's a global situation that has a stigma narrative that's been lingering and limiting since the beginning of time. And we tend to shun, look away, as opposed to learn to engage these human beings. And so we work in the space of artist development, advocacy for accessibility and accommodations, and employment in terms of workforce. And lastly, as Kathy was talking about, for enjoyment. It's about enjoyment. And so we come together, entertainment for that. And so again, showability.org. We're on all the social media platforms. But you just go there. And as an artist, go to myrnaclayton.com, and excited to be able to perform as an artist around the world. Just being a light, and light knows light.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Absolutely. And Kathy, your great work, all of your writing and your guidance for others. Tell us how others can find out more about your work.
So I feel light after this. People may argue that trying to forge peace hasn't gotten very far, but I say this is just the beginning. If we share our stories and our art, and then we act upon it. You can find my books, A Thousand Flying Things and The Shores of Our Souls. There's a bridge on the shores of our souls, people. It's there for a reason. On online retailers and indie bookstores. And you can find out more about me at Kathryn Brown Ramsperger, Ramsperger, no B in that name, .com. Ground One, not zero, ground1coaching.com, and at Kathy Ramsperger on just about all social media. I'd love to connect.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I do also have a gift for everyone who's listening. My Signature Genius workshop is my gift to everyone who would like to really talk about and explore for yourself how you can make that shift from what is to what can be in your life. The URL is mygeniusworkshop.com. And I would love for you to experience that. And thank you all for being the voices that you are, the visionaries that you are in the world, for joining us today. Thank you to Humanities Team, as always, for being such a light and beacon for global oneness. And we are so joyful to be part of Global Oneness Day as one of the panels, and wishing everyone of an experience of and participation in finding that higher ground. Blessings.
Welcome to the Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of elevating consciousness. I'm your host for this segment, this wonderful panel, Stephanie James. I'm here with Deborah Rozman and Howard Martin. Deborah is a business executive, serial entrepreneur, psychologist, author, educator, and founding executive director of HeartMath Institute. And Howard is a business executive, author, speaker, and vice president of HeartMath LLC, as well as a member of the Transformational Leadership Council and Evolutionary Leaders. So happy to have you both with me here today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us here. Appreciate all the work Humanities Team is doing.
Thank you, Stephanie. Looking forward to our conversation today. Should be fun. So I want to certainly connect with you, but also with anyone who's watching this program right now. I'll let you know that we appreciate your time and your attention and hope that you enjoy what we have to say today.
Wonderful. Yes. Welcome, everyone. This is so exciting for me as a psychotherapist as well as a show host. HeartMath has been something that I have utilized with my clients. And so it's so fun and such a privilege to speak with both of you today. I'm going to start, Deborah, by opening it up. For people that aren't familiar with HeartMath, will you let people know what exactly is HeartMath and how does it help us heal?
Oh, big questions. So HeartMath is a system of tools, techniques, research-based science, reports, technology, all to help people connect and synchronize their heart, brain, nervous system so they can access higher consciousness and more of who they truly are. It was founded in 1991 by Doc Childrey, a leading HeartMath researcher and co-author of the books that Howard and I have written with him. And as you said, I was the founding executive director of HeartMath Institute, a research institute. That's how we started. But now for some time, Doc Childrey and I are co-CEOs of HeartMath Incorporated, which takes all the research and turns it into products and technology and training programs to reach the world in many different markets, especially during these times of stress where people need to know how to regulate their emotions and nervous system, get in sync, and become more connected with their hearts. As our motto now is, let's awaken and activate the heart of humanity.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that. And Howard, what happens when we let anxiety or fear get in the way of us being able to? I always think of it as like we're conduits. And so it's like we have these cobwebs in our conduits when we have all this anxiety or fear.
Well, first of all, let me just say that we're going to experience some of that, and I have compassion for that. And these times we're living in, certainly going to be plenty to be anxious about and at times to be fearful. So if anyone listening goes through that, don't feel alone. It's like, a lot of people are experiencing that today. But what happens when we begin to feel these type of strong emotions that are not regenerative is it does begin to block off spirit really from merging with our humanness. It cuts us off to our true, authentic higher selves. and puts us in more of a survivalist kind of a consciousness. When that happens, we lose clarity. We can't think as clearly. We begin to lose our ability to discriminate. If we don't find ways to deal with it, it ends up sort of spiraling us further down and down and down to where our perceptions about ourselves, about life, about others take on a really sort of dark kind of connotation to it. So it is something that's a pandemic of today in the world, of anxiety and fear. Through the power of the heart and the intelligence of the heart and the self-security that it gives us, to me, that's the way through. That's the way to begin to arrest some of this and to reduce it in our lives, while still allowing for the fact that in these times, it's going to be some of it no matter what we do.
Thank you so much for normalizing that, because I think sometimes people get the misconception that to be spiritually evolved or to be spiritually aware, that we need to not have some of the what people might call shadow emotions or darker emotions, and yet it's part of our human experience.
Yeah, I think we move past that self-guilt about those sort of things. I mean, you're right. People that are doing a lot of spiritual work may have less of it, but it doesn't make us, any of us, really immune from the changing times. This shift in consciousness that's happening in the world, this high-speed transition that we're all in, is going to bring up things for people. Spiritual practitioners and anybody really is going to be having to take a look deeper at the things that are the real blocks. And sometimes that is part of the process. And so I think humanizing it or normalizing it is a good start. To take what we call sometimes at HeartMath, what our founder, Doc Shorty, calls, take the bad out. Don't feel bad about these things. Take the bad out and recognize that it's part of life.
Well, it's part of being human. I of course, we all know that expression, spiritual beings having a human experience, and part of the human experience is messy. And sometimes these emotions can be a part of it. I'm very curious too, Deborah, how does HeartMath help us not only to create this more calm within ourselves, being able to access our heart, how does it help then to heal, if you will, humanity? How does that spread out?
Well, to follow on the last question, acknowledging and having compassion, which is a heart quality and a heart feeling, compassionate latitude to understand we're going to have these feelings at times, especially because fear and anxiety are in the global energetic field and we're all connected. The question is, what do we do about it? Not repress it, not vent it. And HeartMath was founded to create techniques and tools that enable us to transform, to acknowledge, befriend emotions, but be able to raise our vibration to see from a new perspective and be able to shift emotional state to calm, to inner balance, to kindness. When you feel judgmentalness, being able to replace that with compassion, or at least neutral, because we don't really know. The heart has that humility and openness in it that can guide us. And the HeartMath tools are all designed to help us access that. So when we feel fear, how do we or anxiety, take it back to a balanced place in the heart and have compassion for ourselves, or kindness or care, and activate one of the HeartMath tools, which is based upon activating your heart rhythms into a more synchronized state, which sends a different signal from the heart to the brain that helps empower us to be able to change emotional state in the moment quickly, because our own intelligence, our heart's intelligence, is telling us those fear projections, those anxiety projections may not be real. They may be learned behaviors or understandable reactions to what we see in the news, but at the same time, we don't have to be victims of them. And that's where HeartMath healing comes in, because it's giving you the tools you use to be able to shift the communication between your heart, brain, emotions, nervous system, and reset, reboot, to come back to inner balance. Whether you're using our inner balance heart rhythm technology to see in real time when you've shifted back from that incoherent stress reaction to a coherent, harmonious state in your heart, or whether you're just using the technique because we know from research it's going to be achieving that. But it's really important for people to use techniques and tools these days, whether it's HeartMath or something else, that works, to be able to not keep that emotional energy drained through constant anxiety or stress responses, because that depletes our energy but also lowers our vibration, so we can't see a bigger picture. HeartMath is all about reopening the heart, learning tools to do that quickly, synchronizing your heart rhythms in your brain, uniting heart, brain, and body, so that opens up your frontal lobes, your higher cognitive process. You see differently, and you get more of a top-down perspective of the shift that's happening on the planet, what's really going on, and the fact that the world has to go through all this chaos in order to turn around what's been upside down for so many years, where the head is dominated at the expense of the heart. It's heart time on the planet. It's time to realize the heart is not just a blood pump. It's our connection to spirit, soul, source, and higher intelligence. So until we connect with the heart and utilize our heart's rhythmic power to shift into a more harmonious state, we can't really connect with our larger self. And that's been our mission a long time at HeartMath, is to help people find the pathways to do that. That's not based upon a religion or a belief system, but it's based upon our research and how the human operating system works.
Well, and that's so important. I feel like when we go into an anxious or a fearful state, it's almost like we're in this trance and we just can't see. We have blinders on. And I remember learning about what happens when, the fight or flight or freeze gets activated. And it's literally the signals are being shunted down into our bodies so we can fight or run, but no signals are getting to our prefrontal cortex where we can self-soothe. And so I'm really hearing that. I mean, this is this masterful practice that allows those signals to get through. And then I love this, connecting to our entire beings. So I'm going to pivot back over to you, Howard. Just again, how does then, once we learn how to regulate our bodies, our emotions, and open up our hearts in this way, where we're opening also up the conduits to connect with our heart and our more spiritually aware and activated self, how does that help then the collective? How does that help humanity?
Well, thank you, Stephanie. An open heart really is the antidote to separation. When we're in an open-hearted place, that's when we begin to go into another level of acceptance, for example, or the desire to cooperate. When the heart's shut down, we're living in that myopic sort of, singular vision like you talked about. Everything looks separate, and that's when we have so many judgments and so much blame about everything and everybody. And in our world today, you can see it's a world of extreme polarities in many cases, and that's part of the bigger problems, is that the solutions are not going to come. The ones that we need to deal with the challenges we face today as a global society, until we dissolve some of that separation, until we begin to take that block out a little bit and allow people to be themselves, allow people to have different beliefs, allow people to do what they feel they need to do without us judging them all the time, right? That's examples of separation. Think about it. Anyone viewing this program right now, when you're in an appreciative state, when you're appreciating something and life feels really good, don't you tend to have less of that, less feeling of separation? That's when you feel a connection with someone you don't even know, whether it's in a store or a restaurant or any place that you are, is when you're in that place of feeling a heart-related emotion like appreciation, for example. So this is how how heart and HeartMath and heart intelligence and all of that stuff really does begin to impact society and to bring us together, because the separation has to be reduced significantly for us to move to that next level. I think it actually is. I think we're on the right track despite what we actually see. I think the desire for that is stronger than ever before. People want to be accepted. They want to be loved. They want to feel like they've got a resonance with the other people. People are reaching out for that now more than ever before. So I think that it's on the right track. It's just taking time. We can learn to amplify that. We learn to do that by simply walking in the world, connected to our own hearts more. More of a heart-directed approach to how we live our life. It doesn't have to be overly spiritual or certainly not sweet or certainly not traditionally thought of like what heart is. It's just how we carry ourselves in the world, the degree of dignity that we actually walk through life in. And that in and of itself is the biggest contribution we can make to dissolving the separation that we need to dissolve so that we can access more of the solutions that we know we need to take things to the next level.
That's so beautiful, Howard. You know, it reminds me of Albert Einstein's quote that separation is like the optical delusion of the world.
Wow.
And so this is moving into our hearts, which is where that oneness exists, where we can access that. So important. So how does this heart cohesion, Deborah, connect us to the heart of who we are? And further, how does it perhaps change this paradigm of separateness?
Right. Well, first of all, the correct term is heart coherence, and it does create cohesion. But our breakthrough research from the HeartMath Institute in 1995 was published in the American Journal of Cardiology, and it was the first time ever that scientists found the critical link between our emotional state and our rhythms of our physical heart. And now it's become a whole field of heart rate variability, which we discovered reflects your emotional state. So when you're frustrated, angry, stressed, anxious, fight, all of the stressful emotions, impatient, they create in the heart rate variability or heart rhythm pattern a lot of chaos. And the more you feel frustrated, angry, anxious, the more chaotic it is. What's called an incoherent waveform, like a real jagged, irregular pattern over time when we have you hooked up and measured. And when you're feeling love, kindness, compassion, appreciation, genuine heartfelt emotions that we've all valued, forgiveness, kindness, they're all values of the heart, of spirit. The heart rate variability or heart rhythm pattern goes into this beautiful sine wave, which is called in physics a coherent waveform. So the key is, the goal is, how do you shift quickly from incoherent heart rhythms to heart coherence? And that's where we developed a whole skill set of HeartMath tools and techniques and technology to see when you've really done it, to be able to make that shift, because that powers up your brain uniting and synchronizing with your higher heart. And it's activated not only by a heart rhythmic breathing, but activated by you activating gratitude, appreciation, kindness. Any one of these heart qualities takes us into heart coherence. And that's really the future of humanity, because that's what opens up the synchronization of the higher cortical functions in the brain. So when we feel inspired, intuitive, now we're looking at the mechanism and giving people tools to be able to shift quickly, not repress the stress or the frustration, but how to shift it into a calmer rhythm and then get a bigger picture about what it was you were frustrated about, so you can feel empowered, self-empowered, and make some new choices, better choices, see more options. It's quite incredible, the role of the heart as this master conductor, because when you're frustrated, it's sending that incoherent rhythm, heart rhythm signal to your brain, which creates the cortical shutdown. So just helping people make that shift, that inner shift, really facilitates the global shift, because the heart is also like a radio transmitter, sending out through the heart's magnetic field waves, vibrations, each other's vibes of how we feel. So that emotional state, stress, frustration, anger, or love, compassion, kindness, is being broadcast like a radio wave from our hearts to each other. And as HeartMath Institute is researching, into the global Earth's field. And there's different resonances in that field that can be amplified. So this is so exciting because it has the potential to accelerate global oneness once we know how to interact with it. And the scientists are very busy doing research and developing citizen science projects to help show how we can help shift what's going on in the field.
And what's so exciting too, Deborah, about what you're sharing is that those tools, if you will, which are compassion or empathy or gratitude are always available to us.
Exactly. It's who
That
we
it's
truly are. It's what our core being is, and we get out of touch with that when we get over identified with stress or fear or what's happening in the news. We lose our dignity. Our integrity can get compromised when we're focused on the externals instead of resetting our internals to be able to see it from a different perspective.
wonderful. Well, and Howard, would you be willing to lead us through one of these tools, one of these techniques, so that the people listening can have an example right now of what they can experience as they go into heart cohesion?
You're talking me into it, Stephanie. Yeah, we can certainly do that. And what I'm going to share with you now is one of the simpler HeartMath techniques. HeartMath has lots of different tools and techniques built into the HeartMath system that Deborah described earlier. And all these are techniques and processes that we have are underpinned with scientific research. That's one of the things that we're most well known for. But the other side of that, as much as important as science is to us and the gift that it's given us to be able to have a lot of societal influence, the other side of that is really about connecting with that part of ourselves called our heart, our heart's intelligence. The technique I'll share now that we'll all do together is called the quick coherence technique. And it's just 3 steps. It can be done anytime, anywhere. You can do it with your eyes open. You can do it with your eyes closed. And what it can do is begin to shift things really quickly. You make connection with your heart's intelligence fast, and that begins to change things. Deborah talked about changes occurring in the brain and all that. All that happens in real time as we do a technique like this. So let's do it. First of all, I'd like to start with step 1, of course, and I want everyone, you can do this eyes open or eyes closed, to focus your attention now on the area in the center of your chest, the general area of the heart. And just feel your attention going to that part of your body. Just bring it down into the area of the heart. Now with your attention there, I'd like you to breathe naturally and normally, but probably a little deeper than you normally would, just finding a comfortable breathing rhythm. And as you breathe, I want you to imagine as if your breath is flowing in and out right through the area of the heart. This is called heart-focused breathing. And we'll do that together now for a few breaths. Now, I'd like to continue with your heart-focused breathing. And as you do, I want you to activate a regenerative, uplifting feeling. This can be an easy, gentle process. You don't need to force anything. But perhaps you can feel the appreciation for the good things that are happening in your life. Or maybe instead you can feel the love or the care that you have for someone or something, even some place. Or maybe that regenerative feeling is something like a sense of well-being, that everything is really okay. But whatever comes to you, just gently try to feel that feeling while you continue to breathe in a comfortable rhythm, imagining your breath is flowing in and out through the area of the heart. Okay, thank you very much. If you had your eyes closed while we did this, you can open them now. When we did that technique, let me describe some things that actually were happening to you. First of all, your nervous system was synchronizing. You know, the major part of the nervous system, parasympathetic and sympathetic part of the system, the autonomic nervous system, is synchronizing. The heart sends signals to the brain in a variety of ways, and when you do a technique like that, the quality of those signals improves. That begins to open up the higher perceptual centers in the brain. While that's going on, hormones that regenerate you are being released into your system in greater amounts. Hormones like oxytocin or DHEA are coming in larger amounts into your system. So there's a hormonal regeneration that's happening. As you open the higher perceptual centers in your brain, perceptions can begin to change. From a cognitive standpoint, you get smarter. You're accessing more of your true brain potential, for the intelligence you already have. And lastly, and I think most importantly, you're bringing your system into an alignment that allows for more of your higher self, your real self, your spirit, whatever terminology is comfortable for you in that, to begin to actually integrate into your consciousness, into your humanness, so that you become more of that in your daily activities. And all of that can happen, and happen quickly when you, meaningfully, when you do heart focus breathing, and the activation of a regenerative, uplifting feeling. You can do that anytime, anywhere. I do it all the time. It's a way of life. And there's the technique we can share in our time together today.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I can share myself. I feel like my core temperature, I got warmer. You know, I don't know if just, you know, my things are expanding. I think sometimes if we get nervous or, you know, we're excited, things can get constricted. And I just feel really warm right now and so relaxed and so good. Deborah, I'm curious for you, you know, here you all have helped bring this incredible gifts to the world. How has HeartMath helped you in just your own personal life, if you'd be willing to share some of that?
Oh, sure. Well, you talked about this warmth, but we've talked about in the vernacular warm-hearted feelings. And all of these higher heart feelings, love, compassion, care, kindness, forgiveness, they all create that warmth when your heart rhythm is in that coherent state. And when it's genuine, you're opening your heart, there is a natural warmth. And that's what the world needs, for people to get along with each other and have more harmony, is more of these warm-hearted feelings. So for me, practicing that, it's changed my life, because they're all aspects of love. Take love, as Doc Childers says, it's taking love to the street to practice care and compassion instead of judgment and blame. When you notice yourself, or when I do, having a reaction or wanting to judge or separate, you start to feel the tone, you start to develop where you feel what's happening, the constriction. And then you do this heart-focused breathing and you replace it with genuine compassion, or even just going to neutral, or with the opposite. We call it attitude breathing, the opposite attitude, and you breathe that through your heart area, and it begins to reset, reboot, synchronize your system, so you actually see that and you feel that genuinely. And that's the part of the HeartMath tools that I've practiced for 30 years, until it becomes more and more automatic, and then allows me to create more flow, creativity, innovation. It keeps the channel, as you talk about it, the conduit open to your spirit, and more. And there's always, life's going to, like a game of challenges, it's going to keep you challenged, so you keep growing and you build that muscle, that power, that self-empowerment to shift back to the heart, to get, when you're out, get back in. And that builds your intelligence as well. It builds your connection with people in your life and with spirit and with the planet. So it's a process, but that's my process, and it's been an incredible adventure and very rewarding, because it keeps activating new perceptions, new intelligence, new intuition, new insight. And that's the most fulfilling thing I can think of, as well as keeping my heart loving and connected with more and more people in my life. So the creative process is very much enhanced.
Thank you. I can just feel it through you as you're talking about it. As you speak of it, it starts radiating from you. And I'm curious, is there any other tool that you use on a regular basis? I mean, this one sounds so phenomenal, and Howard, it sounds like you use this quite a bit.
Sure.
Deborah, is there other tools that you on a daily basis
Well, I
access?
do heart meditations. So again, it's all about shifting from head to heart so the heart can synchronize the head, so the head becomes enhanced. The mind surrendering to and following the heart's intelligence is what it was designed to do, to carry out that holistic, bigger picture rather than be separate and run on its own emotions and its reactions, and the heart shuts down. So I use tools that help me connect with and open the heart in that way. Heart focused meditations, we call the heart lock-in. I use our heart rhythm technology to make sure, refine my practice on coherence. This is what it looks like. It's a sensor. It connects to a HeartMath app in the App Store, Google Play Store. I also have a camera sensor that I can use right if I don't have my other sensor with me. And it really trains me in increasing coherence with coherence points and shows me in real time if I need to make an adjustment, so I really am deeper in the heart. So those are my main tools. I come from a yoga background, but to me, this is the yoga that is most effective right now for me in this time period, because whenever you have challenges that you don't have time to go run away to your corner and meditate, you can shift in the moment and manifest your alignment and your higher intentions during your day by getting coherent and getting back to coherence. So that's my practice, and it's always a process of refinement, and then it opens up new consciousness.
And I love that you say that, because it's a practice. It's not about perfection. It's not that we become perfect beings, but we can practice this. And I love too, Deborah, this thing about it really brings you into the present moment, and the point of power being in the present moment, and that you can access this, like both of you have shared, at any point. So I'm curious, for you too, Howard, how has this manifested in your own life?
Well, I'll answer it in two ways. One is, what it has done and what it is doing. Certainly, the trajectory of my life is very different than it would have been had I not met HeartMath founder, Doc Chaudhry, who began to introduce me to this new understanding of heart and consciousness and all of that. Completely different life that I'm sure I have today than what I would have had. I have a life that's been very fulfilling, both internally and also externally. I've gotten to do some amazing things in this one lifetime, And here I am in, a later part of my life right now, still very healthy, still feeling like a little kid in many ways, and none of that would have been possible for me, I don't think, without having utilized or at least had a desire to really understand and discover and explore more of my heart and my heart's intelligence. What it's doing today is it's giving me the ability to deal with the changes that are going on in the world today, and to be able to maintain a certain, I think, degree of poise and balance in the middle of all that. Another thing about it is that I realize all the time is, I've been doing this for a long time, and by the time most people have done something like this for decades, you hit a ceiling, where you feel like you've done enough, you're a good person, you've done many good things, and it's easy to sort of kick back and just take the ride on the rest of your time, right? That's not me. I wake up every day passionate and excited about what I'm doing. I still have a deep care and desire for the well-being of people. I want to do everything I can to reduce human suffering. I want people to have their own fulfillment. I want them to, to have what they truly can have if they learn to manage themselves a little bit better. And all that stays so alive in me. And it's like an excitement that I have about the whole thing and about life itself. So there's no ceiling. And I think about that, about, wow, how do you get this far along in life and not have a ceiling, where you still have that understanding that there is more and there's always going to be more, so go for it. So there's no static feeling that I have inside. That would never have happened had I not learned some things along the way, and had I not done some things to make consistent contact with my heart. Simple as that. So yeah, it got me to where I am, and it's keeping me on the move, I guess, is the short answer to your question.
What a wonderful journey, though, and what a wonderful presence and who knows what's ahead. I mean, I love this. This is limitless.
Right.
And the potentiality of what may manifest in the future in such incredible ways. And so, Deborah, I'd like to ask you too, about the Global Consciousness Project. I had seen that on your website, and I'm so curious to find out more about it.
Right. Well, when you think about what we're talking about as love in all its aspects, if love were a pie, then appreciation, kindness, compassion, care, forgiveness, all those regenerative heart qualities would be pieces, slices of the pie. So whenever we're practicing any of those, we're taking love to the street. And the world needs a compassion movement. It needs a care movement. It needs a kindness movement, a forgiveness movement. It needs a love movement. So now our whole focus is, how do we help love go viral? Because obviously we're talking about a frequency of love, lifting the vibration. And so the Global Coherence Initiative was started in 2008 to be able to measure the effects of heart energy on the Earth's magnetic fields, because they connect every living being. We're all interconnected through the Earth's electromagnetic fields. And there's a lot of research, not ours, behind that, affecting every organism. So if we can create more coherence and synchronization in the field between people, it has a global amplification effect. So the Global Coherence Initiative was all about devices to do that. And then Roger Nelson from Princeton founded what was called the Global Consciousness Project of random number generators to see when there was collective mass human emotion, if it caused this network of random number generators to lose randomicity, a quantum effect. And he found, yes, it did. And he also found that the negative emotions, the fear-based emotions, didn't have as strong of effect on that quantum level as love and compassion. That's very hopeful. That's saying those heart coherent frequencies have a stronger impact, coupling with a coherence in nature and in the universe, which is all based on coherence at every level, of micro to the macro. So if we can get into resonance with that universal coherence, we can accelerate consciousness. And then when he retired, he gave the Global Consciousness Project to HeartMath Institute to continue researching and to develop a whole new set of more sophisticated random number generators called GCP 2.0. And we're developing 1,000 of them in a citizen science project to see what we can measure as collective group meditations happen throughout the planet, or as collective heart-focused intention. So it's going to open up a whole new world of research. That's what the Global Consciousness Project 2.0 is designed to do, a citizen science project. People can go to the website to learn more about it. Go to heartmath.org and click on Global Coherence, and you'll find it. It has its own website. They're also researching how trees communicate with each other. Again, global oneness is understanding that there's a field that connects all of us, an energetic field. And if we can begin measuring how that works and how our thoughts and feelings affect the field, and what we're feeding the field every day with human attitudes, thoughts, and feelings, we can begin to counteract the stress wave with a love wave, with a care wave, with a coherence wave. And that's truly the mission, to help create more global harmony through that research.
I could feel myself starting to get almost teary as you were talking, Deborah, because this is the hope for our planet. This is the hope for our world, for humanity, and for every sentient being. I mean, this is so exciting. And so, and the other thing that I read on your website, which is just a wealth of information, is this stuff about how HeartMath plays a part in trauma work. And Howard, could you speak to that?
Stephanie, I could. I think Deborah would even be better at speaking to that question, because she's an actual psychologist. I'm just a hillbilly with an expanded vocabulary. So, she could probably answer the question better than I would, so I would give it to her.
All right.
Okay, you're going to
So
pass it to Deborah.
we have a program for health professionals, which are actually starting August 1st to 11th. We are opening up right now to everybody because trauma is so prevalent. And there's something called secondary trauma, where you're not necessarily the victim of abuse or a traumatic incident, but you're witnessing others, whether family, friends, or on the news or social media, and it affects us as a trauma input. And so we're all being affected by this trauma. We watch the wars in Ukraine and I mean, on and on. What's happening, the political divisiveness, all this is stressful, but can also be like a trauma input. So we want everyone to be able to take our program called the Resilient Heart Trauma Sensitive Training, to be able to learn some very specific HeartMath tools when you start to clear the trauma and clear the accumulated stress, because that accumulates and affects the center of the brain called the amygdala. And the amygdala, emotional memory center, actually is one of the first lines that receives the signals from the heart. So a lot of people with anxiety, with incoherent heart rhythms and trauma have actually an arrhythmia that's sending that signal and keeps activating anxiety. So when you get into heart rhythm coherence, it sends a different signal to the amygdala, starts to build your inner security, and starts to release the trauma imprints. This is very important research. And trauma can be, all the different trauma therapies are starting to include the heart, the reopening of the heart, because that's what heals. And the reopening of the heart that then sends more of a coherent heart rhythm, love, compassion, kindness to the amygdala. And then the amygdala has another pathway to the thalamus that synchronizes cortical function. So if we can begin to heal trauma and self-soothe, we can begin to release that imprint that has its hold on us. And we do a lot of work with veterans and PTSD, and they find this incredibly helpful and effective and complements other trauma interventions that have been effective. So again, thank you for asking, because trauma is a big deal, and especially secondary trauma, and we don't have to be a victim of it. We really can use these heart tools to open and reawaken our heart power and intelligence to heal and release trauma.
Thank you, Deborah. And give us those dates again that's going to be available so people can they access that on heartmath.org?
HeartMath.com is we're releasing it, and it'll be, the August 1st to 11th is we're having a special sale to be able to launch this and introduce it. And then they'll be able to access it after that.
What a great gift. That is such a wonderful gift. And Howard, I'm going to, or should I say Hillbilly Howard, I'm going to toggle back to you for a second.
Should have not said that.
I love your accent, by the way. I think it's fantastic. And, you know, when you're speaking of HeartMath and how it helps us to advance to the next level of spiritual awareness, we've touched on this a little bit. Can you expand on that, please?
Well, I think it's difficult to quantify the next level of spiritual awareness. It's in these times the possibilities are different now of what we can actually attain. I'll give you one example for sure. Most people seem to be the victim of their emotions. Emotions are simply reactions. And some people have a certain level of awareness about, I can choose emotions at times. So in the new consciousness we're moving into, the ability to actually do that and do that consistently is going to be much greater. It already is. Whereas you don't have to, I'll put it to you this way, a higher state of consciousness, one of the ways to describe that would be being able to feel whatever you want to feel whenever you want to feel that. You want to feel joyful? Great. Go ahead and dial it in. You want to feel, compassionate? Go ahead, dial it in. And have that ability to utilize the gift of emotion in a very conscious way that is moving yourself forward, but also helping others in the process. That's one example. There are going to be many more things that show up in this new consciousness, ways in which we perceive that we didn't perceive before. And I don't necessarily mean like psychic things or that type of an awareness, although that could be a part of it. Just angles of view, insights into nuances that we would not have ever seen before. The world can begin to look very, very different. We begin to notice things differently. Another thing is that we begin to see people through the eyes of love a lot more. So there's less to judge. We're not really judging people because we don't see them that way anymore. It's not an effort to say, well, I don't really have to, move now to not judge them. But, it's natural. There's a flow to that. And in the new days, as new consciousness emerges, life will have more flow. It will have more what generically could be called magic in it. And it's hard to describe all of that. So I'm trying to describe something that's almost impossible to describe. I think it's part of the exploration process. We have to sort of find it within ourselves. We have to discover it. We have to see what's there. And that's the adventure of it. But the spirit of adventure would be another example of what I'm talking about. Like, the world's got all these challenges, whatever. It does. But is there a sense of adventure in that? And that could be a part of new consciousness. Could be 1,000 things like that are part of this new consciousness package that's coming into us now. And it's coming in fast. People are changing, people are growing, people's beliefs and values have shifted and are shifting. So we're in the middle of a process now. It's not like there's something coming. Yeah, there's plenty coming, but it's not like we have to wait any longer. We're in the middle of it. So it's just a matter of taking our own next steps, and let your heart be the determinator of that. Ask it, ask for your own intuitive direction about what it is you need to change, and then have the courage to go ahead and change it. And don't be afraid of what you might see, what you need to change. It can be as simple as changing an attitude or a belief. These things can be done. And any of the changes we make like that in these times are high leverage changes. They move the dial a lot. Just by making a small change you can get a big result from that. That is part of the new consciousness. Small efforts yielding big results, right? These are all part of the new package that's coming into us. And so we're in the process now of reinventing ourselves. We don't know exactly where we're going or what it's going to be. But that's part of the beauty of it. That's part of the adventure, and that's part of the magic, is the not knowing, but still having the desire to go for it, because in your heart, it's there.
Beautiful. I love this sense of changing what might be difficulties to us now, doing the paradigm shift to it's a new adventure.
Yeah.
It's like when I invite some of my clients, it's not confrontation. You're addressing something. It's just a slight difference, but it feels very, very different in the heart.
That's right.
So and some people don't like the word hope, but I love the word hope. I think we need hope. There's such a joy in hearing this and knowing we are in the midst of this. I love that we don't have to wait. And how about, Deborah, this piece that Howard touched on around intuition? How does HeartMath open up our intuition?
There's some incredible research people can find on the HeartMath website that was published in the Alternative Therapies Journal some years ago, back-to-back 2 issues, showing that the heart is actually picking up intuitive signals before the brain and sending a frequency to the brain, and then the brain sends it to the body, and that's where we have the aha, or the insight, or the thoughts that accompany that intuition. So if we can learn to open our hearts more, we can become more sensitive to those intuitive signals. Often they're non-local. That's how a mom, through her love, knows her child across the planet's in trouble. It's through the heart frequencies. And so we can develop that. In fact, we have a book that Howard and I contributed to, also Roland McCready, our Director of Research, and Doc Childry, called Heart Intelligence, Connecting with the Intuitive Guidance of the Heart for More Effective Choices and Decisions. And the heart really is the place where you first have those intuitive promptings, and then the brain, and then the gut. That's a tertiary response. We talk about gut feelings. But as we start practicing this heart coherence, we start to become more sensitive to the intuitive signals, and we start to feel them more in the heart, the feelings of, I call it my inner stop and go light. We've all experienced that. When you kind of feel, oh no, a constriction, that means stop, go deeper, find out where that's coming from. And then green is, yeah, move forward, step into it, create, don't wait. And yellow is pause and ask some questions and wait for that green, wait to get in the green, that signal. But we do really have that type of frequency read in our hearts as we learn to discern it, go to it, and ask those questions, but really developing that ability to manage our emotions and stress so we can develop those more refined, intuitive connections.
That's fabulous. So, one of the things before we all got on together and started recording, we met, and I was talking about one of the things I loved that I read on your website is love is the new transformational intelligence. And I'm going to let both of you speak to this, but Howard first, talk about that.
It's love. It's the time that love is the only thing that's going to get us to this next level and solve our problems, period. I know it's a rather definitive statement. Here comes the old philosopher guy now and talk about love, but it's true. It's a powerful, energetic. It's the unifying force within the universe. Everything else has been tried, all the mind-based stuff, all the tech, all the science, all of that to solve the problems, and yet they're getting larger, not smaller. It's love that's going to cut through all of that. And love, again, is a little small word that covers an awful lot of territory. It can be something to avoid all the way to what I said earlier, the unifying force within the universe and everything in between. So it's a small word with a lot of impact and a lot of meaning and a lot of purpose. Manifesting the qualities of love in a practical way is the next step for us, for humanity. And doing it with more consistency. People do it randomly. It's not that people don't love. They do. But doing it with more consistency and more conscious consistency, like really making a conscious effort to put out more love into any situation, in any conversation, anything that you're doing. It's just to gently radiate it. Radiate the feeling of love whether you feel it or not. Maybe you don't feel a feeling of love, but it's the inner attitude of that you're doing it that really counts. And it's a soft process. You just sort of radiate it gently from the heart. And you stay as much in touch with that as you can. That is, to me, the next level for us to hit in humanity. If you think about it, all of the spiritual practices, tools, techniques, HeartMath, other stuff, whatever it is, all what they really are doing is opening us up to access more love. That's what they do. They open us up to feel more love. So let's get simple about it. Let's cut to the chase. I mean, that's what these things do. I mean, they're opening us up to more love. So the increase of the love vibration is there now in the planetary field. The need for it has never been any bigger than it is today. And so it is the next step. Everything else has been tried. Why don't we try love instead and see what happens? And so there's a term that we use a lot here at HeartMath these days because it's become really a good way of describing our mission in its current form, and that is we're doing everything that we can to help make love go viral. We want to make love go viral, where it becomes a trendy thing to do rather than something that's looked at, through the wrong lens. So that's the big mission right now for HeartMath is let's make love go viral. That's the game plan.
Love that. Thank you. Deborah, over to you. Love being the new transformational intelligence.
Well, think of love as an intelligence unto itself. The whole universe is created from love, and people believe that conceptually, but to really tune into it, you have to open your heart to connect with that frequency and go, whoa, it is all about love. That is the unifying force, and it is what creates coherence from the quantum level to the macro level. So how do I plug into that? Because if I plug into that, it's going to enlighten me and I'm going to get more intelligence. So love is intelligent. And it's gotten all the great wisdom teachers, yogis, religious, all the founders, the people we admire, all said it's about love. Love ye one another. And it's not just a sweet thing to do. It has intelligence to unpack. Because as we've been talking today, it activates higher centers of the brain that are not activated unless we're feeling that love, which could be compassion, kindness, care. It doesn't have to be a four-letter word of, oh, I love, in a gushy way. They're qualities of love that connect and that open the heart and unite us and give us that empathy and that ability to see that we are all really one. That is intelligent, because then our choices are different when we make perceptions and decisions from that vibration. So that's the transformational intelligence. It will transform us. It's transformed my life. It's transformed the lives of thousands of people who use the HeartMath techniques and people who follow other methods that are based on love and the heart. So we're trying to take it to the street where it doesn't sound new age or religious. It's just, hey, your health and wellness and performance are optimized when you're in this state of heart, brain, nervous system coherence, and love is flowing through your system. Put your heart into what you do. Put your care into what you do. Don't overcare, it'll create stress, but have compassion, recenter in the heart. That's loving yourself and others.
So beautiful. I just want to thank both of you with all my heart for this wonderful panel and this wonderful topic and the amazing work that you've done in the world, and for opening your hearts and sharing your wisdom and your love with all of us.
Well, Stephanie, you've been great as well. What a wonderful moderator for this. You asked really good questions. You're lovely, so you made it easy for us just to come hang out with you. And I hope that people that are watching right now and watching this are feeling, the harmony we have, the three of us have right now, recognizing that that's all part of it. It's the transmission of this is not just information, it's the frequencies, the energetics that come through while we do something like this.
I would also...
Well, and I have to share really quickly that Deborah did the HeartMath, the tool that we utilized at the beginning of this with the three of us before we started. Right. And so that I felt that, that cohesion, that coherence, that alignment. And it's just been such a beautiful experience.
Well, I want to thank everybody, Humanities team, Steve Farrell and all those knuckleheads over there that do this wonderful work of bringing transformational information to the world. Good fellow colleagues that we appreciate and respect and honor, and we're glad to make contributions when we can to the mission of Humanities team, which is really we're all on the same team, right?
Exactly. And Global Oneness Day, I'm sure with a collective people throughout the world focusing on their heart and loving and connecting with that. And we'll see what our Global Consciousness Project can measure, see what results we have. We're all citizen scientists as we work together to help shift this planetary consciousness to a higher vibration of love. That's what we mean by let's help love go viral, because everybody wants it in their heart of hearts.
It is possible. Thank you both so much.
Take care, Stephanie. Be well.
Thank you, guys.
Hey there, and welcome for joining us on a Global Oneness Summit with Humanities team. We are so blessed that you have decided to join us today. I am Heather Gray, a functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner, certified bioenergetic practitioner, and podcast host of the Renegade Health Boss. Today, I am joined by two amazing people that I consider colleagues, friends, and you're just going to fall in love with them as much as I do. We've got Gabe Golden with us, and we've got Jane Hogan. And today, with the theme of Global Oneness being the art and science around conscious living, we're going to be talking about conscious healing, right? And what does that mean? And in today's day and age, it is getting a bigger platform, thank God. But there's still a really huge, a lot of people who are still focused on the physical when it comes to healing. And a lot of you might know, or you'll experience at some point that it takes a lot more than focusing on the physical to heal. And so that's why I've brought in these two other folks. We're going to share a little bit about our background stories, and then we'll dive deeper into kind of what our thoughts on conscious healing looks like. We'll walk away with some tips and tricks that you can start implementing today. And we're just going to dive deeper into this. So welcome, Gabe. Welcome, Jane.
Thanks so much. So happy to be here, Heather.
It's so exciting.
Yes, thank you, Heather. Appreciate you.
This is going to be fun. I'm going to admit, I'm not used to doing panels. So like stepping on each other's toes, it's going to happen. We'll just roll with it. But I want to start with, we'll start with you, Jane, Miss Ladies First. Give us a little bit about your background, your history, kind of tell us a little bit who you are.
Well, I call myself the wellness engineer now because I was an engineer for 30 years, but I had this health crisis and with chronic pain, and I started trying to reverse it naturally. And I got so far with it, Heather, and then I realized I had to take another approach. I really couldn't just focus on the physical. I had to focus on more my emotional and energy and consciousness. And when I did that, everything changed. And I decided to leave my engineering career and focus on what I do now, and that is helping people reverse chronic pain using mind, body, medicine, energy, soul, tying it all together.
That's incredible. You're an author as well, correct?
Working on it. I'm working on it.
I think there was a book in there somewhere. And then if you didn't hear some long O's, tell people where you're from.
I am from Newfoundland in Canada. So yes, I may have a little bit of a different accent. But yeah, it's an island off the east coast of Canada, and it's a beautiful rocky island of friendly people.
That's awesome. I know you're a fan of the cold plunges because you've got natural water around you, and I see you quite often out there doing the cold plunges.
Yeah, I love it. It's right on my doorstep, so that's always a lot of fun. And I love being able to say I can do hard things and really get control over my my mind that says just stay comfortable and really try something a little bit different. And it's just great on so many levels.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Gabe, tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, kind of why you're up here.
Yeah, I'm here. I had my own healing journey as well, and it was started at 14 and was diagnosed with the autoimmune disease rheumatoid arthritis, and spent many years on mainstream medications, and ultimately into my 20s experiencing the side effects of those medications and deciding to take a very different route, and sent me on a different healing journey. And a lot of it I filmed along the way, and ended up making a documentary about my journey, and followed several other people who also have chronic illness and chronic Lyme disease. So I then took that and have built additional ongoing episodes, deeper dives into all the different components of healing, and just trying to build the community and share in the community what has worked for me, and what I learned from others is working for them, and we're now more than ever more empowered to really heal, but it really is it's an experience that becomes for many of us a spiritual journey as well.
Absolutely, well put, and so succinct, which is cool and then not cool, because then I'm like, ooh, we got to fill more time. No, I'm sure once we get going, it'll be not a problem. I can only imagine. So I said I'm Heather Gray. I'm a functional practitioner, and I had undiagnosed Lyme disease over 27 years, mold toxicity, 3 autoimmune diseases. 2 suicide attempts. And that was my path as well, especially as a functional practitioner. You know, I would take my supplements and I'd go to bed at a certain time, and I made sure to, you know, follow my food sensitivity log. And my healing always, I'd get stuck, or I would get better and then I would relapse, and I get better and then I would relapse. And it wasn't until I put in the nervous system resetting. It wasn't until I started changing the way that I thought about myself and about the world. It wasn't until I slowed down and put in meditation. It wasn't until, you know, fill in the blank, like start filling with that, you know, bioenergetic stuff, that I really made the huge lasting changes. Like I haven't had a relapse with Lyme flares or autoimmune flares or anything in years now. You know, if I get the flu, I just get the flu, right? Like a typical person. So I'm very blessed, and it's a subject that I'm really excited about, especially being a bioenergetic practitioner, because there's, again, to the mainstream, I think it can still seem kind of woo-woo. It can still seem kind of out there. And when we bring on these experts, right, people who, especially you, Jane, that's what I love about your engineering background, because I know you came at a lot of this stuff with a very scientifically based background. You know, with me, I know it was a lot of anecdotal stuff, which can be just as valuable, but when it comes to skeptics, it's helpful to have the scientific stuff. So can you kind of tell us a little bit about that part of your journey, and just diving a little deeper into the type of work you do?
Now I know why you brought me and Jim together. We both have rheumatoid arthritis stories. So that was it was an autoimmune condition with rheumatoid arthritis. And I did start off very analytical, because that's the way I am as an engineer. I was plotting and graphing, and, you know, what happens when I get this kind of sleep, and how does that affect the pain? And what about when I eat this? And I was very much, really analytical. And I did dive into a lot of the science, but you know what? You find what you're looking for too, right? And once I started looking at the effect of things like breath work and the effect of meditation and how that helped with rheumatoid arthritis, I could see there's more going on than just the physical. And why did that work? And I started diving into, energy, and really realizing the truth of it is that we are made of energy. We know that from quantum physics. So it seems like woo-woo, but it's actually science. And I think what's happening now is that the science is really proving what we used to call the woo-woo, right? They knew that some of these practices worked for thousands and thousands of years, but now the science is showing it. And the reason is, well, we are energy. And so everything affects our energy. Our thoughts affect our energy, the food that we eat and so on. And every single one of our cells is made up of energy. And so they're responding all the time. So there's different ways I find I can talk about this. We can talk about nervous system regulation, and people can really relate to that, right? If I start talking energy, sometimes they're like, I don't know, because it's hard to think of ourselves as energy, even though it is the truth of it. And when we, talk about the science is proving it, but, we don't really feel like we're energy. We feel like we're pretty solid. So I find when I approach people with the nervous system regulation side of it, I think that is still tied to energy, but they can relate to it a little bit more. And so they understand, when I do breath work, I feel better. When I use visionary kind of stuff, like imagining being peaceful or imagining doing something that feels good for you, my pain goes down. I just did this in a webinar yesterday. I ran through a little exercise with people, and the people that were on there, I got them to rate their pain out of 10 beforehand. And then we go through the exercise, this visualization kind of exercise. And of course, some time breath work in there as well. And then afterwards, it's astounding. People go from a level 8 down to 6. And some people go from a 5 down to nothing, or 6 down to 3. And it's just like in 3 or 4 minutes. Just imagine if you're practicing this all the time and really teaching your body how to feel calm, because it's the only way it can heal. It can't heal when it's in when it's in that constant fight, flight, fear, fawn state, which a lot of us are in. Of course, we could talk about those beliefs that we get in our head before the age of 7. That's really what I had to do when I realized that this wasn't just like a stressful situation that I had in the last year that led to rheumatoid arthritis. It was really kind of going back and a whole lifestyle, a whole lifetime of, you know, having these thoughts that were put in my head in childhood where I didn't feel good enough and so on. So there's a whole lot of puzzle pieces. There's a whole lot of puzzle pieces, but it comes down to being really simple. That's what I think. I don't know what Jim thinks about that, but I think it's really so simple. We need to feel calm. And when we can feel calm, the wisdom of the body can take over.
This is Gabe. Jim is my husband who's behind the scenes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gabe. Sorry, Gabe.
And I wish I was smart enough to remember too that you both had rheumatoid arthritis. That was just a happy coincidence. I spaced that out. I did it because of your history of health and wellness and what you're doing in the world in this space and around consciousness. And you both have programs on Humanity's team, our stream. So that's part of the connection there. But no, as Jane was saying, you know, that's one thing I love about Dr. Joe's work. You know, he talks about breaking the habit of being yourself. Like that is a prerequisite that I have make people read when they start working with me, because if they continue with the same thoughts and the same energy, they're going to continue to get the same outcomes. So at some point you've got to break the habit of being yourself, right? If nothing changes, nothing changes. And it's simple, but it's not easy, right? Like I remember the first 6 months I was starting to do this work. It felt like a part-time job, catching every single one of those nasty, self-defeating thoughts from, you know, being brought up around addicts and trauma and abuse. And I remember one time, Jim, I was talking horribly about myself, and he stopped me in my tracks. He says, "Stop talking to my wife that way."
Oh, so sweet.
And it absolutely, I was like, oh my gosh, he's so right. Like I wouldn't talk to a worse enemy the way I was talking to myself that day. And he really helped me, you know, put a stop to that. And it's funny how, like I said, some of these tools are free, they are simple, but they're not, you know, it's not necessarily easy type of thing. So Gabe, tell us a little bit about your journey and some of the tools and the different out of the box things that you have done, you know, to get yourself where you're at. You know, how did you tie consciousness into your healing path?
Yeah, well, it's, you know, I say we because myself, as I was on my journey and I began to document other people, and we were all finding results with major diet changes and detoxing and different modalities. And but we would also have these 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of situations, and setbacks all the way sometimes. And in spite of doing all of these things, and even, you know, all of us at times were very rigid in our protocols and didn't miss one thing. And it became, like you said, a full-time job to heal. And I think that was one way in which we were getting in our own way. But it also said there's something deeper going on here. What is this underlying pattern that's expressing itself in our biology? It's like a default mode that we're going back to of autoimmune attack on the body, or you know, and what does that really what does that represent in terms of what's really going on? And initially I learned through a couple of good therapist friends of mine who were doing somatic experiencing, which became something that was a big part of my healing journey, that about things like the adverse childhood effects study, which was a mainstream Kaiser study that just showed overwhelming evidence, you know, that directly correlated with any kind of trauma from youth. And it can be even just witnessing violence, let alone experiencing violence, or neglect, or you can be, you know, it's all relative for everyone. And those experiences directly correlate with all kinds of different illnesses, especially autoimmune disease, but just about everything, right? And so we know we're all carrying some level of collective trauma. And so that was a big piece for me, just from a mainstream medicine perspective. And then as I began to explore going in and getting an understanding of the importance of nervous system regulation, which was coming from my biological medicine doctor, Dr. Drobot, at the clinic in Arizona that we were going to, who he's measuring your heart rate variability and saying, you know, we can do all things all day long, but if your nervous system doesn't relax, it can't go into that state to heal, right? It's just, your body's not in that space. It's in survival mode. So you can put all this great nutrition in, and you can do all these modalities, and that's going to have some effect, but the body really isn't going to welcome that and actually rest into a full healing experience until whatever's going on deeper within is addressed. And that, becomes kind of a complex journey for a lot of us, whether that is a variety of spiritual exploration and therapy, and even just learning how to, like you said, do breath work, meditation, daily practices that kind of put the brakes on this gas pedal that is our just go, whether it's conscious or unconscious, that's happening. And that was a huge piece. And it was interesting that it was the same thing with myself and so many other people in my experience, as well as in my film. We all had to kind of go on the journey within and learn how to regulate our nervous systems. And for me, that was definitely, once those things were together, that's when, the finish line was finally in sight.
No, absolutely. So I'm just curious, do either one of you have any comments on anything the other one had said or want to add to?
Yeah, I really love what Gabe said there, that was, like the missing puzzle pieces, realizing that I tried all the anti-inflammatory diets and everything, and it was just creating a lot of stress. So it helped, but then it was sort of like you said, like 2 steps ahead, 1 step back, because you're creating stress. And even some of the other things, I was, the way I describe it now, it's kind of like we're dealing with the secondary symptoms and thinking that's where we need to do the work, when really the work needs to be at the nervous system, work there, and then the other stuff will work even better. So, there's a certain level of understanding that you need to be kind and compassionate with yourself, which is not something most of us are taught all along. So what you said there, Heather, about how you talk to yourself, like self-love is a big part of healing. And sometimes that's a bit of a learning process.
I had no blueprint whatsoever. I had a blueprint for being angry. I had a blueprint for being nasty, mean. I had no blueprint for unconditional love. I had no blueprint for grace. So the majority of the stuff that I've learned, it's been self-taught. Because I kind of knew that there's got to be another way to live, right? And I didn't want to feel that way anymore. But it is sad that this lifestyle is just not conducive to human health. When you see those commercials, this is a part of a balanced breakfast. Bullshit. That's diabetes in the making. All the Pfizer commercials, all the prescriptions, the staying out late, you can eat what you want, but take it home. It's like all of that. If you see it on TV, pretty much just stay away from it, I think.
Yeah.
Gabe, you had said something about like the rigidity of doing everything right in a program, but saying that you're also getting in your own way. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, I think that of course, in this space now more than ever, we have so much information, which is great. When I started 20 plus years ago, it was like the internet was sort of a resource, and you were working with naturopaths that I went to, and they had some information. And, there was this idea that healing could actually happen, but it was sort of a newer idea, and there wasn't a lot of a roadmap. And now there's so much out there. You can dive into this world and get very confused, and there's no direction. There's not a lot of guidance. And even good naturopaths who have, or good I wouldn't say biological medicine physicians, because they have a fantastic map of exactly what you should do. But a lot of natural and integrative therapists can be good and mean well, but they don't necessarily put all those pieces together for you or inform you of like everything that really is necessary. So I think for me going forward on the path, kind of with this like, well, I'm a belief that I'm gonna make this happen, and then as resources become more available, it becomes, how do I prioritize? How do I discern what is really going to work for me and what isn't, and what is just going to overwhelm me and what isn't, what's realistic and what isn't. So it was definitely a trial and error, which is where I think anybody who's on a chronic illness journey or just diagnosed, or even if you just want to optimize your biology, why listen to us? Like, what do we have to offer? Well, we've been down this road and tried so many different things, and we've drawn certain conclusions. Now, everyone's healing journey is unique for sure, especially when you get into emotional and spiritual, energetic, healing at that level. But we do know kind of how to prioritize what is probably worth your time, or at least like, hey, get these diagnostics. These are like great diagnostics that are available now that we didn't have 20 years ago or 10 years ago. Get these and rule some things out so that you're not just traveling the world, spending money, trying to heal, and you find out you've got a bad root canal that's infected. I mean, these things happen, and it's like it takes people sometimes years to uncover what might be something that is physiological or somewhat more simple. And so I think, just keeping it simple with like, get the right diagnostics so that you're not shooting in the dark. Learn and make it an interest of yours. If you're here and you're listening to this, or you're on a healing journey and you believe that, okay, there's definitely more that I can do than whatever my mainstream doctor is giving me with this medication, then let's just take it bit by bit every day. Do a little bit, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, learn a little bit more. You're gradually going to build a health ideology of your own that's going to give you incredible power to discern what's optimal for you. And yes, guidance is fantastic, but a doctor, like a really good doctor, will listen to you, and actually they will learn how they can help you by your, sharing as much as you can, and you also having a real understanding of what might be going on with you. And so that relationship is a big piece as well.
Absolutely. Beautifully put. And brought me into the next little thing. So thank you. We talked about prioritizing, and I want to ask the question of of both of you folks, and I'll start is, what are some of the top 3 things that, that you find like non-negotiable that you do that you felt move the needle? Jane, I won't say breath work because I have a feeling that's what you're going to say, and then I'll actually have you take us through something. But so my top 3 things, so Gabe had talked about, getting the right type of diagnostic, and that's absolutely 100%. I have the most in-depth intake forms that I've been told by anybody, like over 600 questions. And the recent client that I'm working with now, so Gabe had brought up root canal. She had mercury that was actually leaking out of her fillings and into her body. And so I always rule out any kind of oral cavitations, mercury, wisdom teeth removals, root canals. I rule out mold, and I rule out sleep apnea, because all the best supplements in the world, all the best food in the world, it's not going to really get you very far if you're not getting enough oxygen at night when you sleep. So the diagnostic is huge. The second one would be food sensitivities, because I always found that that's a great low-hanging fruit with lowering inflammation on the body and the brain, and then allowing the body and the brain to take over and do what it knows how to do, right? So every boulder that we can take off a person, it's just a little bit more freedom in the nervous system, in the body, for it to go, okay, I know what to do now. And then the third one was somatic experiencing work. And I want to show you, one of my favorite ones. It's kind of silly. It doesn't take any time at all. That's the cool thing about some of these things, is it takes no time at all, but with consistent practice, it helps retrain your nervous system. And so a lot of times Gabe used the word overwhelm, and that's a common word when people are starting off in their health journey, because it can feel very overwhelming. And so this one is like a self-soothing technique that I learned a long time ago from Dr. Amy Apigian. And you'll cross your arms, and when you start off doing somatic experiencing work, kind of feel what's best for you. Does it feel better to have the right hand on top, or does it feel better to have the left hand on top? Actually, you two, I want you to join me. So see which direction feels better. So for me, it feels better to have my left hand on my right shoulder. On the bottom, my right hand on top. And then I'm going to close my eyes, and then I'm going to put my head down on my shoulder. And then I just get quiet for a little bit. And my body will actually kind of start to naturally rock back and forth. And I let it. I had, given a little explanation on kind of what my childhood was like. So there wasn't a whole lot of soothing, from my parental folks, from my siblings, from anything. So I always had a hard time learning how to self-soothe. And this weird little simple hug, Take a couple deep breaths in and out, in through the nose, hold at the top, out, and just sit with it. And so, like Jane had talked about in the beginning, I see you two almost look asleep. It's awesome. You just feel your nervous system, so if you're like really anxious, feeling really overwhelmed, rate that, was it like an 8? And then sit with that for a little bit and see how well it goes down, how fast it goes down. So sometimes if I'm feeling overwhelmed and just like the world feels like it's caving in on me, I don't know which way to turn, I'm feeling hopeless, I'll sit and I'll be still with myself, with love. And it's amazing how I can, in just that 20 seconds, right? So those are some of my favorite 3 things. Gabe, why don't we go to you?
Well, I love that. Yeah, I think it's interesting that you did that exercise. I did one with in the film with when I was interviewing Peter Levine, who's really the founder of somatic experiencing.
Well, Dr. Amy Apigian was a student of Peter Levine.
Right. Yeah. So. And he said, "Hey, do you want to do an exercise with me?" I said, "Yeah." And so he said, "This is a very simple one, and it just is for affecting vagal tone." And he calls them VOOs, and it almost be like an Om as well. But you just, you take a deep breath and and you can kind of practice, but you'll feel that vibration just settling everything, and that your vagus nerve just reacting, and it just settles everything through the nervous system. A couple of those, it's similar to taking some nice deep breaths, but it seems to have a really noticeable physiological effect. So that's one that I'll do sometimes when I'm driving or just doing dishes, or just once in a while. It really is very settling and soothing as well. But as far as my sort of go-tos for sure are, daily earthing, I think is just, I love getting my feet on the grass, whether I can get on the grass or on the beach, or just go out into the backyard and have your coffee and get a little sunlight in the morning, movement, all at once. You're getting this, nice circadian balancing effect of morning sunlight with a little bit of earthing with some movement. That's a real powerful way to just start your day. Probably one of the healthiest things you can do, and basically free, right? Another one for me has been minerals. I think that I've learned that hydration is really dependent upon minerals and mineral balance. So I'll put some sea salt in my water, as well as liquid trace minerals in my water throughout the day, which really helps. I can tell when I'm drinking water, it doesn't just go right through me. And I think a lot of people have that. They hydrate, or they think they're hydrating, but then they actually, your body just really doesn't have the minerals to actually absorb and utilize the water. So that's a big one, I think. And of course, minerals are so essential for electric communication in the body. We are electric, right? And we need the minerals to do that. And you can take a highest performing athlete, and if he's in a marathon and runs out of electrolytes, it's over, right? It doesn't matter how much water he drinks or she drinks or anything, right? It's just your body stops. So that's one of the things I think is that people don't focus on nearly enough. And then meditation for me daily is I'd like to say I am pretty consistent and have been for a long time. But what does meditation really look like for everybody is different, and there's different methods, obviously, and ways of exploring. But I would say that one thing everyone should consider when you're meditating is just trying to focus on the heart space, because the more you just bring attention there, and maybe you're focusing on the breath, but really the more you just bring your attention to your heart space, it does pull you out of your head. And even if you have to put your hand on your heart every time you get a thought and you realize that you're slipping back into just a thought process, you come here again. And over time, attention from this space is very powerful. There's just something about that opens you to your own true nature, to your own, in my opinion, your access to your soul or the divine self, because there really is some powerful information that comes through there, and oftentimes through very soothing feeling and self-love. And that's, to me, what self-love looks like, is you kind of access that space and you realize, well, this is really who we are. This is really what we are. And even though it's your true nature, it's actually our true nature. It's our shared space that you're going into. And you come out of that with this sort of collective feeling of like, I'm full of life and love, and I want to give. And I think for me, that's been a big part of the self-love journey.
Absolutely. And did you notice how 4 out of the 6 so far are free?
Yeah.
How incredible is that, right? When we get back down to the basics, it's amazing what happens. So Jane, tell us about yours. And like I said, if you want to actually lead us through a little breath work, we would be down for that.
Yeah. Well, I'm listening to you guys. Like, there's so many, we all have so many tools in our toolbox, right? So it's hard to what are the key ones? And I think for me, like an overall arching thing is really awareness, awareness of what am I thinking and what am I feeling, because we can't change things until we notice where we are. Most of us are so disconnected from our body. So any of those somatic practices are going to help kind of connect. And, I could do one of those, but there's so many out there. And I would say for me, that was key, getting connected, being aware that I didn't know that I was holding all this tightness in me. And that's defense physiology, right? We get, the pain, illness, all that is the body trying to protect us. And so we start with this protection physiology. We also have protective behaviors, right? Behavioral adaptations, Gabor Mate calls it. So we might recognize some of those. So noticing that, if I'm getting defensive, or if I'm like getting judgmental, noticing those things, because that's really just the defensive behaviors, which are the start. So noticing that awareness is key, and seeing if you can catch it.
How do you start with getting an awareness? Because a lot of times, like a fish in water doesn't realize it's in water, right?
Yeah.
I realized how out of whack my nervous system was until I started, right? So can you go a little deeper into the awareness part of it?
I think with awareness, it's really training yourself to start noticing and creating a little bit of space, noticing. Just I start with, I've been doing awareness. Actually, that's the theme for this month in my membership. And it start with kind of like keep a ring on a different finger, or your watch on the other arm, things like that might just remind you that, every time you notice this ring feels a little uncomfortable, right? What am I thinking about right now? What am I feeling? So having these little reminders to start training yourself to pay attention. And then eventually you get to the point where you kind of have, Dr. Sue Morter is a mentor of mine, and I'm trained to teach her work, but she calls it like having one eye on the inside. You've got one eye on the inside, noticing all the time, but you do have to start training yourself to notice when you got those behaviors, or noticing when I'm feeling tight, noticing my thoughts. So that awareness is kind of foundational to me. And then secondly, I would say is visioning. So visioning yourself as your healed self. What would you be doing if you were completely healed? What would be something joyful that you can't do now because you're restricted? And so for me, it was climbing. I'm a hiker. And so climbing this mountain, I mean, at the time I could barely walk. So to think about climbing the second highest point in Newfoundland seemed crazy, but I did. That's what I envisioned. And I even had a song to go with it, because music is really powerful, right? It can evoke emotions, because what we want to get is the emotion that goes with it. So I had the Miley Cyrus song, The Climb, and I would put my arms up in the air, in victory. And so I felt I could feel that exhilaration, and it wasn't just thinking about it. I was feeling it and really putting myself there. And, our going to kind of some of the more esoteric things, we start to pay attention to then the things that will create that. We know that from even scientific studies, that just imagining something can help, increase muscle strength. even if you're not doing the exercise. So if we start imagining these things, then our body and our mind is going to start getting on board. So that's a really big part of what I teach too, is creating this vision of what you want. I call it then amplifying your vision. Keep amplifying your vision. And I would do this every day, every morning. And okay, well, talking about mornings, so this is kind of a cheat because a morning routine has changed my life. Honestly, it's not, I can't even overstate it, I don't think, having a morning routine. And it doesn't have to be complicated and it doesn't have to take a lot of time, but I like a morning routine that includes a little bit of what I would call mindfulness, whether you're doing meditation or whether you're doing breath work or whether you're, whatever it is. It's a time when you're just kind of sitting still, trying to quiet your mind, just having that little bit of space without ruminating over the past or worrying about the future. And then movement. So Gabe mentioned movement. So yeah, movement. We need to move our bodies. So having a little bit of movement, and it's just whatever you can do. I mean, at one point for me, I was just like chair dancing because that was all I could do. You just do what you do, but the feeling that you need to have is really important. So when I was doing this chair dancing, it wasn't like, oh, this is all I can do now. It was like, I want to feel good, whatever I'm doing. So the feeling matters. And then the third part is a mindset part. So whether it's like journaling to release whatever's bugging you, maybe thinking about the past and then like just letting all that anger out. Because when we hold on to our emotions, we trap them in our body, and they say the issues are in the tissues. Or it could be affirmations. We know that our subconscious mind, with those beliefs that have gotten in there, we can reprogram it with repetition. So, putting in some new, like I used to literally look in the mirror and say, I'm an example of what's possible. I'm a healing machine. I'm just getting started. These kinds of things would really elevate my emotions. So how you start your day affects the rest of your day. So I think having a morning routine, whether you got 2 minutes for each of those parts or 5 minutes or 20 minutes or half an hour, whatever it is, just do that little baby step, whatever's manageable for you. So I kind of cheated there and put 3 of them in one, but
I was like, I think I'm counting 6 now. No, that's great. I love habit stacking too, because a lot of these things that we talked about, you can actually do right around the same time, and you can get double the dose for just one simple effort. So yeah, because we're trying to stay out of overwhelm. And again, like I said, you can choose what works for you. And setting up a regular routine really is key. I found if I fail to plan, I plan to fail, so setting up routine and being consistent really will get you so much further than almost, any kind of pill or any other thing out there. So really the consistency.
So true. Yeah. And so I could lead you in a breath work if you'd like to do that. So we'll just do something really, really simple. And actually, let's kind of start with a vision. So maybe there's something that you want to do in your future. Either maybe you can't do it now because of physical limitations, or maybe you just haven't done it yet. So let's just bring that vision to mind now, and just get comfortable in your chair and let your hands rest on your lap. And you can either just have a downward cast with your eyes, or you can close your eyes. And first of all, let's just notice the breath. Notice the feeling of the breath. Maybe you notice how it feels in your nostrils, or maybe you notice your belly, your chest moving. Maybe you notice the sound. And then notice that there's always another breath there for you. Always there, always supported by the breath. And notice also the support beneath you. The chair that you're sitting on, your hands, and how they're supported. And And then bring to mind that goal you have, that vision for a goal, something you want to achieve or something you want to do. And bring that to your mind now and notice where you are in this scene. Notice where you are. Are you inside or outside? Notice the colors that you see, the things around you. Are there other people or are you by yourself? Just look around and notice if you hear anything. Are there any sounds? Are there sounds of nature or city sounds or music or people talking? Notice the sounds. And are they quiet or are they loud? And notice what you feel. Do you feel anything on your skin? Is there a breeze or a sense of heat or cold? And notice the emotion that you're feeling. What is this emotion? You could name it. Is it joy or love or excitement or peace, exhilaration, or some other emotion? See if you can name it. And then notice where in your body you feel that. Notice if you feel it in your throat or chest or heart or lower in the belly. Where is the feeling in your body? If you want to, you could touch the area. And now notice that we can imagine as we breathe in, we make that feeling bigger. Just make this up. Just go with it. You inhale and that feeling is a little bigger with the inhale. You're breathing into it. And then inhale again and let it double in size. And then with another inhale, just imagine that it completely fills the inside of your body. And inhale again and let it even get bigger than the body now. It's so big and feels so good, this feeling. It can get as big as the room that you're in. You can just let it get as big as you want. And now you can say to yourself, I'm going to call this back. This feeling is for me. I can call it back. Just call it back right now to the place where you first felt it and let it get smaller and smaller, like a little pin of light, a little circle of light, and it can stay there where you first felt it. And you know that you know how to make this feeling. And anytime you want, you can use the breath, breathe into it and let it get as big as you want again. and then call it back again. You can teach your body how to feel this feeling. So you can bring it on whenever you want. And now, one more breath in. And exhale with a big sigh. And then when you're ready, you can slowly and gently open your eyes again. Come back to this space. How did that feel?
It is. That's amazing. Yeah, except now I'm all, Jane, I got to perform. I'm all like,
you're all relaxed.
I'm all relaxed. Drilling on myself. Gabe, I'm going to go over to you. So we're going to, with the last little bit of our time, each one of us has a course here on Humanity's streaming platform. So I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about what that's about, what it's called, how they can find it, and then, shameless plug area, anything else that you might be working on or that you want to direct people towards. So we'll start with you, Gabe.
I appreciate that. Jane, thank you for that. That was very relaxing. And I think it really reinforces what is so important is for us to feel, right? To feel our bodies and to feel what's going on. And I know that a big part of what's been happening with me has been like a change in relationship to what pain is or what discomfort is or what tension is. It's information. It's something to listen to. It's even something to send love to, right? It's instead of I've got to conquer this, something's wrong. It's like that relationship is so important. So I love that you took us there. And I love what you said at the end of teaching our bodies to feel this feeling. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, on Humanity Stream, I have my documentary film, which is a traditional feature documentary that tells my story and several others as we sort of navigate the healing journey, and we go through trial and error and things that all kinds of modalities, and ultimately also follows our journey within, and wonderful conversations with so many luminaries, including Lynn McTaggart and Dr. Tom O'Brien and all the doctors that I worked with. So that is just the feature film is available, and then there's I believe 13 additional episodes that are very tightly edited, deeper dives into different modalities, whether that is healing the nervous system or biological medicine and diagnostics or nutrition and the microbiome. Got episodes on community, like other stories of from the path of healing, and things that are just like conversations that help anybody on the journey to relate to that you're not alone in this. And so, yeah, that's available. And I love the way Humanity's Stream has put it up there and presented it. So that's my plug. And I hope that it's something that I put together and, like I said, tightly edited, very much trying to give you just the stuff that you really need, because you can listen to podcasts and you can listen to a lot of information out there, but a lot of time it takes a long time to get to sort of the nuggets of what's really something here that I can use, what can I apply, and so I tried in all those interviews I did to edit them down to those core things that I found were so helpful for me.
Absolutely. Although the one thing I didn't hear was the name of your documentary.
Thank you. Lighting the Path. Yes, Lighting the Path.
I love it.
Yeah, it's actually really, really good. I mean, I wasn't shocked, but I was shocked at how sad certain parts of it were. Like, I didn't expect to cry for some reason. I don't know why, especially because, it's talking a lot of the same path that I've been on with my Lyme disease. And so sometimes when you get on the other side of it, you kind of forget about some of that darker stuff. But the beautiful thing about your show is you don't stay in that darker stuff. It's here's some actionable steps that you can take. Here's some hope. And I think that's what's missing from a lot of, especially Lyme documentaries out there in the world is that hope, that sense that you do have some control. You do have some say in your healing journey. And I love how you give that power back to people and say, here's some tools to do that. So thank you, sir, for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jane, up to you.
Well, I can't wait to watch Gabe's documentary. That's exciting. Thanks so much. My course on Humanity's Team is called The Science and Spirituality of Conscious Breathing. So I wanted to start with the breath is just so basic. It's the ultimate portable device. It's free. Anyone can do it. It doesn't matter what age you are. You're breathing anyway, so we may as well breathe in a way that's going to support us. So I've got a lot about the science and like kind of the mechanics of breathing and how to breathe in an optimal way, because there's a lot of dysfunctional breathing happening. But I also dive into like the spiritual side and really connecting with yourself through the breath. I mean, the breath is spirit in the body, really. And so I dive into that as well. I even have some stuff there about humming and the healing power of humming. And so it's a fun course, and really you don't have to do it step by step. You can kind of pick in at whatever you're interested in and come back to it over and over again. And I just so grateful for this opportunity with Humanities Team. I love what they're doing. I love their mission. I love that this is being available to people no matter what their financial circumstance is. And I think it's a really beautiful mission that Humanities Team has. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I haven't seen your course up on the platform, but I got to see you speak live when you spoke that year at Mindshare, and it was afterwards, like I was hunting you down. I was like, you're talking about humming and just all these other things that are so simple, but still so effective. And I absolutely fell in love with you on stage and, became a fangirl immediately. And then we've been friends and, on each other's podcasts and, watching each other grow. It's been an amazing journey with you, Jane. And I love the work that you're doing in this world. I love what an amazing human being you are, and how awesome to share this platform with you. So, yay.
Feelings mutual.
Oh, thanks. For me, I made my course so long ago. I don't remember what it was called. Maybe Discovering Health. But it's my cooking series that I have out, because so many recipe books out there. Yes, they'll talk about, a healthier version of something, but they're not talking about why you want to remove, forever chemicals, Teflon, from your pans, and why you shouldn't be heating stuff up in plastic and microwaves, and why sourcing wild-caught salmon is not the same animal as farm-raised salmon, the same with beef. And so these videos, I go deep into not only showing you how to cook these amazing, delicious meals in 20 minutes or less, I show you the tools that I use in the kitchen to do so, and why I'm sourcing the ingredients the way that I do, why I'm using the type of filters that I am, why I'm using the type of utensils that I am, because it all matters. Again, each one of those things are a toxic burden, like a boulder, like I said, on a body. And so I think that's probably why I forgot to. I think I've got 2 courses up there now. One of them is like my mini course of some of the things that I did to overcome, diving into sleep, real cooking for real life, and discovering health. Thank you. Because I'm like, yeah. And then, I was going to make another one here pretty soon. So sometimes they all just kind of run in together. So highly recommend either one, if you want to learn how to cook, or if you want to, learn some of the more foundational things that I did to overcome Lyme disease, autoimmune, mental health stuff. I've got both of those platforms on there. And then the one thing that I forgot that I can't believe I didn't bring up in my list of things is play, right? I am recently a stand-up comedian, and I actually have a spot on my website now for comedy, and play was missing for my whole life until 6 months ago. So for 46 years of my life, play was missing. Play was not allowed. Where I grew up. And it is such a huge component to healing. There's been research studies after research of people watching funny movies, right, compared to people staying stuck in their story, and which one gets better and how much faster, and all those things. So, not forgetting to play, and finding some piece of joy somehow. I've been having so much fun with I just came back from New York, and we saw a Broadway show. And the elevator was like the size of a 1-bedroom apartment. It was crazy. And I started running around the elevator like a crazy woman. And I thought people were just going to look at me as crazy. Next thing I know, this woman, 20 years older than me, starts chasing me in the elevator around in circle. Her elderly mom is laughing her butt off. Everybody else is laughing their butt off. But then afterwards, that endorphin rush that we got, right, from laughing and having a shared experience, so just not taking yourself or others too seriously, because none of us are getting out alive, right? So making the time that we have here mean the most every single day. And so play. And
So
so check out
important.
Renegade Health Boss. Go check out the comedy page there and laugh a little. But so where are we at? Yeah, we're great. So is there any last little nuggets or anything else that you guys like to say before we kind of sign off today?
I just like to give people hope and remind people that they are powerful. I mean, my message is all about empowering the person, because you know your body better than anyone else. You know your life, you know what you're feeling. You are the one that can do this. So just know that you are powerful, and see yourself. The work I'm doing a whole thing now on being your own hero. See yourself as your own hero. Awaken the hero within you, because there's a hero in you waiting to come out, and that can help you heal.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jane. How about you, Gabe?
I love that. Yeah. And I would say a part of that is been, goes into self-love, right? Because an authentic, perspective of yourself is one that's really compassionate to the self. And you, when you do love yourself, you have that ability, I think, to see yourself as your own leader and your own luminary, and you can listen deep, to your own guidance. And I think self-love also, and this is my share at the end here, is just that on these journeys, they're difficult. We all know this. It's trial and error. It's steps forward and steps back, and don't judge yourself, or feel shame around not being there, not being, if you got healthy and you've fallen back, or you still haven't mitigated your symptoms, or you haven't figured it out. I mean, this is the journey, and it's ongoing, and have a lot of compassion for yourself on this, because these aren't easy journeys, but there is meaning in them, and there is, especially if we choose to find the meaning in it. And so yes, just stay consistent, stay on the path. There is tremendous hope, but also make sure you're not judging yourself too much on where you're at.
Beautifully said.
Absolutely. Beautifully put. I want to say thank you to Gabe and Jane for joining me on this awesome event today, and to everyone here who decided to tune in and join us as well. Hopefully you've learned something. It's given you a little bit of hope, some inspiration. Make sure to go find their other their shows on the platform, or if you're not a regular member of Humanities Team, make sure to find a way to sign up for that as well, because it is the amount of education that you get, the things that you will learn, the life-changing information at the tip of your hands that you will have at a very, very low price. It's ridiculous. Highly recommend it. Sign up and stay tuned. Thanks again for joining us.
Thanks so much, Heather. Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the Art and Science of Living Consciously. Today, I have the pleasure of speaking with Pamela Osley and Derek Rydell, and our topic will be emergence, experience a new reality. Welcome, Pam. Welcome, Derek.
Great to
Thank
see you.
It's an honor to be here.
So today in our talk, I'm really excited to speak with you both. We're going to touch on parallel universes, steps on creating a new reality, and how we can move past our trauma and victim consciousness to our ideal life. And for you, those of you who don't know about Pamela Osley, let me share a little bit more about her. Pamela is a best-selling author, consultant, visionary, profound psychic intuitive, medium, and aura expert. In fact, she's working on a case right now that she was telling us about before we started. Very exciting and meaningful work. Pamela has appeared on ABC, CBS, NBC, The View, Dr. Oz, The Ricky Lake Show, Hallmark's Home and Family, Coast to Coast with George Norrie, Gaia with Lisa Garr, and hundreds of other television and radio shows. And she's also been featured in many national magazines. Pam has spoken at TEDx Talks, the International Forum on New Science, Fortune 500 companies, and many seminars for professionals in the psychology, education, health fields, and more. She has written 5 successful and popular books, Life Colors, Love Colors, Make Your Dreams Come True, and her latest books include Infinite You and The Truth According to John. Thank you for being here.
Well, it's great to be here. We're going to have fun.
Woohoo! Now, a little bit about Derek Rydell, a leading expert on spiritual emergence and personal development, discovered the transformative law of emergence after experiencing 2 near-death encounters. During a period of intense struggle, financial hardship, heartbreak, and deep internal conflict, Derek realized that traditional self-improvement methods were fundamentally flawed. So that's interesting. Maybe we can touch on that today. Derek's journey from despair to enlightenment has inspired hundreds of thousands to stop struggling against their perceived inadequacies and to start nurturing their innate wholeness. As an author and speaker, he guides individuals to stabilize their lives and reclaim their freedom through his authentic, inner-driven process. His message is especially resonant for today's turbulent times, offering a path to peace, inspiration, and the fulfillment of one's divine purpose. So excited you're here today, Derek.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Talking about these simple little topics.
Yes, it's so simple. Well, Pam, I'd like to start off with you. Why do you think so many people struggle in their lives?
Oh my gosh, that's a huge question. Well, actually, there's two basic reasons I believe, in my experience of working in this field for 40 years now. My experience, my belief is that there's only 2 reasons that we suffer. One, we've forgotten who we are. We've forgotten that we're these divine, amazing, powerful, expansive, unlimited, non-limited, it's like just amazing beings, that we create anything and everything. So one, we've forgotten who we are. The other reason why I believe we suffer is because our souls want the experience. We wanted to see what it felt like and to see if we could overcome it, to see if we could get through things. I mean, we came here, I believe, for the experiences, to have feelings, to have emotions, to overcome things, to learn things, to laugh at things, to play. I believe we came here for that reason. And so that includes having all the experiences. So there are a lot of adventurous souls out there, and we've created challenges to see what we can make of ourselves, to see if we can overcome it. And then a lot of people will start out with challenging situations who actually came here to help others. So they've created experiences at the beginning to help them have compassion and understanding. And when they figure it out, they can help other people. So those, to me, are the 2 reasons why we suffer. 1, we've forgotten who we are. 2, we've chosen it for the experience, but we don't have to stay stuck in it.
That's wonderful. I was wondering about your perspective on this, Derek.
Yeah, I agree that, there's a difference between suffering and struggling. Suffering is, I think even suffering can be, the Dalai Lama was once asked, what do you wish for America? And he said, I wish for America more suffering. And it was interesting, that was before 9/11. So thanks, Dalai. But I think that, like you said, our true nature, what I discovered when I had a near-death experience was that most of what I was trying to fix, heal, improve, attract more to was really a false sense of self. It was a figment of my imagination. It was a amalgamation of parental fantasies and cultural conditioning and peer pressure. And I saw that in that moment, nothing I would ever do would ever make this guy enough, because he was a fiction. But I saw simultaneously that there was another self, which is perfect, whole, and complete. So it can never actually be improved upon. It's actually an oxymoron to talk about self-improvement. And I also saw that this part had never been diminished, never been hurt, never could be. So there was nothing to fix or heal. And it just was a radical flip for me, that there was already a perfect pattern of infinite potential, a perfect expression of life. Just like in every seed, there's a perfect pattern. And the acorn doesn't attract an oak tree. It doesn't achieve oakhood. It doesn't improve itself into an oak tree. And the acorn is not an inadequate oak tree. It's a perfect acorn. But when it surrenders to the soil and the conditions become congruent, become a match for what it really is inside, oak naturally emerges. And that's really was the big flip that I found, which is that so much of my efforts and many of our efforts to overcome challenges, to achieve, to heal, to improve, to fix, was creating most of the resistance and the struggle and ultimately the suffering. And that instead, if we start with the premise that we've already got it, that nothing is lacking, nothing is missing, nothing can be added to us nor ever actually taken away. And we just learn how to tune back in, kind of like right where we are right now, our favorite music is playing, but it's inaudible and it's unmanifest unless we tune the station to the frequency where the music is. And in that moment, that station becomes manifest, or as I like to say, we have a manifestation, right? And so, but that music is already playing, right? I'm here all weekend, but the music was already playing. And so the song of our soul, the beat of abundance, the symphony of success, the love, the joy, Jesus said, where they're like, when's heaven going to come? And he's like, it's not going to come over here or over there. It's already here, but having eyes, you can't see it. And he was basically saying, you're looking through the wrong lens, through the filters of your mind and perception and historical perspective. It's already here, guys. And so that's what I saw. And then as I began to just tune in and realign my life and create the conditions that were more in integrity with who I really was, that began to end much of the suffering and the struggle. Now, it didn't end it permanently. And so to get to that specific piece, like Pam said, I believe part of the reason we go through it is because we just love it. Why do we love stories? Why do we love drama? We're all drama kings and queens, right? We love a great drama. So we love playing through that part. And I was an actor, so I would play some of the most dramatic parts, crying and sobbing and death and tragedy and Shakespeare. But inside, while I was literally having the emotional experience of tragedy and terror and pain and grief, I was in utter joy as the actor. And so there is a way in which we can be in the world, but not of it. We can be in the unfolding amazingness of this drama called life, but not be overly identified with it. So we can actually, enjoy it, but also grow from it. And that's the final piece I'll say around this, is that in nature, everything evolves through an adaptive process. So there's an infinite potential, but it can't all express at once, or it would just be nothing. It has to unfold. And what causes it to unfold is a challenge. Something challenges the system and causes an adaptive response, right? If I go to the gym and I work out, I have to tear my muscles. And that tells the deeper potential to go, we need more energy there. And it sends more energy that I didn't have before. It turns everything in my body and everything I put into it into muscle. And so the same thing happens with a challenge or a struggle, is if we work it and understand, it's calling more of us forth. And so we just keep getting to unfold more and more and more.
I love that perspective, and tuning in to the manifestation on the radio.
Yes. Exactly. Are you KLACK or KRICH? You know, KLAC or K-Rich?
Ooh, I guess we get to decide. Well, Pamela, what do you think about all of this and the role that trauma and victim consciousness have in creating our experience and reality?
Well, first of all, now I know why you have Derek and I speaking in the same episode because Derek, I use a lot of the same language, changing the channel, the frequency, tuning into a different frequency to change our lives.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, so many of us are getting downloaded with the same information to help us go to a new level, to go to a higher frequency, whatever, because we're using a lot of the same examples. I love that. I'm just getting a kick out of it. I go, yes, we're hearing it right.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think all of it plays a role in who we are. I think bottom line though, what I think's going on is that in the play, because I use the same analogy, we're creating movies, we're storytellers, we like to tell stories. Unfortunately, a lot of us get too stuck in our stories. We get stuck in the drama and we tell it over and over again and we get addicted to our emotions. So we get stuck in it. We're not bad people. It's nothing wrong with this. It's just we don't know that we can just change the channel and let go of the story and have something different going on. So I think what's going on is that we're tired of the suffering. We're tired of the drama. We're tired of some of the old stuff. So that's why a lot of people are emerging now going, I don't think we have to do it this way. And for sure, realizing who we really are really gets us out of victim consciousness. Now, that's not to blame anybody that still wants to be in the movie where they're the victim and they're suffering, because that's part of the movie if they want to be in that movie. I think Derek and I are the same. And it's like, I don't want to do those movies anymore. And I think most people are bored with them. We're bored with war. Nobody wants to do that anymore. Nobody wants to fight anymore. The them against us is getting so old. It's like, so the victim consciousness, I feel like, is gasping for its last breath. But people need to know that we're not victims, that we're creators, that we're these powerful oaks inside the acorn. And I feel like we've grown a lot more. And so what we want is shifting. Our realization of who we are is shifting. And I don't know, I think Derek's the same way. I don't like doing victim consciousness anymore. I really own that I'm telling the story. I really own that I'm creating what's going on, not in a way that I punish myself, but in a way that I'm more aware that I don't have to keep playing that movie or that song or that music or that play. I go, yeah, I'm going to change. So that's why I like the parallel universes so much. It's like it's another version of just change the channel. You know, keep telling
just phase shift. Just phase shift. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a frequency. It's just like you change the channel on your TV or your radio or your iPad or what, iPod, whatever you're webcasting. You just change the frequency and everything changes. And I'm finding it easier and easier to do that because I realized, just before I said, it's all story. And we like the story. I don't want to take away anybody's story. I just want people to know that they have a choice not to keep telling the same story. They can change their story. And Derek and I, and obviously you too, Carissa, we've done our stories. We have changed the story, and we can do it in a hard way and take a long time and go through the journey, or we can learn that there's a shift in perception, a shift in understanding of how this all works. And we change the channel a lot quicker. I mean, remember growing up, well, I think I'm older than both you guys put together, but, we had to go up and go to the TV and change the station, change the knob manually, and there were only so many stations. Now all I got to do is push a button, and there's hundreds of different shows to watch. Sometimes I don't even have to push a button. I can just say, change the station, go to the, it's like we're learning through our technology that we can change the story.
Yes.
Yes. And I wanted to dive deeper into what you said about parallel universes. So what are they and how can we access them? What are some of the things that we can do?
One of the cool things that I think is happening out there right now is that quantum physics is now finding evidence to prove what the mystics, the spiritual teachers, have been telling us for centuries. And so parallel universes, they have evidence that those are real. People, without going into the science behind it, people can go Google the double slit experiment
and just look at parallel universes, what they've discovered about them. But they discovered they're
Just
real.
watch the TV show. Just watch the new TV show. It's on there somewhere. Dark Matter. You can learn about parallel universes.
There's a bunch of movies out there that we've been talking. I mean, everything from basic Back to the Future to Frequency, Somewhere in Time. One of my favorites is Yesterday, the movie. It's all about parallel universes. So we used to believe there was only one continent. Then we used to believe there was only one planet. And then it was one solar system. And then we believed there was only one galaxy. And now it's like, whoa, infinite. So now what they're discovering is there's way more than just one universe, that there's an infinite number of universes out there. So what that means is, and there's lots of different theories about if they're bubbles or space is so infinite that there must be repeats of us because it's infinite. So we have to appear many times. But the one that I've experienced that I use, and it gives us so much more fun and freedom, is there are other universes as close to you as your breath. There's other versions of you as close as your breath. And what physicists are saying is every time you make a decision to go one direction or the other, there's an actual aspect of you, another version of you that splits off and has the one over here, and the other one still has the one over here. So that's how we can change our experiences, is changing into a different parallel universe. And the way you do that is through your thoughts, your beliefs, and your emotions. Emotions, energy, and motion. So you use your emotions, your imagination. If you believe that they're real, and actually we don't even have to believe that they're real, because according to physicists, we're changing into different parallel universes all the time. Like every second we're changing, but because we've been trained to believe there's only one universe, they're seamless. We think we're just flowing through one universe and that's it. But we're not every time. I mean, Derek could have chosen to wear white today, or he could have said, well, I think I'm going to wear a blue shirt today. And there's an actual him that's living a life with a blue shirt on today and another one.
He's got a black shirt on. He's got a black shirt on, actually. But yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Black. Anyway.
Yeah, but I saw the blue shirt. I saw the blue shirt.
I was going to say
reality.
We changed the blue at the last minute. But there's a you that married somebody you knew in high school. There's a you that
one of him doesn't even have a shirt. He showed up to this call without a shirt.
There you go.
Oh, you had to go there.
Yeah. So there's a you that got married to somebody, 20 years ago. There's a you that never got married. There's a you that's got 4 children. There's a you that has no children at all. There's a you, an actual experience of you. That's how eternal we are. That's how expansive we are. That's how multidimensional we are. And I like to explain to people that just like when they discovered aerodynamics, we discovered we could fly. That gave us more fun and more freedom, an easier life. And so now that they're discovering there are parallel universes, that should also give us the ability, which it does, to have more fun, more freedom, more choices, right? To create a life we want. We just need to know we need to know to change the channel, and let people know that there really are an infinite number of parallel universes that already, like Derek said, that the oak tree is already there. It's already there. So you can just shift into, healing. Okay, I've got health problems. You just shift into a universe where you don't. It comes with a whole new history. If you're single and you don't want to be single, you shift into a universe where you're already with a beloved. And I've used it a lot. It works. It's really fascinating. It's really fun. And I know it sounds like science fiction, but remember, a lot of things that used to be called science fiction are now science fact. So this is just another revelation to help us shift our lives in a way that people don't know is possible yet.
Yes. Holla and preach.
So inspiring. Now we get to hear from you on this concept of parallel universes.
Yeah, I mean, so much of what you said. There's the theory, obviously, of quantum entanglement, and the whole idea that what's called a superposition in quantum physics, so that the atom is literally here, not here. It's a wave. It's a particle. It's really everything that's possible and nothing at the same time until there's an observation or a measurement, and then it collapses into an actual particle of experience. And the famous Schrodinger's cat experiment where the cat is both alive and dead, and in every other possible, expression until you open the box. And for me, and there was actually just a Nobel Prize won, I think, a year or two ago, of somebody who proved even more perfectly the scientific fact of the quantum entanglement or the superposition. They just won a Nobel Prize proving that really, truly, there's everything or nothing until you measure it or observe it. Again, it's depending on who you're talking to. And for me, there's another term that I use called infinite organizing potential, which is that in every moment, in this moment, we want to get from here to wherever. And we think through our limited historical perspective and conditioning, we maybe come up with a few different ways, or maybe there's even 10 ways to get from here to there, or even a million. But actually, spiritually speaking, universally or quantumly speaking, there's infinite avenues of potential to go from here to there. Not just one, not just 100, but infinite. And what that means is that anytime we're merely trying to use our historical perspective, our preconditioning, or the current conditions of the world to chart a path to where I am, to where I think joy and fulfillment and love and abundance is, we are by definition limiting ourselves. And so instead, to open up to the infinite organizing potential, like in God, in truth, doesn't take any time for anything to unfold. Again, they asked Jesus, when will the harvest come? And he said, what season will it come? And he said, it will not come in this season. Lift up your eyes and behold, the fields are already white unto the harvest. And he was trying to say, it's here now. Again, he just kept saying, oy vey, it's here now. It's here. The love, the peace, the joy, the beauty, everything is here now. And our perspective that it takes time, that it takes space, these are all within the matrix of our simulation of our mind. And so when you can step out of the matrix and into this place that Pam's describing, which you can do through prayer, through meditation, through a sincere intention. This is one of the prayers that I use, which is more than I want to fix, change, heal, control, manipulate anybody or anything, including myself. I want to know the truth that makes me free. I want to be an instrument of the highest good and the greatest love. And then that just throws me open outside of the matrix to be a channel of what life has in mind. Because whenever you have an idea for your life or God is saying, oh, that's so adorable. Oh, if only you would let me show you what I have in mind, right? It's like, and so that's another way to quantum leap out of the matrix. And we have many matrices that we can live in, but life itself is not bound by any of that. And people even talk about infinity and eternality. Infinity is not a lot. An eternality is not a long time. It defies the whole sense of time and space. But when you touch that space, the distance between you and everything and everyone is right here. It's now, here, I am, right? And if you put now here together, you get nowhere. And so that's the first piece that I think is so important. And the other piece about parallel universes is, I remember once having this deep meditative experience where I realized that the I am that I am, the is that is all that there is, has already and is already living every possible version of me that could ever be, that ever was, that ever will be right now. And it's not just that I make a new decision and now that splits off. That's still a bit of a time-bound thing. But in reality, it's already all happened and happening. And now here's why that's so powerful. Every lesson I will ever learn, it's already learned right now. I can tap into it. Every challenge I will ever go through, and the pain and suffering and wisdom and embodied truth of that, it's already happened. So all the lessons, all the blessings, all the challenges, all the victories and defeats and learning and wisdom that I could ever have in all of the infinite parallel universes of my being is available to me right now. I can just quantum jump right to that. And I've actually done that and helped people do that and go like you were talking, just suddenly it's out. In fact, I've had clients who never painted in their life and within a matter of a couple months, they were painting like they've been painting for 25 years, because the full painter doesn't take any time to realize. The full artist, the full lover, the full being in love, the healing. A miracle is an instant demonstration of what is always and already happening. It's not a process. In God, in life, there isn't cause and effect. There's just is, am, now. So that's one of the ways that I think about it. And it's fun. You can, whether it's prayer, meditation, and all the things that Pam was saying, but just know that you've already gone through it all. You've already learned it all. Just pull it into this moment. Just claim it. Just call it forth. Call forth the wisdom of the ages. Call forth the wisdom of all of your future selves. You don't have to go through the drama to learn the lesson. We like it. That's the value of a great story. The heroes or heroines, myths, it's the process by which we learn and progress or evolve. And Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage, and we have, we go through these stages. So there is a purpose to learn and evolve this way, but we don't have to go through the drama to get the aha moment or the great leap of faith in the third act of the play. We can jump right to it in a lot of the ways that Pam said. So that's to me what's really exciting, and it does tap into the trauma piece you talked about, which I think is really important because. And the challenge in all of that, because trauma and extreme pain is both, it's very difficult, but it's also one of the most powerful catalysts for a quantum jump through parallel universes. Maybe Pam, you can speak to this too, but like I've been through my own Job experience. I went through a divorce after 20 some years where my whole life was just kind of taken apart, piece by piece. I then lost my son. My son died. And then I had a fortune stolen from me, literally millions and millions of dollars. And then my wife got cancer. Like I've been through the ringer. But because of these principles and these practices, as my heart was shattered in a million pieces, instead of that being a loss of something, it was letting go of the structures that limited love, that allowed me to take a quantum leap into a love that went beyond time and space. Not just the love of a father and a son, but the love of the Father and the Son. Love itself, a love that is in the hearts of every human being. Like that's what's possible. When you hit a trauma and it shatters your structures, what's available is everything again. Right? And then before it formulates back, I'm a victim or poor me or why me, all of which I went through. But before I go there, what else is possible, right? Everything, infinite love, inspiration beyond imagination, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to add that in also, that sometimes the greatest joy and bliss can be an opening for jumping through parallel universes and experiencing your quantum self. But also very much so, suffering and pain. This is what I believe the Dalai Lama was speaking about, is also a very powerful opportunity or great trepidation about the changes in the world. Any kind of crisis, the old saying, never let a good crisis go to waste. It's like, if you're in a crisis, get excited. That's the launching pad for a quantum leap into a life without limits.
And we're infinite beings, Carissa. Just what he was saying, we're infinite. So we have an infinite number of choices. And the reason that we're here, I believe, having physical experience is because we wanted to know what all that felt like. We as aspects of all that is, of infinite mind, infinite source, wanted to know experiences, wanted to know self. So we chose to come here to have these experiences. And so when people go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm here. I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait to die and be on the other side. It's like, no, this is where all the action is. I mean, there's so much amazing stuff going on, and we're starting to realize that we get to create it. So it's like, and we want the experience of it. So it's the same parallel universe as if somebody handed you a whole reel of film, like you go to the theater and they just gave you the reel. It's like, no, we want to run it through the projector to have the experience of the movie. Again, it's helpful for people to know, yeah, there's no time at all. I mean, it's a construct of this three-dimensional reality. So seeing that we can shift time, that there's no such thing. And just like Derek said, we can just be in one place and then the next, and, have one experience, have another experience. But what I'm learning is not to judge any of the experiences. I just had for the first time in my life, I'm having physical challenges. I broke my knee. Oh my gosh, I've never been in that much pain before. Physical pain, physical pain. I've gone through stuff like Derek has. Physical pain, never in my life. And so when I was in the hospital, I go, oh my gosh, what happened? I go, I'm choosing to have an experience I've never had before. And it just changed everything. I wasn't as suffering as much. I was observing it. It's just like, wow, I'm having another experience. I believe life is a series of experiences, and we wanted to. So anybody that's on the planet right now is a very courageous and adventurous soul. You wanted to be here at this time. And I've had people even ask, okay, what's the future? Who's going to win the election? Or what's happening in the future? And I go, well, which universe are you choosing to be in? You end up having the experience that you believe in, the one that you put your energy into. So there's no just one outcome. And so that's helped me not go into fear a lot. I go, well, who do I want to be? It's like, which one do you want to be in? Which one do you want to be in? Which one are you believing in? Which one do you want to experience? And so it takes away the fear, because I know I can create anything, and that's what, I mean, if you're going to quote the Bible, yes. I mean, I was raised that way too, Derek. And basically in John 10:34, he said, ye are gods. The things you see me doing, you will do also, and even greater. So I'm like, all right, bring it on. Let's do it. Okay. Let's have all these experiences. I believe he was really showing us who we are and what was possible.
Totally.
It's like, you want to walk on water, do that. Change water to wine, do that. Raise people from the dead, do. Hey, he said the things you see me doing, you'll do also. And I'm going, okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. And I'm sure Derek, same, but the fact that I can do everything that I do, the psychic, the remote viewing, transfer, going in and out of parallel universes, affecting matter with mind, bending spoons, changing the weather. The fact that I can do all those things, I know that everyone can do that. And again, people don't have to. They might have come here to live a smaller, or a different kind of life. We don't know why their soul chose certain things. So, but the fact that I want people to know that there's a choice out there, so they don't think that they only get to wear black today. It's like, wow, there's a rainbow of colors out there. There's a rainbow of experiences you can have. It's important, I think, for people to know that they have choice. And if they choose not to do that, that's okay too. That's a choice. Their soul's having a different experience here today. I mean, my gosh, look what Derek went through in this lifetime. I go, you are a very brave soul to go through all of that.
Or a very crazy one.
Maybe the same, but I trust your souls know what they're doing. I trust your souls have an agenda, have a purpose for being here, wanted to experience it. Again, just helping people realize that, listen to your soul then. Your soul knows what to do and where to go and how to navigate what you're doing here, not just the fear-based ego, which I don't think there's anything wrong with ego, by the way. It's just that ego was created to have physical experiences here, to be able to see and touch and hear. We defined ourselves to experience that. But the ego was created just like the eye is created in the body, to be able to see things, to perceive. But if you just depend on the eye, then you're not going to hear the siren behind you. You're not going to smell the smoke somewhere. It's not bad. It just has limited perception. And the ego perceives based on what we teach it, what we train it. And it's been trained to keep us safe. So then we go into this fear thing. Oh my gosh, I have to depend on my ego to keep us safe. It's like, no, I like what Derek says, it's like the infinite, expand out to bigger perceptions of what's possible. Then your soul can go, hey, there's a fire truck behind you. Get off the road, Get over. I can smell it. It's like our higher selves, our souls, our greater who we really are knows what we're doing. The ego is just like only living by just your eye, one eye, and that's it.
Yes.
Anyway, we both get excited about this, right?
So the ego,
Yeah.
you're saying the ego is like a pirate, basically.
A pirate. Okay.
One eye.
Well,
Yes.
do you and Derek, do you feel like some of these experiences, may have been devastating at the time, like the loss of your son and the divorce and cancer, your wife being diagnosed with cancer? Do you feel like going through that has made you a better coach, able to help people who have maybe gone through similar experiences? Like what was the gift in those experiences?
Yeah. I mean, there are so many, and they continue. It's the gift that keeps on giving, especially the loss of a child. And I know that sounds crazy, it sounds funny, but it's the first gift in all of this was to see that the things I had seen and the things I had been teaching and things I had been living were more real and more powerful than I thought, because they literally saved my life. And having that awareness of myself and that ability to hold myself and to be present with myself and to witness myself and to watch Derek, the player in the play, as his heart is shattered in a million pieces and he's falling to pieces, that I could hold him and watch him, because I've been practicing not judging those parts, but holding those parts and hearing those parts. And when you hold and you hear, you heal. It integrates. The grief can move through like a forest fire and do the work it's meant to do. A forest fire burns open the canopy and burns down some of the old trees and burns away the detritus and opens up the seed pods in that conflagration. It needs the searing heat of that fire to prepare the forest for new growth. And if you could somehow get away from that fire, or if the jack pine could have vision boards where there were never fires in the forest or something, it would actually eventually fail to evolve and cease to exist. So I was able to, because of all that practice, I could hold myself through that. And all the practice I had holding other people through the same things. But it was a reaffirming and confirming initiation to really know this stuff is real. It didn't make it hurt less in terms of the actual experience, but it made it, I didn't get as attached, or it didn't stick to me as much. It could move through. And again, open me, as I said, like I said, when the vessel that was holding that I loved the most shattered, the love wasn't lost, it was liberated. So it could expand beyond this very limited concept of what love is, what fatherly love or parenting love or agape love, just that the love of a parent and a child is like the divine love. And it can be the same with the love of partners, but it allowed that divine love to expand and encompass more and more and more of myself and more of the world. So that's obviously a massive gift. And that's ultimately been my prayer for 20 or 30 years, which is to be the love of God, to be an instrument and a transparency of ultimate reality and divine love. And, be careful what you pray for, because prayer works. But, when you pray for something big, just be aware that a lot of who you are and what you think you need and what you think should be will not be standing when the prayer is answered, right? If the acorn looks up at the great oaks and go, oh, that would be so great to fly that high. Oops, why is my shell cracking? Why is my whole identity falling apart? Oh no, somebody heal my shell, But so everything that you think matters, that you value, not everything, but a lot, it will have to die. It will have to break away. It will have to be released. And that's not a problem when you understand progress and evolution. That's part of the process of more of you coming through. And again, to quote Jesus, you have to die daily and be reborn again. It's not a religious statement, it's a principle. And so that was definitely what this taught me, was hold parts of me and hold the world and my ideas of what should and shouldn't be very lightly. Because again, if you want to make God laugh, tell God your plans, right? It's like they're very, very, very sweet and adorable, but nothing compared to what life is up to as us. So that was one of the most powerful things. And then again, also to discover when I lost a fortune, as the Bhagavad Gita says, take abundance from abundance and abundance still remains. You can take infinity out of infinity and you still have infinity left. And so reality is not material. So you can never lose love, no matter how much love seems to go away. You can never lose wealth and abundance, no matter how much seems to go away. You can never lose anything real. And the more you're anchored in that which can never die, that which is indestructible, the more you can hold your space in this expanded place while the world falls apart around you and goes crazy, and then be a light of expansion in the world. Those are some of the things that I learned.
Hey,
and that
Derek,
have helped me definitely hold people.
Derek, do you sometimes wonder too that these challenges are actually an opportunity for us to experience what we believe in and not just theorize about it?
100%, 100%. It absolutely can be, especially if you are consciously desiring and understanding, oh, this crisis is, I'm about to discover the movie that I've been living in unconsciously. I'm about to see the script. I'm about to go behind the scene, SEEN, right? And actually see, and that's instead of Hollywood, we're about to go to Hollywood, and see what's really behind the scene. And it's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up, because that is what happened. I was able to see the matrix I'd been living in. And then I was able to eventually let it go and, eventually step into a new matrix, to some extent. It's hard not to keep stepping back into the form, but very much so.
It gives us an opportunity to actually walk our talk, not just talk it and theorize about it, but it's like, oh, wow, this stuff really is real. Like you said, it's real. I'm actually having an opportunity now to prove it to myself.
100%.
And then I also want people to know, just a side note, there's value in everything. I don't want people to think they have to suffer or have to struggle in order to grow.
Well, thanks, Pam. You could have told me that a little sooner,
Yeah. Well, I heard that you were kind of
This is the first time you're meeting.
No, but
now you tell me.
I know. Well, I want people to know that it's possible to learn through joy and through love and through openness and through happiness and through fun things. I don't think, because it's been an old thing, it's like, well, no pain, no gain. It's like, no, I'm not buying that anymore. We've done that enough. We've done centuries of that. It's like, okay, now I'm choosing to expand through joy and love and happiness and wonderment and awe and excitement, and not the old, I'm done with the pain stuff. Well, I had to do the physical pain thing first because I hadn't done that one yet. I've done that. I'm over it. Okay, I got it. I proved to myself. I'm using what I've learned to heal my body, because I know it's all energy, it's all thought, it's all beliefs, it's all, it's all atoms in space, so I can do that. So anytime I was going to physical therapy, they go, wow, you've made more progress in 1 week than I see people making in months. How are you doing that? It's like, oh, good. I'm proving to myself that the thoughts, that who we are is powerful.
Yes.
People are curing themselves of cancer, which, I believe that that's people going from one universe to the next, or one frequency to the next, when they have spontaneous remission, or there's no love and then there is, or there's no money and then there is. It's like, oh, it's just another language to say you just changed your reality by changing your perception of who you are and what's possible. And that's what I believe we're up to right now, is changing our understanding, our perception of who we are and what reality is.
Yes.
It makes it
I wonder if I could throw something out there, because I think this is a really important topic about, that you don't have to grow through suffering, that maybe that's an old model. And then the other one, which is, I just want to grow through joy and love and wonder and awe. And maybe you can, not a debate, but maybe you can share some of your other thoughts here, because this has definitely been a big question of mine. For decades, and I've as I've watched both some of the greatest leaders and lovers and creators and people throughout history and their journeys in all domains, not just spiritual, and also my own life and people and as well as all the principles in nature, it does still appear And this is where I think there's a potential paradigm or flip here is maybe it's not about suffering per se, but what I see it's about where there's real growth, real change, real transformation, and real expansion of expression, not just more and more of the same. Like the ego sometimes thinks it's on a journey for a better life, and what it's really doing is seeking more and more pleasure, more and more just not fulfillment, but fulfillment, right? It's just more and more filling itself up with stuff. And it calls that I'm just growing through joy, but it's really just a hedonistic kind of pleasure. And there's not real transformation versus it does appear that maybe not suffering, but that what is required is challenge. Because as humans in density, even the best of us, it's easy to find comfort and to solidify into a particular matrix of thinking, feeling, being, doing, beliefs. Even our best beliefs are a grain of sand on all the beaches in the universe of what's true. So even the best belief, that's why I jokingly say children are healthy, happy, and full of life, and adults are sick and miserable because kids have only questions and adults have only answers, right? So it's like, so it does appear there needs to be challenge, and that in order to establish a life of appropriate challenge, we have to aim our life at the highest possible target, meaning we have to have a big reason. Now, it doesn't mean a purpose like Elon Musk or Oprah Winfrey. It could be my purpose is to love my neighbor as myself. It could be just a purpose. I'm going to love like God loves. All right, get ready. Roll up those sleeves because you're going to get some people that are going to be tough to love. But you're going to grow through loving, not through suffering. But it doesn't mean it's not going to be incredibly challenging. But so that we have to aim high, higher than comfort, convenience, mere pleasure, and all that kind of stuff, if we want to keep elevating our consciousness and expanding our capacity. Does that make sense, Pam?
Yeah, absolutely. And so the difference is we're saying the same thing. It's just that what I'm explaining is I think we always challenge ourselves. I think we enjoy challenging ourselves. And it's the perception of what the challenge is like. Is the challenge hard and, oh my gosh, this is fun? Or is the challenge exciting and
exciting? There you go. And like I'm giving birth to a baby. Is this a labor of love or is it just pain and suffering? No, it's the most beautiful, amazing thing I could do. And there's pain, but it's a beautiful pain. It's a labor of love. Or like you said, I'm working in a marathon or whatever.
I mean, we challenge ourselves even like, oh, I wonder what it's like to paint. I've never done that before. I'm giving myself a challenge to be a painter. Well, that's a challenge, but it can be fun and interesting and exciting. It doesn't have to be painful. And I have no judgment about whether or not something's painful, not painful. It's our opening up to our perception of, is it miserable and hard and struggle? Or is it, wow, this is interesting. This is fascinating. I think we challenge ourselves just like going to the gym. We want to, see how much I can lift this time, right? Or see how long I can run this. It's like, it's a challenge, but for runners, sometimes some people run and it's painful and other people run and they get a high off of it. So it's our perception of the challenge that I think doesn't have to be struggle hard, dreading it. Oh my gosh, I have to do this though in order to get better or grow. It's like, so yes, challenge.
You made a couple good points there. Yeah, go ahead.
I think so. And I was just thinking, like, do you feel like sometimes that challenge and changing the perception of it can help us shift into that reality?
Yeah,
that's what I think. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I agree. We've been talking about a few core metaphors like story, and a story is all about meaning, and the same story, depending on the meaning, can affect a person differently. And that really, one person, a snake, you could put a snake in their lap and they freak out and scream and run out of the room. And the other person, it's like a pet and they're having the most joyful time. And
that's my kids, by the way.
Right. And one person, you can, if it's like, if you see it as an adventure, do you see life as an adventure or do you see it as a problem to be solved? Or as the saying goes, life is not a problem to be solved, it's an adventure to be lived. And so that's the flip. And if there's a habit or a practice that was necessary for me during all of these challenges and really all my life, was building that ability to keep reframing. And it's not a cheat, it's not lying, because when you expand your consciousness, which we're talking about, from the larger perspective, this isn't a problem, it's an opportunity for more joy and play and love and abundance and brilliance to express. From this tiny little constricted consciousness, it appears as a problem. So you're actually telling the truth. You're stepping back and going, from the author's point of view, this is an exciting turn of events in the story that's going to lead to the heroine's, quest or whatever. So I think that's a really, really important thing, is that it's not about denying what we're feeling or judging. It's about, yes, and now let's expand and ask a bigger question. What's the bigger potential here? What's the bigger thing that is emerging here? And it's like chaos theory. Behind every appearance of chaos, there's always a larger order emerging. In fact, there's a word for that, chaotic. Life is chaotic. No matter how much chaos you think you're in, just step back a little, expand your consciousness. There's actually a greater order. There's a lotus blooming in that mud. It's not just chaos. So I think that's beautiful. I'm glad I pressed in a little bit on that, because I think that'll be important for people when it comes to understanding expanding consciousness, emergence, and how to deal with the trauma and the crises in our world and in your life. All of these three pieces kind of snap together in that model of how to approach it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And to me, it makes it more interesting, more fun, more enjoyable. And I challenge myself all the time, but I get it now. I love it. And then sometimes I take a break from okay, I've had enough challenges. Let me just cruise for a while. But there's no judgment about any of them. It's all experiences. And once we get that, man, the fear goes away, the pain goes away. I mean, not that you don't go through pain, but not judging it, not getting attached to it. You're right. It's just like a bigger picture. It's like, wow, this is an interesting adventure here. It makes life more interesting.
Well, I would like to cover, this is all so profound and beautiful, and it's really warming up my heart, actually, just that shift in perspective of when things happen to you, seeing the gift in the opportunity, in the struggle. And I also want to cover steps to creating a new reality or stepping into a new universe. What advice would you give, Pam, on that, of people hearing this, and where can they start?
For me, at a certain level, I believe that the quantum physicists and Christ and all the great spiritual teachers, basically, it's all consciousness. It's all our souls creating. It's consciousness. So that's the level I'm at now. I always like to share Deepak's example of like the different levels of consciousness, because we create different levels. We create from different levels of awareness and consciousness, where he uses the example of, if you want ice cream at level 1, which is where most of us live, and I'm okay with that. We want to live at level 1. Level 1, if you want ice cream, you got to go out and you got to interview for a job. Then you got to get the job. Then you got to work at the job to get the money. Then you go cash your check in or get your payment out of the bank, whatever. Drive to the ice cream store, give them your hard-earned money, and now you get the ice cream. That's level 1 consciousness. And we live at that level a lot, okay? Mostly that's what we believe is reality, the only reality. Level 2 consciousness of awareness is you have the desire for ice cream, and a friend stops by and goes, I was just in your neighborhood and I got some ice cream. You want to have some ice cream with me? Now, I'm sure we've all had that experience of synchronicity. It's like, wow, I like that level. That's much easier. It's fun. Sometimes I want to drive to the store and buy my own ice cream, right? Level 3, you have the desire for ice cream. You go and open the freezer and there's ice cream in there. It's like, wow, I don't remember buying the ice cream, but there it is in the freezer. I've had those experiences too. And then level 4, which is the masters, I think, is you have the desire for ice cream and you open your hand and it's there. That's very Christ consciousness. I haven't done that one yet, but I'm working on it. Okay, I'm intending to do that at some point just for fun. Although I like doing 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be fun. Level 5 is you have the desire for ice cream and you realize that you and the ice cream are one. It's all energy. So it's like, we came from that level. I think we like levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're playing at that level. So manifesting is at a different level of awareness. But to me, I'm at the level where I go, it's all Schrodinger, Heisenberg, all those quantum physicists said consciousness is fundamental. There's no physical reality. It's all consciousness creating our experiences. And so I, like Derek said, I fall back into level 1 quite a bit going, oh man, I got to clean the kitchen again. I got to do the dishes. I got to go out and buy food again. It's like, or, it's like, well, I have
I
friends showing.
am chocolate peanut butter ice
There
cream.
you go. So I like that. I like it. Yeah, I like to be able to choose which level I manifest from. Again, it's just kind of expanding the game, expanding the play to be more expansive in how we play it.
Yes. And all I can think of is now I'm hungry for ice cream. That's the message I got.
They're already. You want some of mine?
Yeah. That's the level 6 is you can just hand it through this virtual thing and I actually can receive it.
That's it. Or just, you don't even have to go through it. I'll just have it show up at your,
Exactly.
we're playing at some high levels, you guys. What I've been shown is we are headed for a new renaissance. We are headed
and
for
AI and all technology is manifesting an outer projection of what our inner conscious potential is. We're already omnipresent in consciousness, and now technology is making us right here. We're literally all around the world simultaneously right now. And so it's manifesting increasingly, and certain masters don't need the outer technology. They rely on the inner technology and they can just go boom, boom, boom. And but this is showing us the whole world really is it's a mirror, it's a reflection, because there is only truth, only love, only the divine pattern of perfection. There are clues everywhere. Like, where's Waldo? It's like the truth is peeking out behind everything saying, here I am. Here's who you are. Here's what you care about. Here's what matters most. Here's what you really are meant to be. It's actually all around us. So it's a game of where's Waldo. We have to start to look for the clues. And there are a few clues. And the most simple one is desire. And even though we think of Buddha said desire is the root of suffering, that's not an understanding of correct understanding. That's more the craving and aversion, and that takes us out of. But desire gives us a clue. Desire comes from a root of the sire, of the father, or of the creative principle. And it's not telling you what's outside of you that you need to go get. It's telling you what's inside of you trying to get out. So that burning desire, what do I really, really want? You're pregnant and the baby is kicking. And when the baby kicks in a pregnant woman, she doesn't go, oh my God, I want a baby so bad. And then she starts running around looking for a baby. That's called crazy. And then pretty soon some nice gentlemen in white jackets with good upper body strength will take her away. No, she knows she's got a baby and she starts nourishing and feeding and growing that in her. So when we are willing to be honest with what is my deep heart's desire, not what do I think I should, could, have to, must, or, well, how am I going to make money, or what are they going to think? But just coming back, know thyself. And if we are willing to know that, then what will happen is we start to tap into that seed pattern that's speaking to us and find out what does it need to be fed and nourished. And it will speak to you. It will say, I just want to take a walk. That's what I would invite people to do.
It's been such a pleasure connecting with you and Pam on emergence,
Likewise.
how to experience a new reality. Thank you for joining me today for the Global Oneness Summit.
Thank you both.
Awesome. Welcome to the Global Oneness Summit with Humanities team. So much fun today. We're going to be finding your divine guidance with Reverend Sue Frederick and Dr. Lottie. And this is going to be just super, super exciting. So I'm Heather Gray. I'm a functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner and certified bioenergetic practitioner, also the host of the Renegade Health Boss podcast and stand-up comedian. Lots of things, everything health and wellness, whether it has to do with spiritual, mental, physical, it's all tied together, right? We can't compartmentalize any of these issues. And that's why we love having these types of talks with these amazing, brilliant women today, telling us about some of their physical struggles, their spiritual struggles. They've done amazing courses, they're authors. Like, it's just going to be super exciting. So let me start off with Dr. Lottie. She's an NMD. She's an author, medical medium, evidential psychic medium. I would love to learn more about that. That was one word that stuck out at me. It's like, ooh, evidential psychic medium. What's that? We got ancestral healer and international keynote speaker. She's described as an oracle who has the ability to touch the heights and move the power of the mystic, prophet, and seer. She's the author of Med School After Menopause. Love it. The Journey of My Soul, and it's an inspirational story about transformation, healing, and spirituality, which won first place in the category of spiritual leadership in August of 2021 from the Living Now Books Award. She's also the creator of Healing Your Ancestral Mother Wounds. Ooh, I need to look into that. And Healing Your Ancestral Relationship Wounds, which she produced in collaboration with Heme Sink. Dr. Lottie also leads workshops on ancestral healing through the Theosophical Society, as well as through her website, and has been on the Guest of the Shift Network. Ooh, that's awesome. I love that place. She's had two near-death out-of-body experiences, resulted in her becoming clairvoyant, clairaudient, and clairsentient, and activating her life path. She is then guided to the attended medical school, as well as become the author and an evidential psychic medium. Dr. Lottie completed her medical school prerequisites and was accepted into the medical school at the age of 54. Oh my gosh, that needs a round of applause. She's got a course on Humanities Stream called Connecting with Your Spirit Team. So definitely check that out. And then we also have Reverend Sue Frederick here, and she's got two courses on Humanities Team. One is Sacred Numerology, and the other one is Organize Your Life Through a Divine Lens. Ooh, love that. She's got one more course that's getting ready to come out. It's not quite published yet, but it's called How to Get Through the Dark Night of the Soul, which should be absolutely amazing. How many of us have not been through a few of those, right?
Yep.
So Reverend Sue Frederick is an author, speaker, ordained Unity minister. I love Unity. Soul regression therapist and master numerologist. Her work is described as a breath of fresh air, and she's an enlightened new perspective, and has been featured in publications like the New York Times, Real Simple, Yoga Journal, and the Denver Post. I meant to ask you, if the Denver Post, does that mean you're in Colorado?
I was. Now I live in Arizona.
Okay. Yeah. Jim and I both live here in Loveland, Colorado. So when I read that, I was like, hey, are you just down the street?
I used to live in Boulder for 40 something years.
How do you move away from Boulder? Are you in Sedona?
No. It was a life reinvention point, and my husband was diagnosed with cancer, and the only doctor that offered us help was here at Mayo Clinic in Phoenix. So we knew the divine guides were moving us here. I knew nobody, and now I have the best friends of my whole life, and the best work I've ever done is here.
That's absolutely incredible. And actually, since we've already gotten your voice into the to the field here, let's start off with you. Why don't you tell some of maybe the newer listeners that aren't as familiar with your work, what got you started, how you got into this line of work, why we're talking about, divine guidance type of stuff. So
well, I've been intuitively in touch with my divine guidance since I was a child. In fact, I would say I know Dr. Lottie quite well, and she and I came at this in very opposite ways. Like, I was the kid who had dreams that came true, and I'd share them at the breakfast table, and my family would go, that's crazy, And then I would see things from the future and share that. And so my life was about trying to
fit in and be normal and logical and left brain and figure out how to survive a multi-choice test at school, and my gift was I could always write really well. That's been kind of my ability to understand the world, and also now I understand it's also channeling. I've channeled in 3 of my books, and also I do automatic writing for every client I ever work with. So writing was always there to help me survive.
What's automatic writing?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's listening to divine guidance, letting it pour through you. It's from spirit, from either your departed loved ones, your angel guides, or your specific spirit guide, and letting it pour through you in writing without editing it. I was able to write 3 books with that process. And what I learned is that we can all do it. And every single book we write has a different voice, a different guide bringing it through. And so it comes through differently. And the thing that really got me going on my spiritual path and on my trusting my intuitive self was 1980. My beautiful husband died of cancer in my arms, and I was only 29. And he took me on an immediate shared death experience. And a shared death experience is when you're lifted out of your body as someone you love crosses, and Paul brought me to the divine realms, showed me the perspective from on earth from the divine realms. And one of his most important messages to me was that everything on earth is in a divine order, even if we can't see it at the time. And that message changed my life. And I began studying spiritual theosophy. I visited the Theosophy Center, Dr. Lottie, and really studying Buddhism, Hinduism, every kind of spiritual path. But numerology was really the thing that got me through that phase, because I was right after Paul died, a friend came over who was a numerologist and gave me a numerology reading. And in that moment explained why my soul was still here, because that was my question. I know Paul is good. He's taken me to the divine. He's shown me how it works. But why do I have to stay here in the earth realm? And numerology showed me, oh, you picked a path where you're here to be a teacher, to help people think differently. And Paul picked a different path. And you had this 9 soul agreement, which meant surrender, let it go. And he went. And so I began studying all these things. And now I'm in my 70s, and they constantly bring me through every challenge, whether it was moving here because Jean had cancer 5 years ago and watching the magic play out since then, or my own cancer crisis last spring, where the divine guidance gathered me through it. But I'm going to pause and let's hear from Dr. Lottie.
Well, I got a few questions for you first. So first off, 70, holy cow. Are your divine guides like telling you what kind of, regimen to use to look so youthful and radiant? And haven't you written a book about that yet?
No, I'm the girl who never does anything right. Like, I don't pay any attention to my
Oh my
skin at all.
You hear all the women in the audience groan.
No, that's the lighting. That's the lighting.
So the other question, numerology, I always found that fascinating. When Jim and I were in Sedona recently, there was somebody selling some really awesome necklaces, and she did numerology, and I found out I was a 7. And then I read 7, and it said, this is a most unfortunate number. as it's a really hard
I'm
path.
so glad you brought that up, because I do not believe there are unfortunate numbers or unfortunate paths. And I've been teaching this for 40 something years. Every path we choose for a lifetime is perfect for what our soul came to learn and grow and be. There is no unfortunate path. Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's why I call my numerology sacred numerology, because the numbers are helping us. There is nothing here hurting us. It's a divine order universe.
In a weird way, though, it actually gave me more comfort because for the longest time I was like, why are things always so hard? And then I found out that this is why. And so I was like, okay. So then it gave me a chance to be like, stop pretending that it's ever going to be easy because this is not
But
what I
you
signed
see,
up
none
for.
of us come here to have an easy life. We're all here to learn. So whatever path you're on, that's the path you chose for the perfect learning for your soul.
Absolutely. Awesome. So Dr. Lottie, tell us a little bit about yourself. And, Reverend Sue said that you guys kind of came at your gifts from a completely different angle. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about yourself and how you came to this world.
Right. Couldn't be any more different. So I was born and raised in Northern Europe, in Sweden, in Scandinavia. And my father was an MD, a general practitioner. And even though he grew up going to Sunday school since he was, I think, 3 years old, he knew the Bible backwards and forwards. He himself did not believe in it. So we did not grow up going to church, and everything was, my whole worldview was very materialistic. And I thought, you die, it's black, you're gone. And that was the extent of my belief. I did not believe in the spirit world, the afterlife, angels, any kind of God or religious figure. And then I had my near-death experience. But also, when I was little, touching upon what Sue said, I did see auras as a child, and I could see the energy field around flowers and trees. And I would tell my best friend and my brother, and I said, could you see that field? Can you see it? And they would look at me and say, what field? What are you talking about? Right. So the funny part is that best friend that I grew up with as a child, we've known each other since birth. We played every single day, our whole childhood. And even though that was her experience, after I went to Arthur Findlay College to study mediumship, and I told her, she also went there, and she's a nurse, and she's also a medium. So it's really funny because we did have very different approach in childhood. But then I had 2 near-death experiences where I left my body and went to the other side. And my first question was, how can I be outside my body and still be me? How does this work? And so those experiences really transformed my life and the way I look at the world and what happened after that. So after these experiences, I started hearing the spirit world. And it was the first day after my first near-death experience, which happened in the ER. I was hemorrhaging after the birth of my third child. And I started hearing my sister-in-law. She was in the left corner in the ceiling. And she said, everything's going to be okay. And that was the beginning of my journey. And so that was in 1992. And then I had my second near-death out-of-body experience, 1994. And what transpired after that was 12 years of me kind of having training wheels on a kid's bicycle, because it was just this constant flow of information that came from the spirit world. Loved ones that had crossed over would come and visit me and say, hey, I transitioned. And so all these experiences over 12 years until I actually trusted it. So after 12 years, I trusted in the messages I received from the spirit world, and was given the message that I had to go to medical school, become a physician. I was to write 2 books, no wait, 3, and to bring healing and messages to the people. And so by the time I was 54, I went to med school and then graduated when I was 58, and then immediately got guided again to go to Arthur Findlay College to study mediumship.
That's
so
incredible.
Quite the journey from the non-believer to now working with the spirit world every day.
That's absolutely incredible. So reading one of the titles of your book, what was the, where did it go? Oh, Healing Your Ancestral Mother Wound. So I'm imagining there's a personal story behind that. So could you dig a little deeper into that one?
Right. There's actually a funny story. So it turned out I was working, doing mediumship readings for people. And I had 4 or 5 readings in a row where you're starting to think, am I talking to the same spirit I talked to yesterday? Because the information coming through was so similar to to the person I had read for the day or 2 before. And it was the same scenario that kept repeating. And I would get the grandmother, and then I would say, the grandmother, I believe this is your grandmother. This is the person. This is her personality. And this person had a really difficult life, and she was abused by your grandfather. And then this woman had several children. One of those was your mother, and then your mother was abused. And then your mother married the same kind of person as her own father, and your father was abusive, and he abused your mother, and he abused you. And I would do 4 or 5 of these readings in a row, and it was the same pattern. And I said, all right, spirit world, what's up with this? And at the same time, I kept running into Gabor Mate's work about healing and all the trauma, being trauma informed. And so I started studying that, and then I got involved with ancestral, Mark Willin's work about ancestral trauma. And so I studied under Mark Willin with 200 physicians and counselors around the world. And when we got to the mother wound, I said, oh, this is going to be so easy today. This class, I don't have a mother wound. I love my mom. I couldn't have asked for a better mom. She was nurturing. She was loving. She was everything that you would want in a mother. And as I'm sitting through this lecture, I realized, even people who have a perfect mother have what's called a mother wound. It just exhibits itself differently. So a mother wound can be anything that you have trouble with. It could be, why am I not getting the promotion at work? Why is it that I have this fear? Why is it that I don't have confidence in myself? It could be, why is it that I have this physical disease? Why is it that I am addicted to alcohol? It could be almost anything. But the interesting part is that, I see this so often. It was the first thing I developed was the mother wound, because I see it so often. And the mother wound you get when you have a traumatic childhood is so much easier to see, because you say, oh, my mom was crazy. She was an alcoholic and she didn't listen to me, and I was abused, and all these different things. And then you have the perfect mother, and you have the women that tell me, our family was like Leave It to Beaver family. It was, fantastic. It was great. I love my parents. And then you say, okay, how's your relationship working out? And they look at me, well, he doesn't really understand me and see me. And that's it. It's coming from that mother wound. It's coming from the expectations of being perfect. So it's very interesting, because I feel like, who would have incarnated to have a perfect mother? Because like we said in the beginning, we're here to learn. But we also learn from that mother, whether the mother was perfect in our eyes, or whether the mother was abusive or absent or cold. It doesn't really matter. But I think that we all have a perfect incarnation. And the mother we get, that is the first person that we connect with. We are in that womb, right? And then we come out, and it's our first love. But a lot of our challenges come from that in life, which is really interesting.
Well, the way I see it when I work with clients, because I've also worked with thousands of clients on all of this and base it on numerology, we choose our mom before the lifetime begins. And we say, hey, I'm really trying to break my self-doubt, or I'm really trying to learn to do such and such in this life. So will you come in and model for me who I don't want to be in this lifetime? And a mother's primary gift to us is to show us who we did not come to be in this lifetime. And that's often even reflected in our numerology. So we get a great teacher. We get to watch her play out her life and not have to follow that pattern, which is an incredible gift. So I guess I would call it the mother gift.
Right? Yeah, it totally makes sense. And the reason that hit for me is my mother is horrific, bully, evil. Like, I don't have her in my life anymore because she's just so nasty. And I remember doing plant medicine, ayahuasca, and I was like, I want to heal the women, ancestral wound. And, that night I almost died. I felt like I was going to die. It was just so heavy and so much. But so I was, fascinating. So what would you consider your mother wound to be if it wasn't because she was a horrible mother?
Because she wasn't. Are you asking me?
Yeah. So you said that it doesn't necessarily have to be because she was a horrible mother. So then what would your mother wound be?
Right. So if you have a really loving mom and very nurturing mother, and depending on, there's so many factors that play into it. But so I was born in 1958. So I was raised in the 1960s. And the expectations of a young woman at that time was to be very subservient in the culture I was raised. and to do what you're told. You help set the table. You wear your nice dress. You're very polite. You don't speak back to people, right? So all these good behaviors that we learn, but then that also sets you up for being in a certain type of relationship where you keep feeding into that, because that's how you were trained to be. And so you're still that subservient role model. And here I am, I'm supposed to step into myself in this life and be the healer for other people. And so I had to come out of that subservient role of being the good little girl who doesn't speak up, who doesn't do what
Doesn't
she's
rock the
told,
boat.
right?
Yeah.
And so I had to peel back all these layers in order to step into myself, to become the person I incarnated to be in this life. So it's really interesting, and it's like we said before, it's everybody has their own journey, and it's not like one life is easier than another, because we all have our own obstacles. And we look at somebody else's life and we say, oh, they only have to deal with that issue because that is easy for us. But for that person, that issue is hard. That's why it's their incarnation. So we all have our hurdles in life.
Great point. Thank you for that. So, Reverend Sue, you had hinted on talking about an own cancer struggle going on recently. So, can you dive a little deeper and kind of what where that's brought you and some of the new ahas, and dive deeper into that, will you?
It's been a wonderful rebirth, a beautiful experience. My husband, Paul, when he died in 1980, died of colon cancer. And so I was his primary caregiver. And in 1979, 1980, the medical world's ability to deal with colon cancer, there was no such thing as colonoscopy. And, Paul had several surgeries. We did conventional chemo, radiation, and we did Native American healing and nutritional healing. We tried everything alternative and conventional, and his suffering was off the chart. He suffered more than any human being I've ever witnessed suffer. And it went on for a year, and he was a beautiful young man, a mountain climber with me. We were so strong before he got sick. And by the time he crossed, I had PTSD from his suffering, and me being at home as his primary caregiver, especially in the last 3 months, with a hospice nurse visiting once every few days. And I walked away from that traumatized by cancer, but especially traumatized by colon cancer. And so as a result, my first career after that was being a health writer. And I was an executive editor for a big natural health magazine. I wrote all kinds of articles about preventing cancer and the right diet and the right supplements, especially colon cancer. I interviewed cancer docs at all the best medical, Sloan Kettering, MD Anderson. And that was my life and my work until I came out of the closet in my late 40s, early 50s, and started doing my true work, my sacred numerology, intuitive guidance for clients. But when Paul died, I decided I'll never get colon cancer. Never. I thank you, God, angels, everybody. I know you're going to protect me from this. I will get any other kind of illness that my soul needs, but it won't be colon cancer. And I ate so healthily. And if you ask me why I look young, I know it's because I don't drink, haven't ever drank, never smoked, ate healthy my whole life. So then suddenly I'm feeling incredibly weak and faint all through 2023, even 2024. And I have a genetic heart condition that I've had all my life. And the cardiologist sees me once every few months, does all these scans. And I just kept saying, I am so weak, I can hardly breathe. What is going on with my heart? And he would go, no, the aneurysm isn't big enough yet for surgery. Your tricuspid valve is not, it's all good for now. And I'd go home going, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to go on. And I was getting blood tests done by my PCP. And then all of a sudden I was shopping in Target and fainted. And that was the greatest blessing, because when that happens, you get ushered right to the ER and then right to all the blood tests, all the tests that would have taken you forever to get scheduled and all of that. And within a day, I was diagnosed with colon cancer. And I'm sitting in that hospital room and looking at the number 9 because my hospital room digited to the number 9. And 9 is the number of surrender to where this lesson will take you. And so it basically means don't write a story about it in your head. Because my story wanted to be, oh, this is the worst possible thing that could ever happen. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to find an easy exit before this happens. That's the human brain. But my soul and my divine guidance was going, okay, Sue, this is the culmination of everything you've learned, everything you've studied, everything you've done in your life with clients. What is your guidance telling you? And I got to work with my guides, and I'm a soul regression therapist. So I also had one of my beautiful friends, Dr. Linda Bachman, who trains soul regression therapists. She was with me going, Sue, everybody's getting that you fulfilled your soul mission for this lifetime. But if you want to re-up, if you want to renegotiate, it is being offered to you. And I was feeling that same thing too. It was like, I've got to change my focus of my work because my work had been exhausting to me, seeing so many clients every day. And so as I rewrote that before surgery, because I had 7 days between diagnosis and surgery, and I felt like that was my moment to follow this guidance, change the focus of my work, rewrite my soul contract. And I did. I went through every client, rescheduled, eliminated, loaded up new classes, new group readings that I would do, all the things that are so much easier that feed my soul. And also, I talked to my guides and my angels, and I said, look, I've had a great and wonderful life. If this is my exit point, I will happily surrender to it. There's a jet flying overhead. I hope that's okay. Okay. Yes. I think everything here on earth is a beautiful, complex interplay between destined path and free will. So think of it this way. Me going through colon cancer and learning what I've learned may have been the ultimate gift for me in this life because it was the thing I feared and tried to avoid for so long. And as it played out in my life, I healed the PTSD that I carried from my husband, Paul, because my experience with it was completely different. I had part of my colon removed, and yet I didn't have all the complications that Paul had. I had so many angels, so many divine beings, so many amazing friends, so many guides. The whole experience was filled with light and love for me. And I came out on the other side thinking I was now going to have to go through chemo. They took out a big chunk of my colon, and she sent all the tissue to the lab and said, we won't know if you have to do chemo. And she came back later and said, there is no spread anywhere. And I knew it was 2 reasons. Number one, that it wasn't my soul plan to have to live out that experience. But the other reason was that I had changed my life in those 7 days. I had changed how I work, how I think, and how I feel. And suddenly I got this reboot. And what was so amazing about it was
That's amazing. That's amazing. So we're going to go back to Dr. Lottie. So the title of today's talk is Finding Your Divine Guidance. So I would love to hear some of the things that you teach, that you talk about, or how things that you've learned to be able to listen to your divine guidance. Sometimes, I know with myself it can be hard. Is it ego, or is it fear, or is it guidance, or, being able to distinguish between all the different voices and sometimes that you're getting. So I'd love for you to dive in a little deeper into kind of your process and some of the stuff that you do when you work with people.
No, that's a good question. I get that question a lot. Like, how do I hear my spirit guides? How do I tune into my spirit animals? Or how do I become more intuitive? Right. And it was a long journey for me because I'm such a skeptical and such a scientist. But over the years, so it was the first 12 years, I learned to trust in those messages that I received from the spirit world. But anytime I would get a message, I would say, oh, it's just a deja vu. It was just my brain. Oh, it's just a coincidence. And I would just explain things away until I started taking notes. And I said, okay, it's, I can't have this many deja vus. So anytime I would know something, I would start writing it down. And we didn't have cell phones to write on back then because it's in the 1990s. So I would actually write it down in like a little booklet or a piece of paper. And I would just, see things before they happened, or I would just know things about somebody or like a family member. And I would either write it down or I would share it with my kids saying, this is what I'm seeing. We're going to be in a car accident. This is what it looks like. And after doing that for 12 years, that's when I really started trusting in it. But I think it's really difficult when you're tuning into the spirit world. What is it? Is the information I'm getting coming from somewhere else, or is it coming from my brain, or what, how do you know what the difference is? And when I went to study mediumship at Arthur Findlay College after I graduated from med school, and I was, even though I went to medical school based on messages from the spirit world, and I had been hearing the spirit world for 25 years by now, I still doubted when I went to Arthur Findlay College the first time that I was going to be able to bring in a spirit for somebody I have never even met before. I don't know anything about this person. They could be from anywhere in the world because people come from all over the world. So we were typically, I would say there's 12 people in each class. And there's like 6 or 7, teachers, and it's maybe 12 to 15 people in each class. And it wasn't until the third day, and you literally work from 9 in the morning until 9 o'clock at night with break for lunch and dinner. So it is really, really long days and very intensive. And it wasn't until the third day, and I said, okay, this has to be real, because I could not possibly have made all this up for 3 days and been correct every time. Right. But it takes, I think it takes time, because in the beginning, even though I had heard the spirit world for so many years, and all my decisions were based on the spirit world guidance, when I started working as a medium, you're still learning to sort out that it's just like a sorting process. Where is this information coming from, and how are you receiving the information? Are you receiving it through images? Are you hearing it? Are you feeling it? Are you sensing it? And so it's a bit of a sorting process that you go through in order to figure out that's coming from the spirit world, that came from my brain. And the only way you really learn it is to practice. You study mediumship, or you study psychic abilities, and you start learning how to tune in. And that's when you're going to figure out, when I receive the message this way, that's the spirit world. When I'm receiving something in this way, that's more psychically, or that is my brain. So I would say the best thing to do is to just meditate, to bring that information through, because the more quiet we are, the more we can quiet our mind, the greater our connection to the spirit world becomes.
Absolutely.
That's what I was going to add to that. I was just going to add, yes, we have to meditate to quiet the mind, and then we hear those spirits loud and clear.
Yes, awesome. So yes, Reverend Sue, going to ask you the same questions.
Yeah. Well, first of all, what Dr. Lottie said is all true. And the meditation, I've meditated every day since the 70s. And I can tell you, I couldn't be at all who I am or do the work I do without that, because you develop the muscle that helps you quiet the mind, so that then what I believe is that the spirit voices come in a higher frequency. And when you've learned to quiet the monkey mind, the human mind, which is a lower frequency, that's when you're very aware that, wow, and I can even sense, okay, this is a departed spirit on this frequency. Oh, and wait, this is a spirit guide. But most important, the angelic realm souls, the angels speak to me, and they come in on the highest frequency that I hear and feel. And so I can really sort them out from their different frequencies. And even with the angels, I hear their voices, and they're very unique. voices. And with my departed loved ones, I hear my father's voice loud and clear. I hear Paul's voice loud and clear. And when I work with clients, connecting them to their departed, I'll often hear the voice of their departed. So it just comes in differently for different people. But the most important point, and Dr. Lottie really talked about that, is you each have to learn to trust what you get and to trust the way it comes in for you.
Awesome. And then, so can you give us a little bit more detailed of kind of what that looks like for you and how it came about to cultivating it just the way Dr.
Well, mine was more natural and wild, and I had to learn to tame it. I mean, when I went to a high school reunion a little while back, my high school girlfriends were going, Sue used to freak us out so bad. You would tell us something was going to happen or so-and-so's dad was going to die, and then it would happen. We thought you were a witch, you know. And I'm thinking, no wonder I wasn't popular in high school, you know. So I was like the wild girl. And also the opposite of beautiful Dr. Lottie. Like, I left home at 17. My mother couldn't bear to be in the same room with me. And that was a great blessing, because I would have turned out like a Southern woman if I'd stayed home. And that was not what my soul came to be. So I left home very early and was on my own and figured out how intuition works pretty early, because I was a hippie in the early 70s. And, you know, we lived on a commune and in nature, bought land, turned it into an organic farm. And the blessing of all of that in the 70s for me was a real validation that intuition is real, spirituality is real. It doesn't mean God and dogma, religion. And I've been able to carry that through my life. But when I train people, I teach a class called How to Be an Intuitive Guide Channel. And what I teach them is sometimes the easiest way to start trusting the voice is through automatic writing. And so I teach people that first you meditate, you have to quiet the mind, and then you pick up your pen and paper and you say, what do I need to know today for my highest good? And then without thinking about it, you just get that pen going very quickly, writing. You can just write, you know, nonsense words at first. And then you're going to notice that the words take form and they start coming through you and they're not from you. And then you have pages and pages of guidance. And then you can get more specific. If you have departed loved ones, it's really important that you do this where you go, okay, my beautiful departed so-and-so, what do you think I need to do more of so that I can hear what you're telling me? You can ask something like that and then just start writing what you get. And I have these classes where everyone then just reads what they've written, and it's astounding, because everyone is hearing from their departed or from their guides, and they're getting these very unique, specific messages. And that's so validating. And then I've even taught recently that once you learn to do it through writing, put away the notebook and now speak it as you get it. And nowadays we call that channeling, but we can all do that very easily, trusting that voice, trusting what we're hearing.
Awesome. Dr. Lottie, I wanted to go back to your bio again, where you talked about that you are an evidential psychic medium. What does that mean?
Right. So there's a difference of saying you're an evidential psychic medium or just a medium. So when I work, first of all, I always work psychically and with the spirit world. But when you train at Arthur Findlay College in England, which is a college for psychic science, probably one of the top places to study mediumship in the world. A lot of famous mediums have studied at that school. But evidential mediumship means that you are bringing through some kind of an evidence that you're speaking to the person. You know, if you had a mediumship reading with me and I say, and you look like you're my age, you're obviously going to have at least a grandmother in the spirit world. And if I just say, oh, your grandmother is sending you so much love and she loves you so much. I mean, how does that person know we're talking to your grandma, right? It's just kind of a general statement. So if you get a grandma, it has to be like I said when I explained when I was telling you about the ancestral mother wound. And I have an older woman with me, and I feel like she might be your grandmother because she feels very close to me. And she's showing me that she had a very difficult life, and she lived through these obstacles, and she had children, and she was a stay-at-home mom, or she worked outside the home, right? And so you're giving some kind of evidence so that the client then recognizes that person and says, oh yeah, that's my grandma, or no, that's my mom, that's my aunt, or whoever it is that's coming through. So you're giving some kind of an evidence of that person's life. So it could be, it's just funny because it's very personal and very specific, and it might be, this person, like all of a sudden now they're showing me this person that the client might be living in New York City, but what the spirit world is showing me is, no, he's keeps showing me a campground and tents and canoes, and it's the importance of going to nature and being in nature, and this person really loved that. And then they say, oh my gosh, yeah, we went camping all the time, right? But you can't make this up because some people have never gone camping, so it's very specific, the information that comes through. And so that's why it's called evidential psychic mediumship.
Okay, that totally makes sense. So I remember Jim and I both were on the platform because there's so many amazing people with their courses on the platform. And, I was very interested in learning how to become a medium and tap into these. I never had gifts as a kid, kind of always wanted to, was bummed that I never did. My son seemed to have gotten them, and he thinks that he's schizophrenic. That's a whole other conversation. I keep trying to tell him, no meds, stop numbing. Let's talk to somebody else, but he's not there yet. But so when we were going through the courses, I felt like I was getting a little bit more tuned in and tapped in, and I still have a regular meditation practice, but messages don't seem to be coming through the way that they do. Do you notice that things kind of wax and wane, or is it more of an intention thing? Or if somebody is like me trying to kind of come at this from ground zero, what are some of the best tips and tricks that you have? And like I said, do you notice that this type of stuff waxes and wanes, or kind of like with you folks, it just got turned on and off you go? Or how does that work?
For me, I would say definitely waxes and wanes. So when I went to medical school, based on messages from the spirit world that this is your path, this is what you have to do. You're here as a healer and blah, blah, blah. I get to medical school and I'm like, all right, hello, spirit world. I'm here. What's next? Finish your degree. I'm like, okay, what's next? Finish your degree. Focus on your studies. Finish your degree. For 4 years, I got that same message over and over. I was like, that's it. I have lost it. I'm nuts. I have put everything out there. I left my high-paying job in the biotech world. I was the national sales manager in the cancer detection. And I was like, that's it. I've lost it. I've lost the connection to the spirit world. And here I am. And then as soon as I graduated, I'd taken my boards. I didn't even have my license yet. And I met this woman who was a medium, and I didn't know anything about her. And she said, oh, your mother is here. Are you open to receive messages? And then that's how that whole thing happened. And I went to Arthur Findlay College to study mediumship. So I would say, yeah, I think there are times in our life when we're just supposed to be putting one foot in front of the other. And it just seems like there's no guidance whatsoever. And when I work with people, I always remind them of that. Like, don't give up. Like, don't think that the spirit world gave up on you because you lost that connection, because it's just, there are times when we have to make our own decisions. How many times have I said, all right, should I do this? Should I focus over here, or should I focus over here? And there's nothing from the spirit world. And
crickets.
Right? It's like, yeah, it's like, that's it. I've lost it.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, and that's when I know. That's when I have to make the decision myself. There's not gonna be any guidance, and this is my free will in this life, and it's my choice. And you better make up your mind and put one foot in front of the other, and then all of a sudden now you're getting guidance again. So of course it's different when I work with clients, because now I'm just channeling for the client. But when you're talking about yourself, right, everybody would like more guidance, but the spirit world is never going to tell you what to do, right? If you say, should I become a doctor or should I become a dentist? The spirit world is like, I don't know. What do you think? So, you have to make up your own mind sometimes too. So don't just think that the spirit world is going to tell you what to do. Should I date this guy or should I date that guy? Should I do this or that. That's going to be your free will, and that's going to be your decision.
Awesome. Reverend Sue, same question to you.
The guides and spirits and angels and beloved departeds never leave us alone. They're always with us. And it's not that we're supposed to be asking them what to do. What we're supposed to be asking them is, please lift me up to a higher frequency so that I function from the highest level of my soul's awareness and with your guidance. So that every day, if we start the day in meditation, we're shifting that frequency, we're quieting the mind. The mind is what blocks out our connection to spirit. Probably when you were in med school, you had to be very logical, left brain, and in your mind. And the spirits were happy with that. That's what you had to do. But they were still there. They were still nudging you, guiding you, helping you. And that's what happens when, I went to 4 years of ministry school in my 60s. I became a soul regression therapist. Ministry school, believe it or not, was very left brain logical, a lot of memorization and stuff. But the spirits were always there to help me. And I was able to, in my meditation every day, have conversations with them. And then there are certain spirits that are always available for consultation. For example, my dad in spirit. He was kind of my guide when he was in the body and I was a child. He was the parent that I could connect to, and he still remains that way. And when I was in the hospital going through my cancer in March and April, my father was with me every single day. He was pointing out things to me, like the numbers of the rooms, the numbers of the tests that I was being given, and showing me, wait a minute, there's messages in all of this for you, Sue, about how to navigate it. And we're never alone here. They never step away. But I do think we ask the wrong questions. We really need to be asking, hey, how can you shift me out of my doubt, out of my grief, out of my fear in this moment, so I see all of this from my highest soul's perspective, and then I know how to move forward.
Happening for us, not to us, right? So I'm curious, as we're kind of wrapping up on the last 7-8 minutes of our talk, is there anything that either one of you ladies said that the other one was like, oh, I wanted to add to that? Or are you getting any kind of last minute ahas, the little nuggets that you kind of want to drop on us before we sign off?
I think what's important is to see that Dr. Lottie and I are both very successful with our intuition and our work and our connection to spirit, and we're completely different journeys, came at it in a completely different way. She went to this high respected mediumship school, and I was dragged along by the spirits, and kind of lived the alternative life the whole time. And, so however people get to it, it's perfect for them. And that's how they're meant to learn it and navigate it and share it with others. Our pain is meant to fuel us to help other people. So if your particular pain was feeling that you never fit in, you were too sensitive, now you're here to help people understand that their sensitivity is their gift, and they're very intuitive, and that's a gift. So it's all perfect. It's all really all here to help us. And just like we talk about in Unity, it is an all good, all God universe that has a divine order always in place for our highest good, even when we can't see that up close.
Spoken like a true minister. That was just so beautifully put and succinct. What about you, Dr. Lottie?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And I think we forget that we are surrounded, like Sue was saying, we're surrounded by the spirit world all the time. And, we all have spirit guides, and we all have, even, the loved ones in our spirit world that came from our soul family. And, many times when I do mediumship readings, if you had, somebody that raised you that wasn't the most loving, but when they come through from the spirit world, they're always being so supportive and so sorry for the harm that they caused that person. So even when we remember people that have now crossed over that maybe weren't the nicest to us when they were alive, but those spirits are now on the other side. And again, they lived their incarnation, right? It's a perfect divine soup of existence, because we incarnate, like we talked about, into the family. We have the perfect mother, even if she's not nice, for what we're here to learn in this life. It's all so divinely guided that I think it's really hard for us to even imagine how divinely guided our lives are. And we're constantly surrounded by our loved ones and not so loved ones in the spirit world, but that are loving now. And the spirit guides are always with us. And when I wrote my book, there were times, and I hadn't developed my mediumship enough yet to know exactly who it was, but I knew somebody was helping me. And I went to Arthur Findlay College. It was my second time there. And I had a reading with a teacher that didn't know me. It wasn't my teacher. And she said, "Oh, the spirit world's telling me you're writing a book." And I said, "Yeah, that's true." Nobody knew. So there was no way she could know. And she said, "Somebody's helping you write this book." And I said, "Yes." And I'm thinking, who is it? So she said, "Well, this person died too young, and was an English major in college, but never worked with English. He had a different kind of job." And I said, "Yeah, I know who it is. That's my brother-in-law. Died in a car accident. And he was an English major, but there were no jobs for English professors, so he had a different job." And so he was the one who was helping me because English is not my native language. So there were times when I wrote the book when I said, "How do you express this in English?" And all of a sudden he would just drop in, and I was like, who is that? Who is helping me? Right? Because I couldn't distinguish that yet. And so I told my nieces, I said, "Hey, your dad helped me write the book." So it's very interesting, right? But sometimes we don't know who it is. We just kind of know the information is coming from somewhere because we haven't gotten that far yet to be able to distinguish, is that a spirit guide? Is that a relative? Or who is that? Is that my higher self or just my ego? Right? But when you go through this process of developing, you then eventually learn to separate all those different spirits that are coming through.
Thank you for bringing in that piece about the people who weren't so nice to us here, but then once they've crossed over, it's a completely different energy. When I was taking Suzanne Giesman's course, right, on mediumship, all of a sudden it was my grandmother who showed up, and she's even worse than my mother. And at first I was like, "Whoa, what are you doing here?" Like, it kind of freaked me out. And I almost didn't want to go back in again in case she showed up, because it was like, but it was this completely different energy that I've never experienced from her before in my life. And then I started getting other little messages, and it was just like, whoa, so thank you for bringing that part in, because I don't think a lot of folks realize that even, our biggest teachers, right? Again, thank you for coming here and having that soul contract, right?
Yeah. Those soul contracts, I just taught a class on soul contracts and numerology, and everybody brought their troubled relationship to that conversation. And we looked at the soul agreements through numerology, and also that, yes, before the lifetime begins, we go, "I'm going to break your heart." And you say, "Oh, thank you. That'll really help me evolve on my journey and open my heart and learn what love is." And so we agreed all that, and my mother said, "I'm not going to love you in this lifetime. And so you're going to have to find your way." And now I just go, "Thank you so much," because I became the person I needed to become in this life. So yes, the ones who hurt us the most love us the most and are doing us the biggest favor by pushing us away, breaking us open so that we'll grow and evolve.
For me, it's been one of the greatest gifts because it makes for awesome material for my stand-up comedy. So, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Grandma. So I would love, like I said, please check out these ladies' wonderful courses on the platform. But where else can they find you to find your other work? And this is like the shameless plug time of the
People can go to SueFrederick.com, and what they'll see there are a number of self-guided courses they can take, or live upcoming classes. Like I teach at the Angelic Ministry course. It's a 7-week course, and it helps everybody shift into that higher frequency with the angels. And I have a new one starting in a few weeks. But the most important thing they can do at my website, SueFrederick.com, is go to my soul path calculator. That's on my website, and they can calculate their numerology birth path, personal year, pentacles, name number, and then use my numerology videos to figure out how that helps them navigate life, or sign up for a numerology reading with me. In fact, Miss Heather, if you want to do a 7-path numerology reading to find out what that path is about, I'm your girl.
Fabulous. Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Lottie, how about yourself?
The best way is to go to Dr. Lottie, DRLOTTE.com. And I offer a lot of one-to-one sessions, and I'm here as a healer. So I do a lot of medical intuitive sessions because I'm always working with the spirit world at this point. It's not like I can turn that off. And so it has been a beautiful blend of my medical knowledge and my intuitive and psychic abilities and the spirit world. It's all kind of merged into one. So I do a lot of medical intuitive. I work with ancestral healing one-on-one to help people resolve their issues. And that, it's really hard to see that, because even counselors and psychotherapists come to me because when it's really difficult to see your own issues, you just have an issue, but you can't see where it's coming from. I also do messages from your spirit guides, evidential mediumship readings, etc. And under courses, you can see different upcoming courses, live courses, and things like that coming up. And to stay up to date, please sign up for my newsletter. That is the best way to know what is going on. And also tune into my podcast. I have 2 episodes per month where I bring in healers and spiritual workers to highlight their work, because we all need that guidance in our life.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us on this amazing panel today. And make sure to, like I said, check out these ladies' wonderful work. Check out my own. I've got 2 courses on there as well. One is Real Cooking for Real Life, and the other one is called Discovering Health. It's the Foundations of Health course on a more functional platform. But then we've got enough of the spiritual, folks on here as well to kind of put everything together for you. So much amazing information, no matter what it is that you're trying to learn or overcome or heal in this lifetime. You don't have to suffer in silence by yourself. There is always something out there, bigger, better, guiding you to a better, more amazing life. So stay tuned. Have a blessed day, everybody. And thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the Art and Science of Living Consciously. I'm Carissa Sims, live event host with Humanities Team, and today I have the pleasure of speaking with Alexis Brink. Hi, Alexis.
Hi, thank you, Carissa. I'm so happy to be here today.
Yes, I'm so happy you made it from your flight.
I know, I just got in on time, and I'm happy to introduce people to the art of Jinshin.
Well, wonderful. And our topic for the summit is healing and consciousness with the art of Jinshin. Let me share a little bit about Alexis. She is the director of the Jinshin Institute in New York City, has been a practitioner of the art of Jinshin since 1991. Alexis is the author of The Art of Jinshin, and I think you have the book there, right?
I do. Here it is.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
And Healing at Your Fingertips, published by Simon & Schuster and translated into 6 languages, which is really incredible. She has taught Jinshin in hospitals to medical professionals in the New York public school system and for wellness organizations and different communities around the world, such as New York, Singapore, and Amsterdam. Alexis has written 2 textbooks on how to become a practitioner in the art of Jinshin. Jinshin Institute, under Alexis's guidance, is offering a comprehensive curriculum with certification by Jinshin Institute to a new generation of practitioners and teachers. So happy you're here with me, Alexis.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction.
Yes, and we're excited that you're now a Stream Plus provider and the Art of Jinshin acupuncture without needles is available on our platform. It's so exciting.
I'm very happy to be here, and like I said, to introduce the art to many people. It's a wonderful art and also very easy to apply to yourself. So it's really, you can do a lot of self-care.
Amazing. And what is the art of Jinshin?
That's a good question, because it's not as known as, not everybody knows what it is. It's an energy healing modality. It's also a universal art, really, because we use universal energy to mobilize stuckness and congestion in the body. And I say acupuncture without needles because it's very precise. Like, I really zoom into certain areas. So if somebody has a specific project, and we call them problems or symptoms, we call them projects, I really zoom into that particular individual and their symptom to go to the cause of what's going on. So it's a very very comfortable and relaxing, deeply relaxing session that can resolve many different issues.
Well, that's incredible. And sometimes when you're describing it, it seems a little bit like acupressure and also tapping or emotional freedom technique. Do people sometimes compare your Jinshin to that work?
Yes, I think that many of these modalities, we can compare them. They even came into being at the same time, a lot of them, like, Reiki and reflexology and even Ayurveda. They all stem from the ancient traditions. This one is a Japanese healing art that began in Japan in the early 1900s. So they are very similar, and they certainly overlap. The art of Jinshin is what I like about it, that it's very specific. So we listen to the pulses, we do body reading to assess what's going on, we listen to the person, and then we give a very specific treatment to that individual.
Oh, wonderful. And why is it important? Why is Jinshin important?
I think it's very important because one of the great assets about it is that we can practice this on ourselves. So if I get a client here for a session, I work with them, and then I also give them self-help to take home. And that is what this book is about, in very, very easy, simple ways with pictures, how you can practice this art on yourself. And so you can start very basic by holding the fingers, and maybe we have some time later for that. And I think with acupuncture or other modalities, that's more difficult. So the self-care is a great important part of it. And the second reason why I think it's important that people know about it is because it's very, very dynamic and very effective. And it feels great. A session feels great. So yeah.
Oh, wonderful. So are you doing individual sessions? So when do you work with people, or are you mainly training practitioners and running the institute and writing and marketing? Are you actually doing sessions, and do you do them
Yes.
separately, or yeah?
I do sessions because that's really the bedrock of our system. It's the hands-on part of it. And yes, I do a lot of social media, which I hope you will share with the audience after, to introduce people. And then I do a lot of self-help practices. So I have really a global community that joins me when I do these live sessions, and a YouTube channel and all that. So I do all these teachings online for people so that it's accessible and very simple to practice on yourself. So
yeah, we could talk about, I'd love to hear how it works.
Well, the way it works, I mean, okay, so we can get out of harmony because of, for example, lifestyle, diet, stress, environment, all these kind of things, or older and genetic issues, and our energy can start to reverse. So it's when it's in harmony, it flows like this: down the front and up the back, and down the front and up the back. with the exhale and the inhale. So then when we get these patterns of disharmony because of our environment and diet and stress and all of these things, then the energy flow can be interrupted and start to reverse or start to deviate. And so we need to open it up. And so with the art of Jinshin, we can open up stuck energies in the body so that the energy can flow freely again. And then the body heals itself. I mean, that is one of the beautiful things about our bodies. We are able to heal ourselves when the energy is flowing in the right direction. So the art of Jinshin and all these kind of modalities, that's what we're aiming for, is to unblock stuck energies in the body, mind, and spirit, really. Also, our thoughts can have a great part of causing disorder.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever we have doubts or fears or we're stressed. And I also find if I don't meditate or move my body, I get blocks energetically.
Yes. I like to say that Jinshin it's a meditation emotion because, for example, when we hold our shoulder, this is a location that we're working with. And you tune into the energy. I mean, you can place your hands right now on your shoulder and just take a feel. This is where we tend to pile up stress. And so when we start to listen for the energy movement, that's like a meditation. And the way we listen for the movement of energy is you will feel a pulsation coming in the location. If you tune into it for a few moments, you will feel a pulsation, and that's the energy beginning to spiral all the way to the center of the body, and also beginning to spiral this way, and then the energy starts to move. And so it is like a meditation. Also, the breathing gets deeper automatically. Our shoulders begin to drop. So that's just by starting to place your hands on your body.
Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe there's also an exponential effect of healing because our hands are healing maybe as they're touching it as well. Just the energy of paying attention. Like I feel like a lot of times pain is your body saying, pay attention. I mean, what do you think about that?
Absolutely. I mean, when we have a pain and we have a symptom come up, it's very important that we understand what it is. And that's what the art of Jinshin also teaches us. What is the cause of the project? You can get, let's say, a backache, right? But why is it there? Did you have fear and anxiety in your life? Did you do too much exercise? We always go to what is the cause of the project? Why it's there? And then our hands, of course, are great healers. When you start to place them and the energy begins to move, sometimes our hands get warm, or we feel the energy movement. And
yeah,
it's
I
also
totally did. When you told me to put it on my shoulder, I felt that pulse, exactly what you're saying. It's actually really amazing.
It is. So, and it's also nice because we are all able and capable to do this. We are all able to heal ourselves and even work with others. So when it's interesting because when we work with others, we are like a facilitator. So our hands are like jumper cables. They help to jumpstart the energy in the person's body. So we're not giving our own energy or taking from the person. We as the practitioner tune into universal energy, and so we are like a vessel, through which the energy flows. But there's no giving or taking energy from the person. So we are all able to do it. I mean, think about it. If somebody's in pain, you can put your hand on it and it often relieves the pain. So this is a system of learning with some technique how to do it, but it's really an art ultimately.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And do you feel that through doing this, through connecting with your body and through the art of Jinshin, can raise consciousness for people?
Absolutely, because when we use the energy, we use universal energy. And when we are aligned with universal energy, with consciousness, we feel aligned, and then we can move from that place. We can go into our lives from that place, from a centered place, instead of being all over the place and not centered and running ahead of yourself. It really brings us to the present moment. And so absolutely, that is very important for, you called it consciousness, healing.
Yeah, consciousness, raising consciousness.
Raising consciousness. It's absolutely important. Yes. We are a mirror image of consciousness, our individual body. And so the art of Jinshin brings us back into rhythm with universal consciousness. And you can feel it when you practice on yourself. You feel yourself aligned. Like you say in meditation, your mind starts to calm and it brings you in the present moment. And that's very important for healing consciousness and for the world. If we're all in alignment, wow, you know?
Imagine.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the oneness realized. And do you do other practices in addition to Jinshin? Like you were inferring about meditation. Do you also practice a certain type of meditation that is complementary to Jinshin?
I think all the modalities are really complementary to each other. So
Okay.
if somebody does something else, you can use them both, or you can combine them, or you can choose your favorite. I think they all go towards the same goal, the same being. Personally, I like to practice, right now I'm practicing sound healing meditations, which I
Okay.
really like. And I practice yoga myself. And of course, I practice Jinshin on myself every day. We have some simple flows, like called the main center source, to connect you to source energy, which again, it really overlaps with the chakras, touching all these, the chakra places. So we use that in the art of Jinshin also. Mm-hmm. So,
Yeah,
yes.
that's wonderful because you have really good energy, like very peaceful, but enthusiastic and excited, obviously, about sharing what you know to help others. But it's very nice. It's a very calm. Have you did you evolve through the practice of Jinshin, or has this always?
Definitely. Oh, yes. I mean, honestly, the way I got into it, I was a dancer, and I had a knee injury that I was not able to resolve through acupuncture, or I tried everything. And I was introduced to this art, and it really resolved my knee project. So that's how I got into it myself. So I'm very passionate about it. So that's how it first changed me. I was able to take care of my own, like I said, we call it projects, symptoms, or problems. We call them projects. I was able to take care of my own project. But it also changed me because when I work with people, I tune into this universal, this source energy, this consciousness, in order, so my ego has to go out of the way when I place my hands on someone. Otherwise, the energy won't move as well. So that practice in and of itself, to connect to source, changed me. And that's what got me into it also. That was so exciting for me to have this experience of understanding that I'm a microcosm of the macrocosm, that I am a mirror image of the consciousness. All I have to do is to connect back to it. And that's available to all of us. That's the beautiful thing. It's right there, available to all of us. So that's what I like to share and talk about.
That's wonderful. And we talked about this a little bit, but can you share the origins of the art of Jinshin? I know you said that 1900s in Japan.
Yes, early 1900s in Japan, and there was this man, Master Jeremiah, who himself came from a long line of doctors, medical doctors, and he became ill, and his family couldn't help him. So he asked his family to take him to the mountain cabin, and to come back to see how he was doing in 7 days. So he meditated, he practiced the mudras, some of the mudras that are also in the book, and he fasted, and he healed himself with that. And after that, he decided to devote the rest of his life to the research and study of the art of Jinshin. So he used a lot of the ancient texts, Indian, Chinese, the Japanese text, the Kojiki records, and he did a lot of research on himself. And he worked with a lot of people, particularly with homeless people, so he could get their hands on him.
Wonderful.
And he would go from village to village and treated people. And he would start to give lectures. And he required people come to his lectures, or the family members. The sessions were much more important. People liked those a lot more because he was healing people. But the
Right.
lectures he required, and the self-help, he required that everybody practice the self-help when he was not treating them. So they would get a session, let's say once a month, and then in between they would have to work on themselves. So it's very powerful, self-help. And just to finish the history, but then this lady, Mary Burmeister, she studied with him, and he said to her, "Would you like to take a gift from Japan to the West, from the East to the West?" And she said, "Sure." And she thought she was going to put a little package in her suitcase, and she got this awesome, amazing art to take back. So she really brought in a lot of the philosophy. And that's another thing that really drew me to the art of Jinshin. It's the philosophy, the Eastern philosophy that we really bring into the technique, which also makes it an art rather than just a technique. So there's a great technique to it, and definitely studying and all of that. But it's also very much a philosophy and an art. And again, it's as easy as holding a finger. I mean, think about it. Babies, they suck their thumbs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thumb, it harmonizes worry. So the babies, they self-soothe. It's related to the stomach energy. So they're helping their digestion. So we innately know what to do. We often see people holding an upper arm or a shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
or this, which helps to release mental stress. We see
Yeah.
this very often, people doing this, or
Right.
this. Oh, I can't
Like
remember.
like you see that sometimes in the classroom, or people,
Exactly. So it releases mental stress. So in the art of Ginger, we're using all these locations, these points. We call them safety energy locations. Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. My daughter sucked these two middle fingers for a long time.
On the
And,
left side? Or on the right?
yeah, the left side, correct.
Because the right side tells us about our lifestyle here and now, and the left side tells us about older stuff or genetic stuff. So she probably came into the world with something that she was then harmonizing. Because, this helps other organ flows. Like I said, this helps stomach and spleen. This helps and certain emotions. Each of the finger helps and harmonizes in emotion. So you can see which finger you'd like to hold, and then you can learn what it helps and which emotion you're harmonizing.
But
see. Like you're saying, your daughter did this. That's where her need was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where her need was. And in fact, she just recently stopped. So she's 9, and I would catch her even at 8 years old, 7 or 8. So it's just interesting. But at the time, I didn't know about Jinshin, and we thought it wasn't good for her mouth development,
Yes. Well, if you let her do it till 8 or 9, that's very nice. I mean, often people do it with babies. They take out the thumb and put in a pacifier.
Yes.
But it's nice that the baby can suck its thumb because it's helping harmonizing that energy.
Yeah, because it's not harmonizing the energy anymore when you put in the pacifier.
Exactly.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That makes sense.
But we have to know these things,
Yeah. But it's funny because my son never did that. Yeah. So it's just interesting to think about that, how babies have this innate ability to soothe. Well,
babies and adults. All of us have
adults, yeah.
Look around you on the subway, on the train. Look what people are holding. They're holding all kinds of things all the time, and it's perfect what they need to do. What they need is what they do. So,
interesting.
Yeah.
And you were saying that about the arms too, and I noticed that I was a little bit cold, and I was holding my arm. So what does that mean?
So holding the upper arms. You're
Yeah.
harmonizing your chest line, which has all to
Oh,
do with our feelings. And it also harmonizes the lungs and the heart, the organs that live here. The
oh,
chest line connects us to spirit. So we have
that's
spirit, mind, and body. And that's all manifested in our individual body, in the body that we are here with today. So we also honor body, mind, and spirit. So we don't want to live all in spirit. It's also important to exercise. Our body is a part of us, and work our
yes,
mind because it's a part of us also.
yes.
So all
That's
three,
that's
body,
so
mind,
true.
spirit, are important. Yeah, but this is a nice hold. So if you're watching this, holding your upper arms, helpful for the lungs.
Yeah. Oh, that's
And
so beautiful because I was going to ask you for an exercise for the heart, and then this naturally, what I was doing is helping that
yes,
align.
great. Yeah, yeah.
So wonderful. And how is Jinshin different from Reiki? Are you also a Reiki practitioner?
No, I'm not.
Mm.
I sometimes give sessions to a Reiki practitioner. She loves Jinshin and she combines it herself.
Yeah, she combines it. Wonderful.
Yeah, yes. But how it's different is that with Gentian, it's very specific. So, say somebody comes in with a knee project, I will listen to the pulse to find where the cause is. I will read the body, I will feel the body to find out where exactly the congestion is to open it up. Reiki is a much more general treatment. It's more
Right.
general, so you're harmonizing the whole energy. I don't even know if you can say harmonizing. I never formally studied it. I just hear from her. But
Mm-hmm.
in any case, it's very general. This is very specific.
Yes. And you touched on it a little bit, but can you explain the body, mind, and spirit connection with Jinshin?
Yes, so I did explain a little bit, and because some people think, oh, I only have to work my body physically, or I only
Mm-hmm.
have to meditate. But in Jinshin, we look at the body, mind, and spirit, the body on the hip line or the shoulders, and the waistline here in the middle, and the chest line here on the top, so spirit. So we have spirit connecting us to the heavens, and then in the waistline we sometimes get stuck as individuals here. So in the middle here on the 14th, I'll just show you, but that's where our ego lives, for example. When we think a lot,
Oh,
it can manifest right here. So I can give you an example. I was
okay.
working with somebody who was a great mind, a psychiatrist and a neurologist, and very intellectual. And I gave him a session, and I touched the middle of his body, and he almost jumped off the table. He's like, you cannot touch me here. What are you doing? I can't, So that's how that would manifest. So he was all in his mind. So waistline. Then when I was working with dancers a lot, I could feel in their pulses a lot of hip line need. So or a lot of chest line need. If somebody is very emotional, maybe you see that their chest is up. And so I can feel that on a certain pulse in the wrist. So I can feel chest line, waistline, hip line, spirit, mind, and body. I can feel it in the pulses. So the important thing to remember is that all three are part of us: body, mind, and spirit, of our body as we are here in this life this time around. And we need to nurture and take care of all three of them. And so Jinshin includes all three levels, which is nice.
Yes, that's amazing. And so, can you talk more about how you assess the body?
Yes, yeah. So it starts with the first approach that a client has, really their email, their tone of language. I get a sense of who they are. Yes,
Really? Oh
yeah.
my gosh, their email. That's
Yes, the way they
interesting.
write. And then
Okay.
when they walk in, I look at their posture. Is the shoulder up? What is their gait?
Ah,
And then when they lie down, what do they tell me? What are their words? What is the language they are using? What are their feelings? And then I do a body reading. I read their body. Is one foot rolled out? Is one shoulder higher? Is one rib higher? temperature in the body. And then I listen to the pulses, and that will confirm. The pulses are really the secrets of the universe. They tell everything. So I listen to the pulses, and then I start a treatment. So that's how we assess the body.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
it. That's so amazing. And it's almost like you're tuning into being psychic a little bit with their email and their energy and all of that, and bringing this together. Do you think?
I do tune in, but again, everybody can do this when we tune in, when our own mind becomes quiet. So if I'm all over the place, it's harder for me to focus. I give consultations online also where people ask me what they can do for self-help, for self-care, and I tune into them. Yes, I tune into them, and really then things come to me. But again, we all have this capability. That's not some mystery. It takes some practice.
Yeah.
But anybody can practice the art of Jin Shin. Really.
Can you guide us through a simple exercise that's 30
Yes.
seconds or so? Just a few
I
seconds.
think okay, so if you are a worrier, you can hold your thumb.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go through the fingers then. So this one harmonizes worry. The index finger harmonizes fear. That's a big one today. A lot of people have fear and anxiety. Fear.
That's a big
So
one.
remember that one. And you just breathe with it and wait till you feel the pulsation. The middle finger harmonizes anger. So we know that one. So the ring finger harmonizes sadness and grief. And this one, the trying too hard or efforting instead of just being present and allowing things to happen. Yeah. And the palm harmonizes everything. It's all inclusive. So bring our palms together is wonderful. Yeah.
Well, it's been such a pleasure connecting with you, Alexis, and diving into the art of Jin Shin. Thank you for joining me today on the Global Oneness Summit. And for everyone here, the art of Jin Shin, Acupuncture Without Needles, is available on Stream Plus. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope to see many of you. Thank you.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of living consciously. I'm Carissa Sims, live event host with Humanities Team, and today I have the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Jude Caravan, Dr. Marge Britt, and Andrew Harvey, and our topic will be the art of awakening humanity. So let me share a little bit about our esteemed guests today. Dr. Jude is a cosmologist, futurist, planetary healer, educator, award-winning author of The Cosmic Hologram and The Story of Gaia, and previously a senior UK-based international businesswoman. In 2017, she co-founded Worldwide View to serve and understanding the experience of embodying unitive awareness, collective and planetary healing, and conscious evolution and transformational global change. Now to Dr. Marge. Marge Britt was a visionary leader of Unity of Tustin, California for 19 years and served as senior minister emeritus afterwards, widely known for its beautiful meditation gardens and as a campus of consciousness. Unity of Tustin hosted during her tenure as senior minister some of the most foremost master teachers of today, including, I think, Andrew Harvey. Right? Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, Wonderful. She is the author of Your Soul's Invisible Codes, Unveiling Your Sacred Love Story. Dr. Marge asked the question, are you called by love? Now to Andrew Harvey. He is the founder and director of the Institute for Sacred Activism, an international organization focused on inviting concerned people to take up the challenge of contemporary global crisis by becoming inspired, effective, and practical agents of institutional and systematic change in order to create peace and sustainability. You are a leader in that and ahead of your time. He is the author of many books. So welcome, Andrew. Yes, so happy you're here. So Jude, can we talk about the concept of metacrisis to metamorphosis?
Be happy to. I think the word metacrisis really is a span of the existential threats we currently face. We know what they are climatically, conflicts, really all of them arising from what I call a dis-ease of separation. So because of that metacrisis, it's very challenging to find potential, as Andrew's and Marge's work, it's all about inspiring and empowering folks as we go through this time, as indeed mine has. But how we frame a situation really then is how we respond to it and with it. So I'm writing that we perhaps can reframe the metacrisis to a metamorphosis. And a metamorphosis is the most extraordinary process in biology, where, for example, a caterpillar whose job is to eat as much as it can for as long as it can, gets to a point where there's nothing else to eat, and then it goes into a cocoon. And when it's in a cocoon, it dissolves. Its literal body dissolves. All it's left is the ability to breathe, for an alimentary canal, and some memories, actually. But generally, it dissolves. But as it's dissolving, the potential, the possibility of a butterfly begins to form in that cocoon. So you have this extraordinary transformation. And at the end of that process of metamorphosis, which literally means transformation, a butterfly emerges from the cocoon. And whereas a caterpillar has a lifestyle of eating, a butterfly is a pollinator. A butterfly pollinates flowers. It spreads beauty around the world. So perhaps what we're in now is the potential to actually undergo a metamorphosis of our species, not biologically, but in terms of our consciousness, our awareness. And so if we can reframe this, and I know as Marge and Andrew's work, and yours too, Carissa, it's how can we inspire and empower people in a really practical way without denying any of the issues we face and the challenges we face and all that we need to face on inner and outer levels through this time, that perhaps we can frame this as potential, as evolutionary potential for our species.
Wow, that was so inspiring. The evolutionary potential. And Marge, would you want to respond to that?
I love the words you're using, and I've used metamorphosis for many years in my teaching, and it's the only thing that makes sense to me. It comes out of nature. It is so natural. It's not something we have to think up or figure out. It just happens. And I believe that that's what's happening right now. One of the things Andrew and I have shared for many years is a passion around the divine feminine. And what I think is that we are seeing the metamorphosis of our collective culture, and it's probably not going to happen overnight. It takes a while to be in the goo, as we know, with the caterpillars and the butterflies and the cocoon. We're in a cocoon right now. And we have to go through the cocoon stage, and the metamorphosis is coming. And part of that is the divine feminine. And the divine masculine and the divine feminine is found within men and women I have the divine masculine within me and the divine feminine, even though I'm embodied as a woman in this lifetime. In past lifetimes, I was embodied on one or the other. The divine masculine and the divine feminine is embodied in Andrew and Jude and Carissa, and how beautiful that is. And what we're headed toward is what I, in my book, have called mystical union of that within us, or I even love more the phrase mystical marriage.
Right.
In us. And that mystical marriage is happening in our outer lives, in our partnerships, in our relationships on the human plane and on the invisible plane. And it is unfolding before our human eyes, and we can see it right now. We see two amazing examples of it appearing in the presidential candidate that is happening now as a feminine figure, and also in Missouri, where I'm living now, having left California, where I knew Andrew so well and hosted him multiple times for 3, 4, and 5-day intensives. He was one of the most significant teachers, embodied in a male body, and yet very much living the divine feminine in his heart and in his soul. And that's who we all are.
Yes.
This mystical marriage happens within us, and then it begins to be reflected in the outer. But first, it's got to happen within. And so we are in the process. I think there are those of us who have been forerunners and have embodied some of these more rare stages. And we were called to come back and teach. And I absolutely think Andrew's one of those souls. He was a teacher in my life before he began to recognize me as a co-journeyer or co-adventurer. And he was the first one that said to me, Marge, you must write your book. And
That's
then
so
he gave
inspiring.
me detailed directions. And I tried to write it down. I couldn't. He goes so fast. And I finally just stopped to listen in order that I could understand, and knew that Spirit would download it and let it come back. But he told me it's going to take you a year to write it. It's going to take you a year to publish it. And then I will come and I will launch it with you at Unity in Tustin. And all of the details emerged out of that one holy encounter with a divine being who happened to have the name of Andrew Harvey. And we just became fast friends over a period of almost 30 years now, 20 or 30 years.
Oh, I think that's his cue to respond. Andrew, you have a fan here, and
I'm
also
her fan
maybe
too. I'm a
touch on
tremendous fan of
the
both
meta
of these
crisis
women. They teach me
to
so much.
metamorphosis. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's really wonderful what both have said. We're in the most unprecedented and extraordinary moment of our human journey. How I would say it, and it mirrors what both are saying, is that we're in a global dark night process. And what has happened to individual mystics throughout the ages in the different traditions, a process which has crucified and resurrected them in divine embodiment, has now been ordained to happen to the entire human race. This has never happened before, and it is absolutely grueling and terrifying on every conceivable level, as it has to be, and as all dark nights always are. I went through a 10-year dark night process in which I nearly lost my life and my sanity many times, but which resulted in the birth of a wholly new kind of being in me. And I know that there are many, many people on the earth that are going through that process with the whole human race at this moment. What is absolutely essential is three things. The first thing that we need to do is to recognize that we are in this extreme metamorphosis. And that means that we cannot afford to deny the intensity of the crisis itself, because it is in responding to that intensity that we uncover all of the new powers that can come to us. So all the New Age's attempts to say that the crisis isn't real, or that evil isn't real, or that the darkness is fantasy or illusion, they are not helpful. They are in fact disastrous, because they prevent us from finding inside ourselves the courage to confront what is really here, which if we do confront, we'll realize that what is really here is here to help us birth a whole new level of courage, faith, presence, passion, compassion, and passion for action in ourselves. That's the first thing. The second thing that we really need to concentrate on now is the goal of the Dark Night. What we know from the mystical traditions is that the Dark Night process is designed to destroy the false self so that the true embodied divine self in all of us can emerge. The self that is the result of the marriage of opposites, male and female, light and dark. And what is essential at this moment, because it's so painful and so difficult, is for the teachers who know that the goal is real to constantly radiate its beauty and joy and power, so that people can understand why the suffering is coming and the way it's coming, and what, if you hang in there with the fullness of faith, what can be engendered from it. And I love to quote the most extraordinary poem about this process that I know, which is, I think, the poem of our time, and I know for myself is the poem of our time. And it goes like this: the grapes of my body can only become wine after the winemaker tramples me. I surrender my body like grapes to his trampling, so my inmost heart can blaze and dance with joy. And although the grapes go on sobbing blood and screaming, I cannot bear any more cruelty. I cannot bear any more suffering. The trampler stuffs cotton in his ears and says, it is I who am the master of this work. You can deny me if you want. You have every excuse. But when through my passion you reach perfection, you will never be done praising my name. That is not just a beautiful poem. It is an exact, precise description of what the psyche, the spiritual psyche, goes through under the enormous pressure of a metamorphosis destined to build a quantum new humanity. That's the second thing. The third thing is to identify, as far as we can through divine inspiration, what this new humanity will need to be and look like to be able to survive the great shaking and rending and searing and shattering that we are now inevitably going to go through. And it's going to get much scarier and much more ferocious. It has to, because we're very sick. And also the divine potential within us that needed to be released is very great. And what I have identified in the book that I hold most dear, that I've written with Carolyn Baker, Radical Regeneration, are two essential streams of this birth to be concentrated on. The first is that this birth won't just be in consciousness. It will take place in consciousness, but it will need to lead to sacredly inspired action on every level with great urgent wisdom. because the love consciousness that is struggling to be born in us is one that is concerned about the agony and horror and injustice and cruelty of the planet, and is being mobilized in service of a massive movement of sacred activism all over the world that says no to the structures of death and yes to the emerging structures of compassion and justice. So again, we cannot afford just to have the same old new age nonsense about sending out good vibes and meditating sweetly. That's perfect. That's a foundation. But unless it leads to radical transformative action on every level, the human race and the world are going to die out. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and this is, I think, the deep meaning of the work that I am doing at the moment, and the deep meaning of the work that Jude is doing at the moment, and the deep meaning of the work that Marge is doing, the work of the sacred marriage. The second is very important, and that is that the new human is going to be a transfigured human being, someone who has allowed the divine presence to descend into the mind and illumine it, descend into the heart and open it to unconditional radiance, and into the very depths of the cells of the body itself. This is the great secret hidden at the heart of all of the mystical traditions and kept secret because so explosive. And fundamentally, what this secret is saying is that there will come a moment in human evolution when everything will seem to be collapsing. Everything that we have built, both in our vision of God and in our vision of society and our vision of ourselves, or everything will collapse. But this will not be the end. This will not be the final judgment. This will not be annihilation. This will be the beginning of a vast opening to an unprecedented vision of ourselves as totally human and totally divine at the same time. It will be the real second coming, which will not be the return of Jesus. He's done his work, but the rising of the golden yeast of love consciousness in the whole of our being, and the putting into legal, political, economic, radiant practice of what we ourselves are learning on every level, so as to engender a universal humanity at peace with itself, at peace with nature, in harmony with the cosmos, and able at last, with fully illumined mind and heart and body, to become conscious co-creators with the divine of a wholly new way of being and doing everything. That's what's being offered us. And the job of the teachers at this moment is threefold. On the one hand, not to let people escape into fantasy about the crisis, because the crisis's intensity is itself the childbed of the new. Secondly, to go through, if they possibly can, the dark night process so they know what it is and they know where it ends up, in radiance and in empowerment, and constantly to speak from that place. And thirdly, to really begin to see as clearly as possible the lineaments, the features of this new human race. I've offered two: sacred activism and transfiguration. There are others. We must build this vision to be so noble and inspiring, and we must represent it with the fullest, tenderest, most joyful intensity of our being, because we're at the most dangerous moment of our evolution, and people need real inspiration, clear inspiration, yes, rugged, real maps now more than ever.
Wow. Thank you for that. That was profound, a true inspiring talk. And Jude, what do you think about what Andrew said?
Well, I agree wholeheartedly. It was profound. Thank you, Andrew, and also thank you, Marge. A few things come out for me if we could return to the perspective of the cocoon and the caterpillar, yes, and the butterfly, because what happens with the caterpillar is that it is born with two levels of DNA. a DNA that is all about the structure of the caterpillar, but hidden within its body, but dormant until it goes into the cocoon and becomes a butterfly, is the DNA of the butterfly. It's there from birth, but it doesn't get activated till a particular moment in time. And so what I'd like to sort of really put the bigger picture on this, because what Andrew is talking about is so profound, because it's talking about our innate divinity being embodied within us. And so I would suggest that our innate divinity has been there from the get-go, but dormant, except for mystical teachers and mystical seekers. But I go further back, because as a cosmologist, part of my work, big part of my work, is sharing an emergent understanding that our universe meaningfully exists and purposefully evolves as a living and loving and unitive entity, a great finite thought in the infinity and eternity of the cosmos. So our story up to this point and beyond is the story of our universe.
Yes.
So we, in that sense, have had already a 14 billion year or thereabouts journey to this point. So whereas I say our DNA of our emergence has been there from the beginning, I mean from the beginning of our universe. I mean from those first moments of elemental primordial hydrogen and helium that eventually became stars and black holes and galaxies and planets and plants and people. That is our journey. It's vast, and yet I would also suggest it's incredibly intimate, because as Andrew knows, I write about, not the big bang of our universe. It wasn't big, we know, and it wasn't a bang in the sense of chaos. It was tiny, but it was the first moment of an ongoing big breath. So when we consider our transfiguration at this moment, it's part of it for me is this understanding that in every moment, the big breath of our universe, its evolutionary impulse is breathing through us. So as we breathe its life, its love through us, we can also breathe out our love into the world to serve this incredible time that, yes, is so existentially challenging, but that all of us at the deepest levels of our being know that this is a time of indeed metamorphosis, transfiguration, healing, crucially, vitally healing, because we've walked this path of separation, perceived separation, with its loneliness and all that's come from that. Not to blame it. All of us sense that every step of the way has brought us to this point. But this point is indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Andrew, and Marge, this is a time when the mystical marriage, the sacred marriage,
yes,
come into its glorious fruition, and the sacred child that's been gestating within us for so long and with such potency and potential can come into its birth. And it can't do that, it seems to me, without, as Andrew said, realizing that, yes, it is a dark night of the soul, but also the darkest night is before the dawn. And if we can come together to link up and lift up and level up and light up together, we can journey together, just as in metamorphosis, as the caterpillar is dissolving, the DNA of the butterfly is the imaginal cells of the butterfly are growing. And actually, it's the dying or the dissolving of the caterpillar actually fights the emergent imaginal cells of the butterfly. And guess what? It makes them stronger.
Yes.
It makes them stronger. So as we're going through this process, is not to fight the old, but to focus on going through this process on our inner journey and our communal and collective journey as humanity, always trusting and the evolutionary impulse of the universe. It's not let any of its children down. Nearly 14 billion years, it's not letting us down. That love is inviting us through this journey. It's almost like it's a midwife, a cosmic midwife, inviting us through this journey. And this is why these conversations are so important, because the more we can come together to support each other through this time in honesty, but in authentic hope. It just feels that, we are in this process. We can't go back, but my goodness me, can we go forward? And we can do so inspired, as Andrew said, empowered, as I know Marge's work's all about that too. We can inspire and empower and serve the incredible adventure ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I love that.
That was amazing.
I love it.
And Marge, so Jude was talking about the cosmic midwife and giving birth, and you were talking about the divine feminine. Do you feel like there's a connection there in awakening humanity?
Absolutely. And, it's very, very interesting that we had the announcement about a woman running for president happening on July 22nd this year. Yes. And that happens to be
Mary Magdalene's feast
day.
Mary Magdalene's festival.
That's Mary Magdalene's Day?
Yes, Mary Magdalene's feast day.
Oh. What's the significance of that day?
Oh my God.
Marge, over to you.
No.
Marge, you're the expert on this.
It celebrates the wife of Jesus. It celebrates the missing sacred feminine at the heart of Christ consciousness. It invokes the full splendor of the warrior midwife woman as the balance to the Christos. This is a revolution. When Mary Magdalene comes back in her full power, then we will have the full Christ consciousness, because it will be a marriage at the deepest level of the sacred masculine and the written out, degraded, denigrated, humiliated sacred feminine. So the feast day of Mary Magdalene is a feast day that prepares in all of us the marriage at the deepest levels of the sacred masculine and sacred feminine within us. And she is the agent of that marriage.
I see. Well, Marge, I want to hear from you. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a huge cosmic V here. And the cosmic V it's the Holy Presence Spirit descending and coming into the earth plane and impregnating all of us.
Yes, exactly.
And it is then the soul ascending into the vastness for a greater work. And I love, Jude, how you used the word dissolve several times. It's a divine dissolve. And it's the birthing ground of co-creation.
Yes.
We're gone beyond an individual superstar kind of creation. This is where everything gets turned upside down and the basket gets dumped out and the birthing ground happens, and it now is more going to emerge as bottom up, and it's going to be for the people, not for some kind of superstar autocrat at the top. And it's happening individually, but it's also happening collectively as a birthing ground now. And it's never been more visible. And so spirit is descending and there's involution happening. And it's interesting that this map was laid out thousands of years ago in the Jewish tradition in Genesis, the first chapter. And it starts with, in the beginning, there was darkness and void on the face of the waters. Darkness and void. And then the advocation, the instruction at the beginning of that first day of creation was, and God said, let there be light. So we're bringing in whole new levels of light, and they're laid out in the days of creation when they're mystically understood, when they're understood in the basic kind of early biblical terms, as I learned in my childhood in a fundamentalist church, I didn't understand the mysticism. I only began to understand mysticism as I began to see things that were beyond the ordinary happening in my own life. And I became immensely curious. And I started searching. And that search did not totally begin until Unity of Tustin and the Campus of Consciousness. And I decided, rather than me running around the country trying to follow master teachers, what I would do is bring the master teachers to the campus and let a whole community receive the transmissions rather than just me receiving it and then trying to transmit it. It was much more powerful. And Andrew is coming 4 or 5 times over a period of multiple years for multiple days was one example of that. And it was fascinating because he would pick up where he left off the previous year. Just a little bit of adjustment for the including of what's going on now, and take us into the next levels and the next levels and the next levels. And ultimately, we reached the non-dual awareness levels with glimpses. No one was fully realized, including me. I don't consider myself fully realized yet. I'm not walking on water and I'm not raising the dead yet. However, I do believe the promise that says, the things that I do, you will do also, and even greater things. So the divine dissolve is a birthing ground for co-creation, and the presence of that brings forth an ascension of the soul ascending. There's a divine destiny path that we came in with, a blueprint from the very beginning of our soul's journey over multiple lifetimes. What were our past lifetimes? Andrew started in India. Mine started in Boulder, Colorado. You know? And yet, somehow or another, there are intersections in time where we find each other in this divine path of the vision, and we begin to, first it starts with a void, but then it begins to ascend, and it goes into vision, and it goes into vastness, and it's all different vibrations of different levels of a color. The chakras are examples of this in Eastern traditions. And in Unity, there's light, different colors of light given to them. There's developmental stages. But ultimately, what we realize is, I am that. Always, already. I always have been. I was just unconscious of it. I was not aware of it. And we begin to see multiple dimensions existing simultaneously. And we begin to see that our lives have a destiny plan, a purpose that is divine. And we are here in order to fulfill that. And I'm in the 4th act of my life. I don't know whether I'll see the path fulfilled on the collective plane. I hope so. I sort of doubt it because I'm in my 80s now. When I met Andrew, it was a different story at a different time. And we begin to emerge into the different roles. I have found myself shifting from knowing myself as a spiritual teacher to now knowing myself as a spiritual guide, a facilitator. I began to experience the downloads that mystics receive. And I know that this download is not coming from my human rational mind. It's coming from beyond the rational mind. And it's up to me to listen, to pay attention. Andrew was one of my first teachers of that. And he said, practice, sit for 1 hour And in that time of 1 hour, just ask a question. Ask spirit to define for you what you are to write, what you are to scribe, because it's not really about writing from your human mind or your intellect. It's way beyond that. And you're scribing what's coming from the divine.
Don't you think,
Amazing.
Marge, that process is happening to so many people at
Oh,
this
yes.
moment? I think one of the most thrilling things that I see all around is how many people, so-called ordinary people, are waking up to precisely the process you're describing. I have one client who's an old woman and was an atheist, and then suddenly had these openings, and now she has instructions that come to her in her shower, and she has unbelievable realizations, and she's been given instructions as to how to build structures that can help with hurricane damage. I mean, a series of completely outrageous things have been given to her, and she's working with them in the real world, and they're really working. So this download evolutionary process is happening in far beyond the reach of the religions, of the politicians, because it is the mother's dream for us that we realize the sacred marriage, that we birth ourselves. And I think one of the things I hope everybody listening, I know we've been saying some pretty severe and fierce things, but let's also be aware that this force, this great descending force of grace that is doing this birthing process in us, is divine. It's relentless. It will win. It has to win. And it's showing its power in millions of ways in our world. One of the most important things I think that we can all try to develop is what I call birth eyes. Once you align with the vision that Jude and I and Marge are trying to offer, and once you really start practicing seriously, you will realize what I call the kind of consciousness, the birth consciousness, that enables you to see the birth appearing in the middle of the death. One wonderful example is what's happened this week with a black South Asian woman coming forward as the next presidential candidate in opposition to someone who wants to put America into a fascist, authoritarian, crazy, insane return to a absurd past. That you can't invent that. That is the sign that the birth is percolating. The other sign that the birth is percolating is that there are astonishing new evolutionary visions coming through to very extraordinary people like Jude, like Marge, at this moment. Evolutionary visions which have tremendous mutual interdependent awareness. We all understand what we're saying because we're all being instructed by the same divine feminine evolutionary force. And all of you listening who are resonating are being instructed by that force. Do the inner work, fortify yourself with faith, pledge yourself to the birth, align yourself with the tremendous joy of that birthing force, and you too will become agents, secret agents.
and maybe not so secret.
Secret. Like my friend in the shower who has gone to the authorities, and at first they thought she was completely crazy, but then they realized, oh my God, it might work, and it does work.
It does work. I guess, and to respond to that as well is what's really important, I think, for everyone to appreciate is we truly are inseparable from each other and from this amazing evolutionary impulse. What is flowing through us has had the potential to flow through us from the very beginning of our universe. We're ready now. It would not be happening if we were not ready. And the teachers that have come in the last several thousand years have been stepping the way for us. They've been showing the path. You know, Buddha said, you don't tread the path until you are the path. Jesus said, the quotes that Marge just replied, you will do what I do and more so. Those incredible teachers have laid the path forward for us. Indigenous wisdom, universal wisdom teachings, they've all laid the stepping stones to call us, to invite us, to bring us to this point. But this is who we really are. This is not something that is imposed upon us or something we have. Marge said, this is who we truly are. We're just remembering it at a time when that remembering enables us to consciously evolve, to take this next step, this next journey of what being truly divine humans is about. Because I think what all of us are saying, what this is not about is about us moving out of our body. It's about bringing all that we are through our incredible humanness and our earth walk on this gorgeous, wonderful planetary home, Gaia. So I'd just like to add one piece that we've not named yet, but Gaia is also evolving. Our conscious evolution is a vital part of her ongoing progress and purpose, it seems to me. And so our awake.
I think that one of the things that evolutionary mysticism has opened up, Teilhard, for example,
of course,
shown us that.
And let Jude finish, Andrew. Let her finish.
This is a conversation, and I will let you.
Yeah.
I'm just bound. Is the relating with Gaia? It's the transfiguration of the whole universe that can happen.
Exactly so, Andrew. Exactly so.
It wasn't
and so I really wanted to bring that present because I talked about the big breath, the vastness of our universe, but very intimately through us. But we're in companionship. We're in fellow traveler mode with our planetary home and our entire solar family and the whole universe. And that still brings it back to us on a very personal, intimate relationship. But it is that bigger picture. It's not just humanity that's going through this process. It's the divine essence of the whole universe flowing through us, our planetary home and our solar family and beyond. So I just wanted to presence that because somehow for me, we're talking about the art of awakening humanity at the moment. And so it seems to me that the greater, the grander, and at the same time, the most intimate way we can share this unitive narrative, this new story, the more the art and culture can literally in its own way bring it to life, because that's what actually drove the Renaissance, was the art of the Renaissance. Yes. And that was a renaissance. This is a naissance that's never happened before.
I would like to share something that is from a Jewish mystic, and Rabbi Lawrence Kushner, and he wrote in a poem called Jigsaw. No one has within themselves all the pieces to their puzzle. Everyone carries within them at least one and probably many pieces to someone else's puzzle. And when you present your piece, which is worthless to you perhaps, to another, whether you know it or not, whether they know it or not, you are a messenger from the Most High. And that was in his book, Honey on the Rock, that Honey from the Rock. Interesting title for a book, Honey from the Rock.
That is so beautiful.
Andrew, you have been part of that honey for me.
That's our job, amazing. Is to give the honey, isn't
it? I wanted to share a couple of days ago during a meditation, I had this vision of climbing a rock wall and peering on the other side, and it was a utopia. It was like Gaia with so much abundance and people working in communities, and some people were growing lettuce and other people had the sheep, and it was this kind of old-fashioned, but it was really bright and vibrant. So I just felt called to share it after that poem that you said, Marge.
There are masters in every realm. masters for the rebirth of Gaia, masters for the rebirth of communications. I mean, we're seeing AI in ways that are a bit shocking. And I have no idea what's going to be available 50 years from now, 100 years from now. We're transcending and including in our own country something that is 250 years old. So I hold great hope. You know, I also love scripture, and one of the scriptures that I love is faith, hope, and love. These three. And the greatest of these is love. And yet, it's fascinating because it also says that faith is in things unseen. And that's Hebrews 1:1. It's in the faith in the invisible, faith in the things that are still unseen. And how do we bring this in? All of the colors of faith, all of the colors of trust. You know, what are all of the colors of love?
Yes.
And
I
how
love
are
that.
you living them now?
Yeah. And Marge, that goes back to what Andrew was saying earlier. I think we're all saying, this is an emergent process.
Yes.
And fundamentally, in any emergent process, you don't know the destination.
This is
So rather than try and worry ourselves around it, it seems to me that what we're all inviting everyone into is this trust, is to attune and trust the evolutionary impulse of the entire universe flowing through us, to attune with it, to align with it, to serve it, because it is benevolent. It is loving and living, and what an incredible evolutionary potential it's inviting us into. And that's why I was so delighted, obviously, when Carissa invited all of us into this conversation, because, and what I've really also enjoyed as we've shared this evening, is we've already embodied art in our explorations, poetry, that beautiful image behind Andrew, you know, the song, the dance of what we're going through. And I know that in the darkest times, the most challenging times that I've had in my life, and I've experienced many others in my life, it's somehow been art, it's been song, it's been dance, you know, going through a grieving process. You know, traditional communities dance.
yes.
They dance the grief through them. They sing the grief through them. You know, us here, art is awakening humanity. Art is vital to helping us through this birthing process, it seems to me, this metamorphosis, this incredible journey we're all on together.
And isn't one of the ways, there are two extraordinary ways, Jude, I think, in which art really is helping us. The first is, and this may seem strange, but I believe it deeply, is the art of sacred practice. We live in a time when all of the sacred technologies, through the grace of the Mother, are available for us as we go through this extreme birthing process. And if you've ever plunged into a sacred tradition and been lucky enough to find people who teach you the practices, you realize, you're in the presence of supreme art of shaping consciousness. When you participate in that art, amazing and wonderful and blessed things happen. And the second thing, way in which art midwives this, is that we have, just as we have available to us all of the great sacred technologies of the past at this moment, we also at this moment have available to us all of the inspiration of all of the great schools of art all over the world. We have all of the witnesses to beauty in reality available to inspire the heaven out of us. The great mystical poets, the great sculptors, the great painters, the great shamans of sound that are the true composers like Bach. If we know what we have available, instead of complaining about the horror of what we're going through, we will empower ourselves with all of these sources of radiant, extraordinary, transformative inspiration. And that will that will create the foundation for the kind of birthing culture that will emerge to sustain the new humanity.
And the new that is emerging.
Yes.
And the new, as Marge said, we have no idea
Yes.
of at the moment. But my goodness me, you know, with all of that, we have so much to come.
Well, isn't it wonderful? We don't know, because if we did know,
We don't know.
narrow it.
Exactly.
We'd think it was such a wonderful conception, but it would be narrowed by our own assumptions and limitations. And yet something much faster than anything we can imagine is being prepared, and we're feeling that, and we're collaborating with it.
Exactly. And it is multidimensional.
Yes.
I mean, Marge is talking to the profound wisdom teachings, and all the traditions are really, really clear that the appearance of our world is not its fundamental reality, and that that it emerges from deeper levels, multidimensional levels of causation. We're just at the beginning, really, as a species, of that adventure.
Yes.
Which I love.
Well, our human imagination is part of what will assist us, but most of all, what we're moving toward is divine imagination that includes a divine vision and goes into the vastness, and it's a cosmic vision.
Yes, it surely is, Marge. It surely is.
Both cosmic and what Jude said so beautifully, it's also intimate. I love that you used intimacy as such a key word in what you said, because to me that is the ultimate gift of the divine feminine.
Yes.
The mother gives us the intimacy of her own tender concern for our evolution, but as we grow in her, we become intimate with every being, intimate with every plant, intimate with every stone, intimate with the deep rhythms of evolution itself through unknowing. And the discovery of that intimacy is itself the beginning of an extraordinary revolution, not only of your own consciousness, but of the responsibility that you have, given that intimacy, to respond to the pain of the world, to respond to the injustice with wise action. We've been using words like ascension, and these are wonderful words, but my vision of the new humanity is that it is an embodied divine humanity, and that it is absolutely open to the furthest reaches of the transcendent, but also focused in minute intimacy on everything that needs healing, and that needs justice, and that needs compassion in this dimension to transfigure it. And
absolutely,
you've got to hold those two opposites of vastness and precise focus together. Otherwise, we'll do what we've always done, which is to go off into dissociated fantasy while the world is burning, instead of embodying this new evolutionary love force and putting it into creative, transformative action in every realm, in every activity, in every science, in every art, in every political circumstance, in every social organization. That's the future, it seems to me. Does that ring true to you too?
Well, if you are willing, you will be shown the way. Those way showers will come into your life. Those people who have guided us and directed us, and humanity's team is one of those way showers. And I'm so grateful for the work that you're doing.
I echo that, Marge. I love Humanities Team and all our community for everything that is doing. And I would say that Humanities Team is one of those incredible imaginal cells of the butterfly of the metamorphosis. And we're finding, and the imaginal cells are more and more and more finding each other. Circles on circles, movements on movements. We are linking up and lifting up, because that's the nature of metamorphosis. That is the nature of emergence. And we're doing so deep within the divinity of who we truly are, but that divinity embodied in the humanity that we are. Many years ago, I think Andrew knows this, I was in a field under a blue sky, and these words came to me. In the commonality of our humanity, we're all ordinary. In the commonality of our divinity, we're all extraordinary. And so we are, all of us.
What I'd love to ask you two a question, and that is, everybody's listening to this, and I hope they're inspired by it. But what do we invite people to be and to do right now? If you're excited by what we're saying, what would be your advice, Jude? What would be your advice, Marge, to people to really align deeply and viscerally with this truth?
For me, it's choose love.
Mm.
It's just choose love. In our thoughts, in our words, in our actions, to be love, to do love. It sounds so simple, and I'm not saying it's easy, it's not. But ultimately, that's the foundational reality of our universe, is love.
And that's what it is for me also. And it has been for most of my life. It's the title of my platform now, called By Love Institute. And choosing love, living love, being love. This is not a romantic love, although it can include that. This is way beyond the human love aspect. It is a field of consciousness that knows no opposite. And so to be able to look in someone's eyes and see their essence, even when you're in some kind of trigger or when you're experiencing those moments of not knowing, to simply surrender into that, surrender into the power of a greater power. And for me, that greater power is love.
I love what you say, and I would just say something different, but aligned. Don't worry. I would invite people to choose joy.
Yes.
Because what I think we all share this knowledge. As you awaken mystically, you awaken to the astounding fact that the great creative power of the universe is what the Hindus call the Maha Ananda. And in the Taittiriya Upanishad, it says the greatest words in the Upanishads are said by the son of a Brahmin, Bhrigu Varuni, when he says, all things arise from joy. All things are sustained in joy, and all things return to the Maha Ananda, the great bliss. And what this means to me is that the evolutionary birthing force that is engendering this vast crisis and irrigating us with new revelations is fundamentally a force of unfettered, liberated, unbelievably grand and beautiful and intimate and wild and holy joy. So, whatever
Yes,
you can
yes,
do
yes,
in the
yes,
course of
yes,
your
yes.
life to align yourself to joy in all of the intimate particulars of your life,
Yes.
the more you
I
can
love ending on this
Can I
with
add one
love
word
and
though?
joy. It's been such a pleasure to connect with all of you. I'm sorry. Our time is up. We dove deep into
All right, everybody. I want to welcome all of you to this panel of Humanities Team's Global Oneness Week 2024. The topic of this panel is the multidimensional professional. And it's my great privilege to be accompanied here by three individuals who I think epitomize that definition. So just brief introductions. I'll begin with you, Marie. Marie Case is a powerful woman that has been walking in the halls of power for a long time. She works with the senior teams of some of the world's largest corporations, Allstate, Novartis, Reebok, British Petroleum, Whole Foods, and she's the chairwoman of the board of the World Business Academy. She specializes in post-merger acquisition and post-reorg integration at the executive leadership level. So that's one definition. We'll be talking about another definition of Marie here in just a second. But I want to introduce Ashford Chancellor. Ashford is my friend and colleague. He works as the practice manager and consulting chief financial officer at VCFO. And that organization offers fractional CFO services, financial consulting, HR to about 3,500 companies around America and around the world. And he's been doing that for the last 28 years. And he's also launching an initiative to prepare highly conscious leaders in their roles for the great shift, which he thinks is coming. We also have Suze Byers, my friend here from Boulder, Colorado, and she's the founder of Springboard Advising, LLC. She also works in the CFO field, and she currently manages investments for the Musk family office here in Boulder, Colorado. So I want to thank the three of you for coming on the call, and I'm Ross Hostetter, and I'm the host today. So the theme of our call is a unique opportunity that's being presented by people that are walking in two different worlds. One is the world of high-level professionalism, where we are taking on important projects, important responsibilities, important deliverables out in what may be called the real world or the business world, and who also have experienced some depth awakening and are devout spiritual practitioners. And so this kind of combination of folks is relatively unique in the world. And the purpose of this panel is to talk a little bit about that particular walk and both the problems and potentials of it, the dignities and disasters of it, and we want to encourage those that might be listening to this call that are in the same walk to become their fullest selves out in the world. So with that start, I just want to hear a little bit about your stories. And Marie, maybe we could just start with you about the influences and events and both external and internal that got you to where you are today and what you're doing today and how you're occurring in the world.
Okay, well, let's see how quickly we can do that and that hits on your key points there. I grew up in a family where my older sister had cerebral palsy. So the relevancy of this is that something that happened in my family life when I was very young is that my younger sister and I and our mother and our older sister who had cerebral palsy were telepathic. And you don't think anything of that when you're a kid, right? I mean, we could just hear each other. It was how Ruth could communicate. My older sister did not have any verbal available communication. But I think in many ways in the background, as it began to dawn on me that it was unusual, and it really hit me how unusual it was when my mother died and then my older sister died. One by one, that channel closed. Like my sister Sherry and I, that's not there now. And I was very, very curious about the spiritual. My mom was, part of a family that was the scion of a Northern Baptist church, and my father was the oldest of 13 of a very Polish Catholic family. And so when it came to me, they said, well, you can choose. And I was like, well, there's more than just these two, right? Which began a study and a long period of life in which I think I would say I was a spiritual explorer, sometimes a spiritual tourist. At the same time, I looked at the world as I saw it. So part of my private life wasn't just whatever my spiritual inquiry was. It was that I was a woman.
because I made a decision at 13 years old. I am going to make it as a man in a man's world, because I looked at the deal my mother had and the deal my father had, and I was like, totally not doing this. And I was very successful at that. So I had two kind of hidden parts of myself in a way. I had my femininity walled away, like I developed Lycra shields. I got rid of the armor, but the shields until I was 37, when I had ended up in the consulting business. Won't bother with the story of how that happened, but it wasn't like I started out my journey thinking I want to grow up to be a management consultant. Actually, I trained to be a theatrical stage manager. And at 37, I had hit everything that I wanted. I was being offered partner in the film firm that I was in. And I realized, oh, shit. I don't want this. So it turned out that the early exploration towards my spirituality and my femininity were the same. A simple element of that would be reading Riane Eisler, The Chalice and the Blade, which is profoundly about the feminine-masculine relationship, but also profoundly spiritual. I now know Riane. She's an incredibly spiritual person. So all those things, like I took some time off at that point. I stopped consulting for a few years, and I went on an exploration. But still, in retrospect, I would say I was a spiritual tourist. I spent time with Ram Dass. I spent time in Muktananda's ashram. I spent time around Adi Da. Just what things came before me. I probably spent more time in meditation through Siddha Yoga and that Muktananda world than any of the others. But still, I hadn't hit that place of, oh, I have a teacher. I eventually got to this place where I felt like I had reclaimed myself as a woman and could go back into the work world without the disguise. And just went on, was extremely successful, ended up in a larger firm, VP of Management Transformation Practice for CSC, leading the European organization out of London, working with British Petroleum, with a big team. And along the way, I had a colleague who, he left the firm and he went off for what we used to call his 3-hour tour, for those of you who remember it, Gilligan's Island. And he was going to India for a little sabbatical. And he literally didn't come back. Just a colleague, a friend, but it's like, where'd he go? While he was gone, I discovered that my husband was not who I thought he was. And he was, a philanderer and an embezzler. And I had no idea, no idea. And that broke me, because my work is reading people. My work is seeing the underneath of what's going on. That's who I am. And so it was not just the facts of the matter, it was what it said to me about me. So that ended up leading me to India. The friend and colleague who had left for there insisted that I had to go there. And we won't tell the story of how I got there, but in this short format. But I did end up in India, and I did end up meeting a living saint. And I did discover that I have a teacher. And that's a different state, radically different state than I've spent time in this or that ashram. I've done these or those practices.
Great. Hey, I may stop you right there, Marie, just so we have a chance to go around, but I want to hear about this teacher. And yeah, thank you for that. I've got all kinds of things I want to talk with you about arising from that. But let's go to Ashford. And Ashford, I know this is difficult to kind of encapsulate, a life and like that in an extremely short period of time. But what? Tell us a little bit about what's happened to you that's made you arrive
Thank
at
you.
now.
Thank you, Ross. So I grew up, on the plains of West Texas in the 60s in a very conservative, the values there were conservative, they were Christian, we were Republican, and that's the energy that I was steeped in. And I started my business career in the 80s very much in that same mode. And I got my undergrad in accounting, and I want to get my CPA. And I started out in one of the world's largest accounting and advisory firms, just immersed in a field of technical experts with a very, very diverse client base. And then I went on after that to an entrepreneurial company that was small, but they were about to explode in growth. And when I went to work for them, they had 7 employees and about 1.5 million in sales. In 3 years, we had exploded to 62 employees and 20 million in sales. In the 80s, that was pretty explosive growth. We ended up over time, very entrepreneurial group, investments in real estate, manufacturing, energy, and entertainment. Ended up closing a $100 million deal in the late 80s and decided to sell the company. And then at that point in time, I went back and got my MBA and graduated with the full intention of becoming a venture capitalist. I had the big four experience. I'd had the opportunity to help a small company grow under intense pressure, got my MBA. But what I didn't realize at that moment in time, I graduated in the teeth of the recession that drove the first President Bush from office. And so there were no venture capital jobs available. And what I didn't realize then was that my spiritual path was about to start, and I didn't even know it. And so I ended up going to work for this large international nonprofit whose membership was comprised solely of corporate presidents, about 9,000 of them in 88 countries all over the world. So I began this magical journey of seeing what the collective power of humanity can accomplish when it's gathered together, with focus on a single purpose. And I spent the next 10 years, at that company. And then the next stage of my journey began, which was going to become even more magical. But in that 10 years, I met my soulmate. And it was a woman I fell deeply in love with. We were so incredibly in love. And I was 37 years old. I'd never been married. And I thought, this is the one I've been waiting for. And she was a Christian. She was a woman that was deeply imbued into the Christian faith. That had not spoken to me. I had a very deep desire to connect with God, but it wasn't speaking to me through that faith. And that's the world I grew up in. And so, but I thought, I don't want this to become a boundary for us. I want this to become a place where we join together. So I signed up, started down that path. And then in one day, we were planning to get married. And one day we were separated with no warning. And it wasn't the decision on either one of us. It was some outside energy that intervened, and we never saw each other again.
Wow.
We never saw each other. But that was the beginning of my deep journey. I spent 3 years plumbing the dark nights of the soul, but that was the beginning of my journey. Shortly after, and so, as I said in the run of this, I started with studying the precepts of the Christian faith, the basic precepts. But over time, over the last 30 years, I've expanded out to a journey that has, over time become an exploration to the deepest strains of human consciousness. So I moved from Dallas at that point to DC. I spent 12 years in DC, and I began to realize that opened up a part of my soul I began to realize that I had a sacred destiny with this country, that my mission was tied up in the future of the country. And my consciousness started to unfold into a much deeper, more powerful. I came in contact with my soul journey. Moved back to Dallas. I've been here for the last 10 years and have continued my journey of expanding my consciousness as rapidly as I can. And one of the things that I've become to realize is that what I thought my life path is going to be. It's never actually unfolded like that. I've gone through about 5 different phase jumps where all of a sudden everything that you have becomes to come apart and you have to jump to the next phase. And so every time has included more expanded consciousness, a richer experience of the human experience. And now we come at this point to where I'm about to launch another really powerful journey.
Great. Well, thank you, Ashford. I'm going to maybe stop you there just to let our listeners. And I think that 10-year nonprofit was Young YPO, right? Young Presidents.
It was, yeah. Young Presidents Organization.
You're in the heart of that. Yeah. And I want to hear about your commitment to America. Ashford and I talk about his many past lives in America.
That's true.
I think I grew up with a dad who had that too, because we had to go and visit every historical battle and historical point in America when I was a kid. So I'll maybe.
Well, and I know you want to know one final point. So the first time I grew up in Midland, Texas, the first time I visited Washington, D.C., I felt like I was home. I looked around at the buildings and I was like, oh my gosh, this feels familiar to me as Midland does.
Yeah.
And there was a reason for that.
Great. So we've got a lot of depth stories to tell, but last but not least, Suze, I'm sorry to keep you last, but I want to hear your story. I've heard a little of it, and I know that it's a compelling one.
Thank you, Ross. When other little girls would dream of whatever rich man they would marry and the giant mansion they would have and all the children and all of those things, I was dreaming of what kind of professorship I would hold and planning how many languages I would learn and what I would be teaching in university. I grew up in an environment that was troublesome. I survived a lot of deep emotional challenges in my early years involving court and some other traumatic experiences. And I left home earlier than I planned and earlier than a child should. But I knew early on that I could build whatever world would fill my heart. I knew early on that whatever expectations I had would shape the outcome of the life I would get to live. And understanding that perspective from such a young age is something that came to me from so much loss. I would say that the greatest advantage I've had, which took many years to appreciate, was the loss of so many family members and the loss of the perspective of security and the loss of the belief that I would have support at the early stages of life when I needed it most. But because I didn't have those things, it pushed me into a desire to discover the places that would feel like home. It drove me to commit to the goals that lit up my heart and felt as if they would provide the largest reward years down the road. It taught me deep appreciation for delayed gratification and for discipline and commitment towards the goals that I wish to achieve. And so I sacrificed a lot to put myself through school. I was often working full-time and going to school part-time and on my lunch breaks or at night. I did that for many years. I was 20 when I moved alone up to New York City and started working for a couple of investment banks there, eventually at Warburg Pincus on 42nd Street. Very confused to feel myself internally viewing myself much as a sort of a kicked out alley cat in the halls of such generational wealth and power and such intelligent people who opened my eyes, and I couldn't quite understand why I felt in many ways very much at home in such company, but also still very alien because I felt a separation between the curiosity that I held in my heart for such diverse subjects and the side of myself that did fit in on the analytical perspective and the interest in finance, and overhearing for the first time analysts saying, well, we need to make the numbers look good. So that is the research that you're going to be providing to us for these M&A deals. And so I taught myself accounting and I taught myself finance, and I became a research analyst for a time. And I learned what they meant when they said, let's make the numbers look good. And the opportunity to see something as analytical and seemingly from the outside fixed as finance, as such a variable perspective, really shifted my worldview and my belief in what truly was solid facts versus what were flexible perspectives, and opportunity to see things from surprising directions. And I would say that shifted my career in a lot of ways, because I kept getting pulled into more finance jobs accidentally. Truly, my primary natural gifts were more in the realm of writing and in teaching. Empathy and compassion. I was always curious on Buddhism and world religions. Buddhism always pulled very, very deeply to me. I went into corporate finance for about 20 years. And then I divorced, and it felt like my world completely broke open. I was in my late 30s, and I took a year to simply challenge myself completely and say, what do I think I don't like that I might actually enjoy? And I challenged myself on everything from eating oysters for the first time in 20 years to riding a motorcycle for the first time to discovering medicine journeys. And I traveled down to Costa Rica, and I got to visit the beautiful lands of Hawaii and feel how feminine the land felt and how easeful in my body I could feel, actually relaxing into my feminine rather than just holding myself in my analytical masculine. And I became a fuller person. So I started Springboard Advising, where I began advising startups on creating operational and finance systems and implementing them with an eye for scalability and growth. And it felt big enough that I could truly grow into that kind of role. And the larger I grew and the more my company grew, I began getting headhunted. And a friend of mine reached out and said, hey, I think you're just strange enough, just crazy enough, and just bright enough to help out with the Musk family office. We've got an opening, and it's a curious challenge, and I think you're a good fit. And so I walked into this challenge with probably the only group I would have said yes to. And I'm so grateful and so happy to be providing my gifts to this family organization and to the team that I get to work with. It's such a privilege. And the amazing, amazing people I get to meet on a regular basis, as well as the challenges that I get to lean into. And I couldn't do this job without the empathy, the compassion, the spiritual grounding, and the appreciation for presence, and for just appreciating the breath of the moment each time and with each interaction that I have. So.
Well, wow, Suze, an amazing story. And if I'm not right, you've been on your own since about age 17. Is that right? Carving your way out of the world completely on your own.
Yes, I left home before I graduated high school with less than $200 to my name, and suddenly I was a homeless high school dropout. And I worked my way through it all. I gave everything to my education. I did earn my bachelor's magna cum laude from CU in time. And I continue with education in every way that I can. I'm constantly in courses, certifications, workshops. I'm endlessly learning.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful pathway. All right, so those are, to our audience, those are 3 compelling stories. And I know that everyone that is listening here will have their own. I know that there's pieces of each of these stories that I'm deeply resonating with. But we have about 20 minutes left on our call. And so I do want to maybe jump into, I guess I'm going to ask you to put your advisory hats on. You all are advisors. You all are long-term advisors. You've all helped all kinds of people get sorted. And I want to just kind of jump into, if you had somebody coming to you that maybe was a former you or a younger you, or that you saw this multidimensional possibility in, what would you tell them? How would you help them? And I'm just going to open it up to the 3 of you, whoever wants to go first.
Ross, it's interesting because I actually was involved in something like this not too long ago with someone in their 20s. And so, when you're in your 20s, you use your parents, you use older people as a role model for what you may look like, what your life may be like when you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s. And one of the things I say is because things are changing so rapidly, and we are about to go through an enormous transformation as a civilization, as a planet, and all the experiences on the 3D that we've had up to this time become less and less relevant as you project into the future. And so especially, I was talking with this young lady about her parents. I said, do not use your parents as your role model, because things are changing so rapidly that it's not going to be like that for you. They're going to age differently. We're going to live longer. We're going to live a fuller expression, be able to live a full expression of our lives early on. And so for me, I would tell them not to be limited, to move fully into what your soul is telling you to do, and worry less about what the environment is telling you not to do, because we are the trailblazers. We are the trailblazers. And the less we look into the past and the more we look into the future, the faster that they'll move.
Okay. All right, you two, Marie and Suze, do you agree with that? And what would you tell,
Let me just say one thing that I notice about our stories. I would say, as I listen to Suze, I hear this, I knew early. I was following something from when I was very young. And I would say for myself, I didn't know. I mean, in retrospect, it's all very clear. But in the present time, I certainly wasn't using my parents as role models. My mother was, stay-at-home mom who occurred for me at that time as martyred. That's a very ungenerous interpretation, but, when you're 5 to 12, your ability to make generous interpretations is limited by your understanding. My father, a man who I love now, but, was a guy who went out into the world as a manufacturer's rep, and he left on Monday and he came home on Friday and sat in his chair and went, Marion, where's my cup of coffee? And I detested that. It made me incredibly angry. So I didn't feel like I had any role models. But the one thing that I would say was really, really useful to me, and I have definitely done with young people who have come to me with that, like, how do I figure out where I want to go, is guided meditation to your future self. And I was lucky that one of the things I tripped over early enough was a teacher who used that as a big modality. And that my soul gave me enough of a picture to be able to take, the next steps and the next steps and the next steps. I honestly can't imagine a reality in which I would have had any view of where I am now and how I see the world. So that's my 2 cents on that topic anyway.
Yeah, I want to hear more about that. Suze, how about you?
I would tell my younger self that the surprising truth is that balance is the thing that would have actually yielded the highest return from the earliest point. That I didn't need to break myself with stress. I didn't need to overwhelm myself and exhaust my body and my system. That I actually would have performed at a higher level, and I would have integrated with my heart with greatly more ease and managed with a great deal more balance if I had honored regular somatic practice, if I had been connected with my body more often through Tai Chi, for example, which I've been a student of for 5 years at this point, or through any other somatic practice that integrates with a moving meditation, simply drops me down and slows me down. It's the pace at which you engage sets a tone for the impact you create. You don't have to outrun everyone else in the room. You can actually slow down and they will follow your pace, and you might become twice as efficient moving at a slower pace because it gives you a presence and an awareness, and it allows you to make more grounded choices with each moment that passes, which reduces noise and reduces challenge afterwards. It also keeps you present with the other hearts of the other people in the room, which creates a harmony in the team environment, which is spiritual practice and compassion, but it is also highly effective and efficient in working in a conglomerate structure. We have to do it together. So do it together.
One note on that, I think, is that I know I couldn't have heard that then, but the generation that is young now, they can. They have a capacity to hear that. In my experience, there's so much of a natural shift happening where there's a rejection of this thing that doesn't exist anymore. Like nobody works for one company for 25 years anymore. This is just doesn't, there's all these things that are just so radically different. We could go through those, but we all know what those are. But that reality, maybe that's created by the shift that's happening. And maybe that's something that's just a natural outcome of the shift that's happening. But the shift is happening. Yes. And I believe if there was a me that was now in my, late teens, early 20s, mid 20s, that the people like that around me, they can hear that now. And they want that.
Yes. Wow. So, I'm kind of in the role here of the moderator. I would know what I would tell those 20-year-olds. And I probably would talk to them a little bit about some of the mistakes that I have made. One of the interesting, like following like a bumper sticker advice instead of like real advice, like follow your bliss, or leap in the net will appear. I've left a lot of times and it sure didn't.
Right.
I'll throw my 2 cents in it that it is for me, it's a combination of both the head and the heart, and the calling of the future story that I know that I can inhabit. And one of the main tools that I would recommend is the ability to challenge core assumptions, and that the thoughts that you have in your head about what's actually real, what's right, and everything like that may not be quite as solid as you think that they are, and may not really be yours in the way
Ross,
that
that's
so
such good advice. I think all 4 of us have been remade several times
right.
because the core assumptions that we started out with were primarily illusionary.
Yes, exactly. They were.
Impose on
Look at
us
all
from
this
external
nodding. Yes,
forces.
we were assumptions. We're real illusionary. And of course, we live in a house of stories, right? And we live in a house of assumptions and everything like that. And it can be very, very destabilizing to give some of them up. But yeah.
And sometimes that house of stories can actually be a house of cards.
Yes.
You know how easily that comes down when it's time.
Yeah. And I will note that on the call, there have been major tragedies, what I would consider tragedies, or major, life breaks where something that challenges the fundamental assumption, like yours, Suze, like that parents should take care of you and become good role models. That fundamental assumption gets challenged very early. And in your story, Marie, about your husband and your assumption about who that is and who a husband is, and yours, Ashford, about the work that you have in the world and who you actually are and who you're. So yeah. All right. So we have 5 minutes left, about 7 minutes left, actually. And I do want to take some time to let you all elucidate things that you're excited about now and projects that you're involved in, if you want to share them, so that the listeners can, have an opportunity to become involved with them, meet you, go deeper with you, or anything like that. So Ashford, I'm going to start with you. Where are you at now in terms of your leading edge and what you're working on?
Yeah, thank you, Ross. So, my journey over time, I'm a big student of history. You add spiritual awareness and perception to that. We are in the United States, we're at the end of a really, really long sweep where our supporting systems of how we govern ourselves, how we create and distribute wealth, how we provide health care for our people, and how we educate our people, all those systems now are inverted, and they're doing exactly the opposite of what they're supposed to do. We're in the midst of a massive transformation, and it's every time society gets ready to make a big leap, all the systems that have carried us forward have to be re-architected, and we are in that process now. The future that we are moving into needs new systems, and so I'm involved in the Great Shift, and we are bringing forth people who were born that have the blueprints for the new way, the new democracy, the new economic system, the new healthcare system, new education system, people who were born with that, to begin to re-architect what's coming, because all of our systems are in a state of collapse as a part of the natural transformation. And so that's what I'm involved in. Right now, we're in the process of calling forth those people.
Well, great. Nothing like a small project there, Ashford. you could complete in the next 2 or 3 months. So
it was my time in DC that brought that forth in me. It's what awakened me.
All right, Suze, anything that you're passionate about that you want to invite folks into?
Sure. I mean, one of my fascinations for several years now has been conscious leadership movements, especially within the professional realm. And how do we? What are the most effective methods of approaches? I'm still in the realm of researching and connecting with, networking with other leaders and coaches in this realm. But I'm fascinated with different methods of implementing conscious leadership techniques into emergent leaders, and where we can feed the channels of the current of our society in a way that is going to create a ripple impact 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. How do we teach those emergent leaders now? How do we connect to them, invite them in with challenges that they're going to be drawn to, and guide them with mentorship structures, with coaching structures, with teaching structures, so that we can encourage the influence of the ethics and the awareness and the integration specifically in a way that they feel confident as they emerge into their leadership roles in their careers, influencing so many levels of impact in business, which hits society, which hits families, which hits every other realm in your life. When you spend 40 plus hours a week engaging, and you only engage a single section, a single part of yourself, you diminish the impact you create, and you diminish yourself in your heart and in your soul. You can offer a great deal more in the fullness of yourself when that integration is felt, received, and appreciated and respected. And, you know, when you engage in places where your fullness is unwelcome, it's a gift, because that is the discernment filter of a place where you are not meant to be growing at that time. And it's a push into finding the places where you do align, finding the places where you do fit and where your gifts will have the highest impact for where you're at and the people that you truly should be connected with. Mm-hmm. So I am still looking at the different models of where I want to throw the force of my tenacious motivation and excitement and energy around the social movements where we can support emergent leaders in higher ethics, in conscious integration, and in embracing a blend of spirituality and the threads of fullness of self and psychological integration in the realm of professional work.
Wow. Well, I want to hear more about that. And our timekeeper just said that I have a little bit more time than I thought that I did. So good. So, but Marie, what are your passions? And to talk to where are you, what would you look?
Well, let me first say what I'm doing professionally, which is I now run my own practice, which is called Case Leadership. And along the way, I discovered that there are people already, as you said, walking the halls of power. You know, along the way, in these large projects, I discovered people who were ready for their own next shift, who were ready to open to their heart, who were ready to be a more conscious leader, a servant leader. And when I say conscious, I really mean not just the principles and practices established on web pages, but, you know, as Susan's speaking to, there's something much, much deeper. And those are people who all already do have that spiritual side of themselves, their soul, their heart, that they don't take out. And they're in the position where they can. And so finding those as I go, shaping places where they can be safe, creating journeys about their results, because that's how you get their attention, but that create containers for people to speak truth, to be vulnerable, to share their deep heart commitments. That's part of my business life. And almost all of my clients know, as a matter of fact, all of my clients know I have a spiritual life and where it is. My biggest project is my teacher left his body 12 years ago. The experience I had in Penakonda, India, was I arrived heartbroken. And that is a state that is so prevalent in the world. It is the worst prevalent illness, if you will. And he said to me, oh, well, the problem with that heartbreak is it will slow your soul's journey. So it is better if we just pull it, in a very thick Indian accent and not quite that clear of a language, but that was the message. And then he did a process with me that was a couple of days and ended with a fire puja, in which all the heartbreak and the clinical depression I was in was gone. So I had the miracle happen in me, and I came to know, oh, there's the soul journey. And my soul journey is centered in a place called the Divine Mother Center. So when Swami took off, he handed the torch to a woman named Mataji, a Western woman, a woman who spent the last 5 years of her life with Muktananda. We discovered we were in the same room at the same time without ever knowing each other. And it's a journey of the awakening of the divine feminine. That's what Swami was here to do. And that's now our task. And so one of my biggest focal points is creating a financial floor for the work that these people who have there are many of us who are out in the world working, but there's a core group that live at this power spot, the Divine Mother Center in Laytonville, California, who are doing the opposite. They are the ones who have given up all worldly things and are translating ancient palm leaf books and teaching all over the world through an online model that they've created, and really live very ascetic life. And the support for that in India is much easier to create. You've got an ashram, you got a teacher, you can fund that thing. Because people there just naturally, you would pass the plate in any church, people put money in every Sunday, right? We don't have that as part of our function for this kind of spirituality in the US. So my focus right now is on my own spiritual journey of my soul for this incarnation, my own total awakening, and supporting the source of that.
Well, I just discovered now we are at a point where we do have about 10 minutes left. You all have questions for each other? This is a really juicy group. I think we could spend a couple of days together, and it'd be amazing to see what we could cook up. There's so many themes that we could talk about together. One of which is the feminine, and being a woman in this space, using what I would say would be my left-hand dimension. Instead of the story that I was born with. I think that bears a little bit of talk. So, do we want to talk about how specific energies? Let's just use it that are flowing into this transformation.
Yeah, the one thing I would say about that is, our teacher taught us that there was a yuga that was ending called the Kali Yuga. You think about Kali, and you can think about the nature of that yuga. And in that yuga, there's a huge amount of negativity that has more free play than you would like. And that we have just actually at the end of last year, come to the end of that yuga, and a new yuga is started called the Sai Yuga, or the Yuga of Peace. And it is a yuga that is about re-pulling the divine feminine, the mother who we have abused and forgotten. Our relationship to women in general on this globe at this point in time is a direct reflection of our relationship with the Divine Mother. We have generations and generations and generations of people who think of whatever they hold as the divine as a guy. And that's true in many different traditions. And even in the religious world, there's, an incredible suppression still of that feminine energy. The yuga is not going to change overnight, right? We're in this part now where the darkness is fighting to stay. It's going to go, but it's going to fight like crazy before it does. And the light is rising. And which thing you see depends on where you put your focus. But I think the thing you said, Ross, yes, it's not about the women. It's about the feminine in each of us, which is not what, last many, many, many decades have been about. They've been about power and force, war, getting ahead by climbing ladders, having ladders, top down. And what is emerging, what Rianne was pointing the way towards all those years ago when she wrote The Chalice and the Blade and is still an unbelievable champion for, is understanding it wasn't always this way.
Right. That there were actually the barbarians that were coming in and making everything that way. That book was profound for me, by the way, Marie. I got stuck on my novel, just completely lost in it. I went up to Silverthorne, Colorado with that book and did a Ayurvedic cleanse for 3 days and just read the whole thing and just soaked in it.
Yeah.
And at the end of that, the book opened up. So you got a different story to tell than the one that you thought. So talk to me, like in the couple minutes we have left. I know, Ashford, you're incredibly energetically sensitive, and Suze, you are too. Tell me about the energies that you are feeling, or that are flowing into this new moment. And I think we all feel that this new moment has arrived, and it's suddenly, hopefully, going to get a little easier than it's been in the past, okay? Because we have been climbing through rock. At least that's been my thing, with a lot of opposition and a lot of antibodies. So, Suze, well, let me ask Ashford, because I want to close with you, Suze. Ashford, what kind of energies are you feeling that are flowing through you and into this new world? And how?
Such an interesting question for me. Like all of us, I've been involved in the finance world for a really long time. And, as a part of that, I've been involved in financial statements and cash flow and liquidity and performance metrics and capital raises. And that's not a world where you talk about things like this, heretofore. But what I've seen in myself, especially in the last 2 years, as I've gotten into the higher and higher frequencies, is the rise of the divine feminine within myself. And, coming into that, we are headed into a time where we are headed into the ascension, and the separation between the masculine and the feminine, that membrane is dissolving. And there are always people, that go first. And, all three people on this call are part of that group. And so as I've seen that rise in me, it's interesting because I have seen the world in new ways. I perceive love and connection and passion in a different light. And it has been part of my journey at watching that, to part of me returning to wholeness. And as a result of that, I have to deal with things that have either been like dormant within myself or been repressed, as that divine feminine stream becomes more and more part of who I am. It's been a very interesting journey, and I know it's only just started for me.
So, Suze, what kind of energies are you feeling and inviting? Because it is a consent process. It doesn't happen without our opening and our consent.
It's funny that you use those semantics specifically, because when you first asked that question, the primary thing popping into my head again and again is there is such a hunger for invitation as opposed to force. And that, I would say, is one of the biggest shifts that I have felt. I with all the people I interact with, there is such a desire for offer me the invitation rather than inform me of what I must do. And I would say there has been a dearth of that opportunity for many years that has been rising in need. And the more it has been suppressed by hyperaggression and power dynamics that aggressively depress natural connection. The more the desire for invitation has arisen and free choice from that invitation. But truthfully, when I walk into a room and I approach with curiosity and compassion and the invitation to engage or not, it's all open. And if I offer an invitation to engage and someone walks away, I say thank you. Because it's a very clear and easy delineation of, this is not a person for me to engage right now, but that opens the space and the opportunity for the soul out there that does need to engage, that does have a symbiotic connection with me and me with them, where that opportunity now arises because the other person declined. So I would say one of the biggest power shifts that I've been feeling is the hunger for invitation and choice. And in that, I feel my whole system ease, rather than having the experiences before of you must do this, or you must obey, or you must fit into this box. I don't do boxes anymore.
Oh, that's so lovely to hear. I'll just pitch in my 2 cents about what I'm feeling. Marie, actually, in terms of the turning of the age and Ashford, what you're feeling, I'm feeling that same thing too. In my particular role as a lawyer, now working with global nonprofits and with people and everything, they come to me to try to make order out of chaos. That's, give me a plan, give me a structure. Let's do that. And so I'm feeling that everything is up in the air. That the old order is no longer going to work. Most of the tools in my toolbox, as good as they are, probably are outdated. Okay? And so what I'm inviting is something different. It's going to be some sort of form of organization which is, as we're talking about, energetically based. It's going to be based upon invitation and energetic commitments, which are actually more powerful than anything that I could write on a piece of paper. But I know for a fact we have the ability to make anything up that we want to make up. And that's one of the superpowers of, my job. You can just sit there and type up on a piece of paper, and suddenly you've got a contract and money flows into it, deals. Like, wow, we just made this up on a piece of paper. But now it's going to be a broader scope. It's there's energies in that. I would love to maybe have a next hour to talk about that, but we're about ready to close. So,
before we do, boss, can I add one little thing here?
Yes, one thing. You're a closer
about this shift is human beings are part of evolution. I'm sure all of you probably have read the book Ishmael. And one of the stories that the gorilla tells is of how human beings are like jellyfish that come up on the sand and go, ta-da, all this, God in our likeness, this for us to plunder as we like. And that is a state of human beings. But I do believe there's a general bell curve to change, and that there are people, I meet them, you meet them, we're all here on this call that are on the leading edge of the bell curve of this shift. And I think one of the things that's really important about how we are being in the world, and you can hear it already in this group, but this is that that the Global Oneness Conference is a great space for, is those who are on that front edge having the opportunity to realize there are others, and that we can come together, and that the more we aggregate, the more it creates weight that pulls that center of the bell curve in our direction.
Great.
Well said.
On that beautiful note, we've got to close. Yes, so we are going to come together. So I want to thank you all for coming together here with me and for this hour, and much more to come. Grace and peace to all of you.
Thanks,
you.
everyone. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Welcome to this year's Global Oneness Summit, the art and science of living consciously. I'm Carissa Sims, live event host with Humanities Team, and today I have the pleasure of speaking with Annette Kaiser, author and enlightened mystic, and Anne-Marie Voorhees, evolutionary leader and founder. And our topic today is the art of living in a conscious way. And Anne-Marie, I just want to mention before we get started, I love the art in the background there, and you're matching it perfectly. And it's just so beautiful that our topic is about art, you know? Beautiful. Well, let me share a little bit about our amazing guests today. Annette Kaiser was born in Zurich in 1948 after studying economics and sociology at the University of St. Gallen. She worked for many years in the field of development corporation. At the end of the 1980s, she founded her Tai Jo Do school and has been training teachers ever since. From 1982, she was a student of Miss Irina Tweedy for 17 years and was authorized by her in 1998 to continue the specific path of love. In 2000, she developed the Practice Path Do, which continues to develop and teach people in a non-dual, cosmocentric understanding. In today's teaching and learning objectives, Annette Kaiser focuses on the transformation of the heart of all people as a global way of life. As an evolutionary visionary, she sees herself in the tradition of an enlightened mystic. She is also close to Sri Aurobindo and the mother Mira Alfasa Auroville. In her book, One World, One Humanity, One Consciousness, she invites us to a universal spirituality. Welcome, Annette.
Thank you, and welcome everybody in the joy of being together, having time spending together.
Thank you, Annette. Now, Anne-Marie Voorhees is an evolutionary leader, founder, coach, and consultant of the Hague Center for Global Governance, Innovation, and Emergence, THC. At the heart of THC is the uplifting of networks and the development of complex multi-stakeholder projects to develop a world that works for all. Anne-Marie loves to work in co-creation on complex issues to explore big questions and be in the not knowing until clarity arises. Her entrepreneurial spirit and broad training and international experience gives her many different ways to initiate, amplify, research, and serve quests within THC and in partnership with others. Some of her recognitions: Peace Laureate, World Peace Prize 2017, Evolutionary Leader 2019, Meshworker of the Year 2019. So Dr. Anne-Marie Voorhees is the founder and strategic connector of the Hague Center for Global Governance. Anne-Marie is also a recipient of the World Forum Peace Prize for Communities in 2017. In 2019, she was inducted as an evolutionary leader and awarded Integral City Meshworker of the year 2019. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Thank you very much for welcoming me and welcome everybody. And just one thing, I'm not a doctor, so I didn't do a PhD. It's a doctorandus. That's another type of European title, but it doesn't matter. I'm learning from life, and my education is part of it. But putting things into practice and testing it out, that's where we really learn.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. And also, Anne-Marie, I was curious of mesh worker, and what does that mean?
Well, meshworking is a coin that was a term that was coined by Don Beck after he had been many times working in South Africa in the time of the transition from apartheid to democratic state. And he was inspired by the Zulus and their ways of working. And he saw, and what came to him was that the new ways of collaborating and working that could be practiced there, but also in other places of the world, was to really see how we can weave consciously together, taking into account the purpose that we put in the center. So really focusing on a win-win-win, something that we're looking for here as well, I would say, a world that works for all, and putting ourselves in service of that and to our best account, but also taking into account that we're in a collective, collaborating together. So it's this weaving, focusing on a purpose with specific ideas about what can help us to get there, listening and being in that not knowing. So the things that I love to do, that's actually also part of the practice.
And that, what do you think of that practice, being a mesh worker?
I think that is a very good way flowing out of oneness that do meshworking. That's for me not separate. It's actually the flow of consciousness with love in action. That's one.
Wonderful. I love that perspective on it. And beautiful that it originated from the Zulu tribe as well. That's wonderful origin. So, Anne-Marie, what are some of the struggles we are facing in our modern world?
Well, I think the sense of separation, of duality, of polarities, of not being able to tap into that oneness is one of the big points where I feel that we could really, if we can shift that, if we can come into another phase of consciousness, will really make a huge difference on all kinds of other things that we're struggling with in the world. And that also expresses itself by not connecting in essence with the earth, with nature, with our planet, and with our cosmic context, actually. So we're seeing ourselves, the way we've organized ourselves in the global context, but also in many places in the world, is not really rooted in that sense of us being as nature, part of it. We have put ourselves above it, and we are using and misusing it. And we have somehow felt that we can then also misuse and use each other. And if that could come back into love in action, as you said, Annette, if you really come into that, and you then look at the way we collaborate and come together, we will redesign that because it won't fit.
Beautiful. And Annette, what do you have to say about the struggles we're facing in our world right now?
Well, first of all, 90% of the struggles we are facing nowadays is made by human beings. So it's good to see where the roots of that, challenges we are facing today as humanity comes from. And analyzing this, like Buddha did 2000 years ago, it has really to do with our deep understanding who we are and who the world is. And if we go deep into that question, as Anna Marie said before, we feel still most people as separate beings, separate as one to the other one, to the world, separate from the luminous, what is different names, God or Tao or whatever you want to call it. And I think this is an invitation finally, this special time where we have so much to face. It's an invitation for us human beings to look inside of us and really remember who we really are. So challenges, crisis, evolutionary crisis is a crisis, and at the same time, it is a chance, and we take the chance.
That is so inspiring. I really felt my heart expand when you were talking about that. And so, Annette, how can we change if people have fear or are not seeing this chance or opportunity in the crisis? How can we change that fear into love?
Yeah, that's, I think, a very important question. It's not only individually, also collectively. But it starts with the individual. And you know, when you are afraid, it is good to acknowledge that you are afraid. And let the feeling of being afraid, not pushing it away, but being an observer, observing it, letting it be at the moment, and accepting it fully now. And if you fully can accept the power you are feeling of being afraid, this can change. The power of now has in itself the transformative force to change anxiety into love. It needs the acceptance and the humility, in a way, also to say, yes, it's there, and I can change that in accepting it deeply.
So in saying that, you almost need to be fully present and conscious of that, because sometimes people aren't even aware of the fear, or they push it away, or it could be locked away somewhere. And so that is an important step too, to be able to be aware of that, correct?
Absolutely. I think it's the first step to consciousness, to be aware of your thoughts, of your emotions, of your, feeling in the present moment, how you feel. If you feel disturbed or unhappy or this or that, it is a chance when you know you can change it yourself, and not that you're a victim of outer circumstances only, but you can change in your attitude something. It's also, you can take it as an invitation for transformation into oneness.
And Anne-Marie, what do you have to say about this, about changing fear into love?
How could we change the fear? Okay, same question.
So
yes, so I will build on because I very much agree with the beautiful way Annette was just expressing herself. And there's something about creating the systems that really serve the people where they are, so that we can relax into that. So that's one of the things. And I think there's a huge opportunity for us in the educational realm, how we teach our children. What kind of context do we offer in schools? Can we speak about these kind of things that Annette was mentioning, because I think that actually already at a very young age we can offer our kids that kind of awareness and consciousness. And sometimes it's easier to do it outside the family setting than inside the family setting. Of course, it needs also the family setting, but sometimes, it's easier to look at certain patterns yourself when you're not totally immersed in your own family patterns. And that's why, for example, dear friends of mine have developed this beautiful concept of the loving classroom, where they actually, in very simple ways, offer very young kids already an opportunity to speak about what is respect, how do you listen, where is gratitude, can you give care, do you dare to really speak about love, are you able to be kind and compassionate, do you honor friendship? Those concepts, you can speak about that on any level and any layer. So in that way, that helps to have the conversations in which then you can also be practicing how to speak when you are afraid, when you are scared, when you don't understand something, when you get stressed. So those kind of practices are really important, and of course are being expressed in all kinds of different ways. That's the beauty of humanity, I would say, the diversity that we have in different cultures, from different worldviews. So for us as global leaders or as change agents to understand that it's not one size fits all, that it is actually the diversity that brings life before, and that helps us to even embrace it more.
Yeah, thank you. And I love how you brought in the children and teaching the children, and also being an example, not just teaching, but demonstrating that. And there could be other emotions too that could block us, like anger. It could start as fears. So I think maybe it's the same, is to be accepted and be present, and and consciously transmute that. Well, Annette, I love the title of your book. Would you share the inspiration behind it? One world, one humanity, one consciousness?
Yes, I think it is very important for us human beings to have a vision where we could all going together. And when we now, as I mentioned before, face these challenges nowadays, we cannot solve the problems we have, the challenges on the level they started to exist, they were caused. We have to go to another level. So the other level, like Einstein said, is for me oneness, the consciousness in oneness. So one consciousness. So one world. I mean, life is inseparably one. The life in you, Charisma, in Annemarie, in me, in everybody that is watching, the life itself is inseparably one. But really experiencing that and being in the present moment, loving what is, you feel the whole world, the whole humanity in yourself. It's not out there only. In an inner contemplative way of being, the whole world, the whole cosmos is within one consciousness. So this has an enormous consequence for our daily living, because whatever you do to Mother Earth, to other human beings, to plants, animals, you do to yourself. So one world, one consciousness, one humanity. And in my vision, humanity has also a special task being part of the whole Gaia, of the whole world. We are in a way the gardener of our earth. And it's a beautiful invitation to awaken to this new vision. More and more people share nowadays. One world, one humanity, one consciousness.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the inspiration behind that. And what do you think of that concept, Anne-Marie?
Oh, totally aligned, and also learned a lot from Annette over these years when we have been brainstorming together also in the villa to see how we can put that into action and into practice. So it's very also, my way of being in the world and what I'm trying to contribute to. And I work also very closely with Dr. Jude Caravan, who is also showing up here at Global Oneness Day. And with her as a cosmologist, and with the whole how the science and the spirituality is coming together, we've looked at this whole worldview and come up with a framework where we that is quite simple for me, helps me to stay present, let's say, in moments when I feel my heart close, which has to do with, and I'll just name the steps: think cosmic, feel global, and act local. And it sounds like very simple, but it's about think cosmic. So that really brings me out into the larger context. Feel global. We're used to think global, act local. That's been very clear. But the shift from think cosmic, feel global, which brings you actually the understanding of the whole world around us, and then act locally. That helps me to open up when I'm stuck in something here in relationship, to just uplift myself a little bit and then come back in. And that it's absolutely also, of course, connecting to that oneness and that one consciousness that Annette was speaking of.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you for that practice that you shared. That's interesting. And it's just a little bit blowing my mind, because it's like expanding to unlimited thought, cosmically, embracing the universe. And so that's beautiful. And I was just wondering about how you two met, and if you've worked together in the past. Do you want to start, Annette?
Yes, we met, I don't even know exactly when, Anna-Marie, but it must be quite a while ago, isn't it? I think 10 years about. And there we started meeting. Actually, it's always the same narrative we have in our heart. We dream of a world in harmony, being part of the cosmos. For me, inner and outer is not separate. So also spirituality is a way of living. So, and I'm an economist. So also, I studied economy. So I'm very interested, how we together as human beings growing into oneness can co-create a world that is in harmony, in a higher sense of harmony that is really mirrored in the whole cosmos and on all levels, with the human beings, with the animals, with the plants, with everything that exists. So this is my dream. I think I have been born with, and Anna-Marie, we share this, and we just meet again in that context, how things wants to emerge out of the vision that knows the more beautiful world in our heart, how we can really live that on our planet as humanity. So I think, and then we had twice, we started something, isn't it? I started actually and made the invitation. in one circle first, and then we did another circle, and you still work with these people, Annemarie. So what I heard, and we try again and again, in Europe especially at the moment, to co-create a field together where this presence in love really mirrors into manifestation.
Well, I just wanted to share that, the what you really gave me, I would say, is Annette, is in the villa and in those explorations that we did, where yes, we were connecting to the beautiful mountains and nature and ourselves, and then okay, what does this mean in practice? Huh? So that ability to bring it together and really see and test things out, and actually with the group that we came together with, and also with the after that, giving ourselves full permission to be fully present, fully there, also with that fear and pain that you were asking about, in our challenges, what we are afraid of, what we need, in order to be there and to let our light shine. Annette also has these beautiful little exercises where you can really feel the light, you can feel your heart open up and light up through guided meditation and dancing and practicing like that, and then going outside again to connect it to nature, see if you could do it there. So that has, in a safe space with 5 days, just really being there with such a diverse conscious group, people that all come with that intention, really has helped me to ground it even more, to be even more dedicated to this way of life and giving form to it, but also just feeling how it has opened up actually a lot of my memories in childhood, where I also felt that was the way I was trying to live, but in contexts where I grew up, where there was civil war in those countries, that I was, kind of like impacted by that, but kept faith in that somehow, if we would understand. I can still remember when I was 8 that I thought, this is just one misunderstanding. If we as humans would really listen better and understand each other, we wouldn't need to fight. Well, that's still the big vision.
Yeah, I love that interpretation of war and a solution to get it to peace. It's a misunderstanding, simple. And so when you're talking about the villa, that is Annette's retreat center where she has workshops?
Yes, and retreats and many meetings, also with scientists, we did so many things already. And that's a place I was actually given. I didn't want it, but I was given. And it is a beautiful place where really in the depth we can explore things together in a similar wave of consciousness that is diverse, but is rooted in oneness.
And do you think it's important to come together in community or a retreat center to realize this or embody these practices, Annette?
Well, it's very helpful if a human being is in resonance with it. Oh, yes, of course. But, you don't have to go anywhere, because you have just to remember who you are. But if that is, too difficult in the situation we live, or, or there's stressing, we have jobs and this and families, then I think it's very good to have a time out, in a way, to get rooted more deeply in your essence that is really connected to all that is.
And Anne-Marie, what do you think about community and living in a conscious way?
Yes, I do think it's important. I think it's important in your own, whenever possible, in your own context and bioregion. I also think it's really important to come together in communion with people that you are, in our case, that we're collaborating with, co-creating with. I have had the privilege to be working now together with a group of Indigenous leaders in the Americas, with Chief Phil Lane and Eshna Fleury and the Four Worlds International and Global Council. And there, what I'm learning there is also the importance of ceremony together, and the importance of sitting around the fire as a way for us to connect with and remember that purpose that I was also speaking around in meshworking, to keep that alive, to keep that sense of oneness alive, and to take these moments of pause, of reflection, whatever way it's done, but also of joy, of love, of life, of music, of sorrow, and that we can do a lot on Zoom. I must say we have developed huge amount of practice, of course, also in the time of that we were in lockdown and all those kind of things. And the technology is amazing with how we can radiate and how we can also, in the energetic realm, work in these kind of contexts. So we can do also really sacred things, like we're doing in a space like this. If we bring in ceremony, if we bring in certain patterns and consciousness, and once in a while really sitting there together in these times, especially when it's so painful and complex, yes, I think that's really important. And sharing the food, nourishing it, understanding that we are being fed by that, in this amazing system of life.
Yeah, and I love that you brought up ceremony and you're working with these indigenous tribes. And that, what do you feel about the concept of ceremony and its role in living in a conscious way?
Well, I can see very deeply that the communities get strengthened through certain rituals. Like, we do that too, sitting around the fire, singing, dancing, celebrating life. I think celebration is very, very important, together, because many aspects of the human being, like the vitality, the emotions, they are getting harmonized, the mind, the body is included, the community gets into a field of oneness. I think that is very, very helpful. I'm not such a good master in rituals because I like to be in nature very much. That's for me a big ritual, with people, to be in nature and just sit, also sometimes maybe say a prayer. But I estimate highly, the rituals I know also from the indigenous people all around the world. And yeah, I can fortify our togetherness.
Yeah, wonderful. It makes me want to participate in a ceremony with you ladies around the fire and feel nature and, embody it and dance and sing. I was so inspired by nature this morning. I actually wrote a song about the sun,
Oh, there you go.
and that's really unusual for me. So I think there's higher levels of consciousness coming in, and that, what does oneness mean on different levels of consciousness?
You see, oneness is for me, because I'm coming more from a spiritual side, it's not sitting on the cushion and meditating and being at peace with yourself. For me, oneness is with also a common sense each level. And it starts for me, for example, how I have grandsons and granddaughters, how I'm with my family, how I work with the team in the villa, how I eat, how I communicate with people, on each level, but also in a more collective level. I know quite well what would be very healing and helpful as an economist for our world politics at the moment, what is needed. So I think that is part of oneness. But then, and I think it's necessary to have a good ground, not being up in the sky. And then, of course, oneness, it's much more, it's still, I think we are still exploring what does it mean. One consciousness in a multi-dimensional way. What does that really mean for us human beings, the potential that we have in it? It's unlimited. It's beautiful. It's great. I'm talking about healing ourselves more and more, or in the health system. I'm talking about how we teach the children. I think we have to change every system that got stuck nowadays and are invited to create, co-create in a new way, daily life, all the aspects, also artists, economies, money, affairs, everything in oneness will change. But beyond that, our world, our Gaia is just one part in the cosmos. There is so much already to discover in a multidimensional way as a human being in simplicity. It's to be born now is such a gift. And when we understand that and the possibilities we have, the potential we have together, wow, I can see heaven on earth realized. That's my dream.
Thank you for sharing that. And Anne-Marie, what does oneness mean at different levels for you?
Well, I think a lot of what Annette has said, I can that also, that I can really feel that too, and share that as well. And I guess it's a kind of like a continuation, a continuous question. It's a question that I can keep asking myself. I can ask that also in all the things that we're doing, because yes, there's potential and beauty, but there's also such pain and harm and difficulty in the world. So how does that come together? And how is that where does that reflect back? And the only way I can actually try and do that is, okay, I have that pain and rawness and struggle and fight within myself as well. So how can I solve that in myself, and can that contribute? Can I trust that if we can really live in love and light and spread that somehow ripples out, that there is an energetic architecture that is clear. That's what scientists are clearly telling us. So can we really do something around that? And can we, here in where I am based and where I have come to live, can I contribute as best as I can to bring that sense of oneness in very small things and in large things, in so that more people and more places in nature and more animals and more anything can be can express that and can experience that themselves as well. And there's also something about choice. I can't solve the world everywhere, and also I can't that leaders choose their own ways as well. What I can do is perhaps find these ways of how it can work, how we have a big project in the Hague Center, Love Organized. Okay, if we say that, if we're coming from that oneness, and if we want to have that heart open all the time and love being expressed in actions, what does that mean? What do we need to be doing? And at least contribute in that way. So that's and noticing that every moment that I fall out of oneness, I'm actually, it's a practice to see that that has a consequence. So can I really live it? Can I and what do I need to do that? So not as a pressure, not as otherwise I'm bad, but as part of the learning journey that I'm in, and that I can then offer, and that I can then express also where it's sometimes so difficult to be, and that how that giving each other just a hug can already be so helpful.
Thank you for saying that. And it just brings to mind this a strategic partnership that I'm working with in this person. And I think a lot of people are trying to get his energy. And I asked, how are you doing? And how can I support you? And he said that it really touched his heart, and that if we can just do that, care about people and how they're feeling, and not just be this transaction, we need to get this done, or so. Yeah, that's beautiful. I really resonated with what you said, Anne-Marie. And have you been able to shift between cultures and perspectives and see the bigger picture in your work and institute, Anne-Marie?
Yes. Well, my life has been a journey of different cultures and institutes, because I was born in Baghdad in Iraq, and then went to Singapore, Malaysia. I came back here in the Netherlands and went traveling again. So travel has really been part of my upbringing, and connecting to the cultures and understanding.
You're like a resident of the world, aren't you?
And so giving that as how I can contribute to finding new ways of working is what I do. And we are, I would say our team is rooted in different parts of the world. The work that we do is there. And we are seeing that, of course, more and more being reflected also in societies, because our societies are becoming more and more diverse as well. So, so yes, it's very much part of our way of working. And what are the methodologies or the ways of working that can help us to meet people where they are at, to understand the differences between me coming from let's face it, a Western country with a history of colonization, with a history of bringing a lot of harm to many places. How can we acknowledge that, work with that, and how can I ask my colleagues, for example, just starting in our own context, with my colleague Adrian Jacobus, that lives in Romania. He's lives in the other side of Europe, and there's differences already in that. Can we mirror that back to each other? Because that teaches us how we can then serve groups where there are also differences. So it comes back in everything I do, I would say.
Wonderful. That's so interesting, the way you grew up and how you bring it now into your work. And what about you, Annette? And do you bring in shift between cultures and perspectives and look at the bigger picture to raise consciousness?
Oh, yes, because, already when I was studying economics and also the art of science, really, behind to look the systems of science, at the same time, I did some Indian Siddha Yoga correspondence course, and I saw that the perspectives are very, very different already at that time. And at the same time, I was involved with Tibetan Buddhist practices, another perspective again. So that was one ground to see, there is not only one way of looking at the world, at yourself. There are many different perspectives. And then later I was working in the third world, especially with women for maybe 10 years. And I could visit many, many countries, and I could really study, talk, be with many women from different cultures, India, in Zimbabwe, in Tanzania, in Colombia, and. And that was so beautiful for me to dip into their culture, their way of living, their way of living daily life. And for example, how they treated these people, things I learned a lot. So all this, what I could experience, and we tried to help them to be self-supportive, self-reliant, that we supported this kind of project, that flows into my way of being and also sharing with other people. I feel a world citizen always, I was never a Swiss girl only. I always felt myself as somebody from this world, not being localized only on one place. I love all these different cultures and people. They're part in my heart. Yes.
And I love that, especially as women. It's so wonderful. I mean, just being a woman to go and help other women, because then you can see a part of yourself in them too. And it's wonderful to see those different aspects. That's incredible. So, Anne Marie, what do you feel is our potential as human beings to open up to presence and becoming more conscious?
Well, everything we spoke about, I think, comes back to that, to really be that that love in action, that really connected to all life forms. Barbara Marx Hubbard, of course, was very often here, and she taught us a lot about that as well. And also with the wheel of co-creation and how we can really come together and in the hub express ourselves fully and find our vocational arousal, as she would say it, as part of our purpose. So being fully ourselves and finding that, I think that creates already a basis to come into such co-creative capacities. Because I do think, like you were mentioning the paintings behind me of Clayton, that the beauty that we can create if we really connect in that way, if it really comes out of our soul, whatever way it is. I mean, he does it in those art forms, I do it in my forms, you do it in your way. We all have that divine spark somewhere in us, and I think that's part of our purpose, to express that as much as we can. And that well, what I'm trying to do is create conditions that each and every one of us can really live fully that divine spark and play with that and further express and grow and find out and be explorers in this world, connected to the whole. For me, it's very much here on earth, knowing that there's all that other as well, that Annette was speaking of, and the multidimensionality as well. But I'm just very curious about how we can really bring it here into practice. And so that, to serve that potential by bridging continents, by doing all this work that I do, and serve and create and help others to do, that is what I feel opens up our potential and breaking down structures that actually keep us caught up. So letting also that blossom and bloom. And I think that's amazing. If it comes from that love in action, my goodness. Yeah.
And what do you think about that, Annette? What do you feel is our potential as human beings to become fully conscious?
Well, first of all, I really think presence from moment to moment, loving what is the core. And that's a matter of heart, mind together, not in separation. And out of that flows, for me, very naturally, love in action. But now the question is, what is love in action? What do we really look that is an action and what is not an action. And I think there are different possibilities, and maybe I just mention a few. We have love in action that activists do, that they really go ahead and bring into the world subjects like climate change and. They are needed. Everybody is needed on each level of consciousness. Then we have teachers, we have healers. Also very important, bringing into the world more messages. Also bring new ideas and healing traumata, collective traumata, etc., healing body and mind. Then we have also meditators, I call them. People in a very hidden way that we say traditionally keep something above the world to protect it. And you will never hear these people, you will never see them. But they do, on an energetic, informational level, they do a lot of service, love in action. Then we have also, I just name a few, the people that are especially tuned in for Gaia, to be very deeply connected with Mother Earth and have their love in action centered. Then we have many, many people, and we have not mostly just one of these aspects, it's a mixture. Then we have the people anchoring oneness from moment to moment in their daily life, cooking with the children, having your job, doing the garden, doing all these little things. And we have artists and we have scientists and. So I think love in action is a very broad spectrum, and we need every level. We need the activists, the meditators, the healers, the teachers, the Gaia people. We need the one that anchors. We need the science. We need the artists. We need everybody. It's very important that we have the respect and love for each one that contributes in his unique way, being rooted in love, in consciousness. Yeah.
And what do you think about that, Anne-Marie?
Yeah, that touches my heart. It's very beautiful. Yes, I fully agree. And what really I feel was it very important also that you said that each and every one has a place. What you said is respected, is needed. It's not for the happy few. Each and every one of us are part of this. Just as each and every animal and each and every plant, the waters, it's all here. It's all an expression of that oneness, and it's all that expression of that beauty. I mean, yeah, if you really sense into that, then and in ourselves, of course, sometimes when I really get kind of like taken away by the complexity of some of these questions, and I'm standing there with a group or something, and I'm a bit overwhelmed myself, and I'm sensing they're overwhelmed. What I then just do, I think, oh yeah, think of myself, my body inside. How many cells were there again? They're collaborating, they're doing all this stuff. Okay, we can do it. There must be a way, and we don't need to know it all, because my body does it. We don't need to know it all. We don't need to design it all. There are some principles that we need to be collaborating and working on, and we need to deeply listen and put things in the right order. In the right order in the sense of what nature is telling us that the right order is, not what we in our minds think it is. Yeah, and feel and nourish and come back again and again to this sense of belonging in ourselves here on Earth, where we are, in our family, in our larger context, bioregion, world. Yes, we're global, and we're also rooted in a place. I am here in Vreeland, in peace, in this beautiful place. Yeah, so like that.
Did you want to comment, Annette, on what Anne-Marie said?
No, I think, it's such a playful way we talk together. It's for me really I can only say yes, 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 yes. It's wonderful, our conversation, because it summarizes something in a simplicity also, that what a human being can do, being part of the whole world, and have a clear direction together, even if we have differences. Wonderfully, the varieties, but we are all, also you, Charissa, we are all heading the same longing and vision of the heart, that it's possible. I say it once more: one world, one humanity, one consciousness.
Yes. And I feel like there's some synchronicities too, because Anne-Marie, in your center, one of your programs is Love in Action, right? Is that training people to be in action, like with kindness, compassion? Like, what are some of the principles that you're leading with?
Yeah, it has that, and it's love organized. So it's really in a sense, and that brings love in action, of course. But the larger vision is really a vision that Kara Stonehouse came up with, looking at, if we're really rooted in this oneness and this unitive narrative, what would the world look like in 50 years? How would that perhaps be, and what would be the best way? And then saying, oh, okay, yeah, well, so what do we need to do now? So helping us to have a certain perspective, and then coming back to all these practices that we've been speaking about. And I just wanted to add one thing. I feel, if we look at, some of the patterns that we can now see as has damaged the world, or has damaged or has hurt each other, if we have been, in our lives, a tyrant, or a rebel, or a victim that also has, not really living our full potential through all kinds of reasons, I think the very important part of what I feel is ours to do is not, if there is an opening of the heart to change that, to not get caught up in anger or shame, or feeling that you've done things bad or whatever, but to realize that having had that life up to where you are now has given you certain talents, and if you twist that, coming into those practices that you had in that context, if you can let that come into form in service of love organized, then you can see then you can look back at that and say, okay, that didn't serve anymore now. It taught me things. And through that, I have developed skills, and I have developed my talents in a way that if you just twist it, you can be so valuable as a thriver, a transformer, a coach, a challenger, a creator. So there's something about, if you can just go above the line and come into that sense of oneness, or that trusting life, then your whole life journey has brought you to where you're at. And that's also one of the big lessons of Chief Lane. When he looks back at all the hurt that's been done, he says, it all brought us to here. It prepared us. It trained us. We can now do it differently.
Well, as we're wrapping up, do you have any final thoughts, Annette? Because I feel like that was beautiful, Anne-Marie.
Yes, I think what Anne-Marie just also said, it's very helpful that we understand that each step in our life brought us to the point where we are, and that there are so many hidden talents. And if we just twist it a little bit and looking in oneness at all that, forgiving us and forgiving everybody, that seemingly or has hurt us, we are free to stand up in oneness as action in love.
Well, you got me really emotional there. I really felt that from both of you. I'm just very moved today. It's been a pleasure to connect with you both and dive into the art of living in a conscious way. So thank you, Annette and Anne-Marie, for joining me today for the Global Oneness Summit. Blessings.
Thank you.
And thank you to the Global Oneness Summit team for bringing this so long with so much dedication for so many years. It's really, really of great value for all of us. Thank you so much.
It's outstanding. Yes, thank you.